between 12 with the
look at him.
assumption that it would be starting on time because he would be there on time. But this is Jussie Smollett surrounded by cameras here. His 92-year-old grandmother. We were also told that his mother and siblings would be in attendance.
Oh my
so we
God.
see them here with our Dave Savini.
Oh, it's a good day.
Let's listen in.
I started this stream. I need to promote this stream. What am I doing? I'm sitting there just enjoying life.
You're about to meet your fate. Do you have anything to say?
Oh my.
Do you plan?
Why I can't play the full screen?
Do you plan to
There we go.
apologize
That's
before the
a
judge today?
That's a good one.
Appreciate it.
That's a good outlook. Oh, talk to him, Jesse. Let him
What do you have
know.
to say,
Let him
Jussie?
know you're innocent, big dog. You ain't do it. You didn't do it, Jesse. It wasn't you. It wasn't you. Hang on. Y'all know I had to get my Subway sandwich. Feel me? Ah! Oh, it's so
All right,
good.
as you see,
Look at him
his
scurrying.
bodyguards are getting a little bit violent with the
Oh,
as he
man.
approaches the building late.
Life.
He just
All right.
tossed a photographer
Don't be
down.
honest.
But
See
Smollett
everybody
is here.
getting all
He's entering the
excited.
courthouse,
Yeah, people saying he's gonna get a couple months.
and he's now in
a
the
year,
building.
2 years. I don't think he's gonna face any time. I don't.
Kind of a violent
I'm just
entrance.
being honest with you. I think he's going to
Shoving
pay
and
a
throwing
large
people around.
fine. Because honestly, that's what he deserves. Yes, he wasted everybody's time. He wasted
member of the press corps
resources.
hit the dirt.
He wasted people's money. So for all those reasons, I
Can you
think
hear me back there, Brad?
he
Erica?
should face a large ass fine.
Yes,
now,
we can,
would
Dave.
you
Thank
define
you.
as
Just got our
large? I don't
microphones
know.
back here. Thank you for that, Dave.
$20,000
Now, if we could,
ain't large.
is there any
Now I wanna
chance
see
we
that.
can go to
I want to see big
inside,
money that he got to
the
pay
view
up
from
because
the
he
pit
wasted
there?
everybody's
Yeah,
time.
that's where Dana Kozlov has spent the majority of the
Wait,
past
did they say
couple
he's late?
hours
Yes,
as
he's
we
late.
wait for
Everybody
Smollett
else
now
showed
to
up.
enter,
But he's
the
late.
circular door.
And it's
Then
not
we'll
new.
have
It's
to
like the
go
fifth.
through
I ain't gonna say the
security.
fifth.
Then
Because
he'll
when he
have to walk
was found
by
guilty, he was late.
this area, which is known as the pit and the small screen. That's where the media all hangs out. And then from there, he will have to make his way up to the courtroom, Erica.
That's right. And our Dana
Big money,
Kozlov
no
is right
whammy.
there.
Yeah.
She will be seeing
Is
a
it
glimpse
about
of him.
time?
This is a walk that
Bet that
Jussie
sounds
Smollett has
steady.
taken many
Yeah,
a times
he's
when
an
he's been
Italian
here
BMD.
for
You know, when we
various
talk about
phases
Smugglenuts, we
of
gotta get a
his trial.
sandwich.
Even before that, a lot of the pre-trial activity.
It's
And
so
Dana Kozlov, I know you're right there in that
Mm-hmm.
area. You could not hear what was going on. It was quite... As
fled the country?
Dave
No, he didn't
Savini
flee the
would
country.
call it, a violent
He's there.
entrance. He was flocked
They
by
had a fucking
bodyguards
camera.
who were shoving
They had a helicopter
photographers
cam
as Jussie
in,
Smollett
like,
made his
not the
entrance.
parking
One
lot,
of
but, like,
them
the front
apparently was
gate.
shoved to the ground.
And this dude
now Dana, he
hopped
is
out the
just a
back
few
seat.
feet
I
away
saw that
from
forehead.
entering where
I was
you
like,
are.
yep,
You
that's
can see
him.
security.
Put him up.
Yeah, you know,
The death machine. Remember
there's
me
a
from
wall
Twitter?
that blocks. You
banned
might be
on
able to
Twitter.
see it in our shot. A wall that, from where we are in what's called the pen and where we need to stay,
Everybody notice me?
and it
There
blocks
you go.
some of the
You've been noticed,
security,
Natalie.
the initial security entrance ways.
Natalie
I know that
How
is
the
where
fuck?
they are
Your
right
name is
now,
Natalie Lee?
but everything's calm over
Really?
there as
That's a
we
great
wait
idea.
for
I
Jussie
cannot
Smollett
lie.
and the folks who are with him to come through security, which
Jesse
everybody
stopped
has
off
to
at
do.
somewhere.
And
White lag.
as you
Oh, no,
mentioned
white
earlier,
lag.
will
Don't do that.
Take a few minutes at the very
They're
least
so
to
small
get
in the
everybody
corner.
through.
Well,
And
I'm
considering,
sorry.
he's
My
already,
man, I want to show
let me
y'all
get
the
my
full
watch here.
screen.
He's
Next
already
time, I ain't gonna
5
care about
minutes
y'all no more. I
late
ain't
for
gonna
the
do y'all no
beginning
favors.
of his hearing. He likely will not get up to the court
White
room
supremacy is
until
the reason he's
at least
late. You
10
know
after
what?
the hour, which will be
I'll allow it.
I think
I think
potentially
that's a good
significant in how he's received
Damn,
by
where's
the
my?
judge. But still,
I need my.
our view
Oh
of,
man,
of
I wish I
Smollett
had
and
my
his entourage still blocked. I did
Amazing
hear,
Lucas Justice Smugglenuts shirt. That's a good shirt.
I did
That is
hear
a great fucking shirt.
that it was a pretty turbulent entrance up the stairs.
I mean, Subway
Dave
too.
mentioning that
My
somebody was
God,
shoved to the ground.
yeah.
That'll all
Subway
be
to the
discussed and
moon.
later, if anything would come of it, I mean that'll be
Is
determined
Bill
at
in
a
there
later date. But
protesting?
right now
I
we're
don't
still
know.
we're
I
still
hope
looking.
not.
I can see a couple people
How
now
you gonna
starting
show
to
up for a
clear
dude who fake a hate crime, but you ain't gonna show up for
security,
black
that I
people
am
take out black
presuming
people?
are
Come on now. Give me
are
conception.
with the
Black
former
Lives Matter.
Empire actor. I know that a sheriff's
Did he actually admit it, or he's still sticking to his
to
joint?
just sort of keep an eye on
We don't know yet.
things in our area.
Everybody just showed
as,
up.
Everybody
And I
prepares
think, honestly,
for,
he
Jussie
should be
Smollett
yelled
to
at
make
for
his way
being
down the
late.
hall
Being-
towards the elevator
being
banks
honest,
and up to the courtroom.
Being a little bit honest with you.
Okay,
You feel me?
Dana, well, we will keep you on
I swear if
mic
BLM is there,
We have
Then they truly
Charlie
showed they earned a
DeMar
good
in the
thing to follow.
courtroom right now. Do we have Irv Miller standing by? Irv
Leon,
Miller,
that better be
we
an
know
Italian
Judge
bitch.
James Lynn is a buttoned-up guy. Ran a
What you mean? I
buttoned-up
love me some
trial. We'll
Italians. I
button
love some
this up
B's,
today.
some
We'll make sure
M's,
it's
some T's,
unappealable
and
to every one of his powers. Jussie Smollett
man.
showing up 10 minutes
This
late
is so good.
for the most important day of his life, sentencing on
Leon,
5
the best one.
felonies
You know me.
long adjudicated.
You know me.
How will the judge look at that?
You know,
You want to bite?
we're assuming
No,
one
you
thing. We're
don't get
assuming
no
the judge
bite.
knows
You don't get no
about
bite in
this.
my camera. Fuck you.
He may be handling other matters in chambers right now. He may presume that there's a line
He needs to
down
just
at
fess up and
security,
take his punishment,
which
whatever
there
it might be.
typically is, and
You know what?
that
I say
typically
something.
delays things. I don't
'Cause
think
in
you're
the
going to
3
hear
years,
one word about
this dude
Mr.
ain't giving me
Smollett's,
nothing to
late entry.
actually sit
by the
down
judge,
and
I
actually
don't think
say,
he's gonna
oh,
hold it against
he
him.
might
There's
actually
other
be innocent.
issues like
It's
perjury
essentially just
that
been
I think the judge
my
may
feelings.
concentrate on
See if I
over
can
and
turn
above
this up.
his late rival.
Yeah. So Irv,
Damn it, Leon, now I gotta go to
as
Subway.
his team
No Subway cookies.
promised,
I don't really like
he
cookies
would be
like that.
surrounded by some key
I mean, I'll
members of
eat
his
one
family,
once in a
including his
blue moon,
92-year-old
but I
grandmother,
don't eat
Molly
cookies
Smollett.
like that, feel me?
His mother was expected to be there. Jussie's oldest
But you
brother,
know what's
Joel
crazy?
Smollett Jr., was
This
expected to be
dude,
there.
because
so as
I'm
we
watching this on like a
inch
Chicago
closer
feed,
to the
I think.
beginning of this
They said that this
sentencing,
dude brought
talk to
his,
us
and
about
I
the role
quote,
that they will play today in
92-year-old
basically
grandmother
pleading, along with many
to this.
members
Just imagine
who
for a
submitted
second.
letters on
Imagine,
his-
just for a
his
brief
behalf,
second,
including others,
that this
actors
dude
and actresses.
brings his
What
grandmother
role
to
would
this.
they play in trying to sway
And
the judge?
he's found
You know, it's
guilty.
a major role. There's one word to describe it. It's called mitigation, and that's to try to paint the defendant in a personal light. That a human being who's
man.
done good things in his life. He's a
Oh my
family
God, what is
member.
this? This dude really going to jail for $8?
Question by Erica, but this is the moment.
He might.
We're
He
watching
might.
Jussie
I'm not
Smollett
gonna sit here and say he's
walk
going
arm in
to
arm with
jail.
members of his family.
I'm not gonna sit here and say he's going to jail. That's not
The
my
interior
prediction.
of the Lake
As I
Criminal
said,
Court building,
I think
that's what
he's
we're seeing
facing
right
a
now,
large fine.
throngs of media, and he's about to head up
What band
to
is on your beanie?
the
This
judge's
is Gothic beanie. You know?
Continue with your
Problematic.
thought, Irv. Thank you.
Because I'm apparently I'm
the judge is
problematic.
going to, I believe.
Speaking of which,
give
don't
him a
say
fair
gay,
sentencing
everybody.
hearing. He's going to look at the good and the bad and try to come up with
The
the appropriate
dumbest fucking
sentence,
thing I've ever
taking
seen.
into account that it's a class 4 felony, but it's also the type of crime that undermines the criminal justice system. You cannot
man.
falsely report a
Good
crime.
day.
You
It's a
cannot
good day.
falsely accuse somebody.
I'm
of a
happy
crime. I'm
today.
not saying that happened in this case.
It's a good day to
but
be happy.
It undermines the system,
What's
and I
S
think
tier?
that
I
will
don't know what
bother
S
the
tier is.
judge. But again, you have a defendant with no prior
Don't say
felony
straight,
convictions
eh?
who's
Don't
who
say
worked hard,
gay.
made a decent living.
Remember,
and
gay,
it's going to be
gay,
a tough
gay.
decision for the judge, and it should be a tough decision in a case like
That
this.
is the
At the end
dumbest
of the
fucking
day, I
thing.
think that he's going to balance rehabilitation,
Leon's
deterrence,
going
and
to
punishment,
disappear. Well,
and
just
come
need
up
to-
with a fair sentence.
Okay. Well, Irv, I know you will be with us throughout this sentencing as we
Look at that
listen
seal.
in.
Oh,
and
that's
here's
beautiful
a view
seal.
that we're turning to live inside the
Oh, I
courtroom.
got letters on my computer.
There is the seal
Fucking
of
bastard.
justice.
Fucking
We will
letters. Who
see
told you to get out
what
my mouth?
justice serves up for Jussie Smollett in
Do
very
we place
short
our
order.
bets as
For
to what his
those of
sentence
us
going to be? I reckon
who've
smack on
welcomed
the
your
wrist.
programming
You know
on
what?
broadcast,
Place
we
your
now
bets, everybody.
return you to
What's it
that
going to be?
programming, but
Is it
we
going to
will
be jail?
continue this
Or is it
coverage
going to be a big
live
ass
and this
fine?
discussion.
Or is he going to walk
CBS
scot free?
News
Which
Chicago
one?
online.
You got 3
Join us
choices.
there.
Pick one of your 3. 1 for jail. 2 for big fine. 3, he ain't getting no punishment. He's walking out scot free.
This
Place
has
your
been
bets.
breaking news from CBS 2.
Speaking of which, while we sitting here waiting, why didn't nobody tell me? Why didn't none of y'all tell me? I
And
thought y'all cared
to
about
be
me.
with you again here
I
on
thought y'all liked
CBS News
seeing me make
Chicago. We are
content.
continuing our coverage, our team
I wanted
coverage
to
of
know
Jussie
about
Smollett's
this.
sentencing day.
I
We
woke
are now
up
here at
randomly.
11 past
And I
the
just hop
hour
on
of when
Twitter,
that sentencing was to begin.
and all of a sudden
And
I
we
see
saw Jussie
he's being
Smollett
sentenced
just
today.
moments ago entering the Lake
Everybody
Criminal Court
tell me.
building and heading
Y'all
up
don't like me.
to the
That's
floor.
why
We
y'all ain't
have our
getting
Charlie
Christmas
DeMar
gifts from me this
inside
year.
the courtroom with
Feel me?
cameras.
Yeah, Charlie DeMar is inside the courtroom. We have
I'm seeing a bunch of
Dana
threes.
Kozlov
Oh, yeah,
in the
y'all think he
pen
gonna walk.
where
All right.
Jussie Smollett just walked by. We have
I'm seeing
Irv
3s.
Miller,
I'm
our
seeing a
legal
couple
expert,
2s.
with all the inside knowledge in house.
I got 20 on 3. Damn.
Friend
No
and
fade,
lawyer
huh?
at WVON. Also, so we've
I
got
mean,
you
do you have any
covered
way to
here
get a hold of
today.
you? I'd love
Let's
to
go
have you on the
Dana.
podcast. I don't want to be on the podcast.
I know it just
I won't be
happened,
on
but
the-
for the viewers
I
of just
tell you
joining
what,
us, so
I
kind
don't
of paint the picture.
like
What was it like to see Mr.
being
Smollett
interviewed,
enter
if
arm
that
in
makes
arm
sense.
with
I don't know if you still
family
in
members and
but
supporters?
I like just having conversation. Like,
Well, first, it was a
want to
bit
be
of a
on
scrum
nobody
outside based
podcast or
on the
stream. We
narrative
talking about some
provided by our
shit.
colleague Dave
Can we just have
Savini, who was
fun?
outside when the
Can we just
actor
vibe?
arrived surrounded by
can we
members
just
of his
chill?
family.
Like, damn.
There were some bodyguards and
And
some
maybe
pushing
you want my
of
opinion on
members
something, or
of
maybe
the media.
it's something you would only want me to
pushed
talk
to the
about.
ground,
That's
not
fine.
exactly
This
sure
is like,
who.
damn, I
But
hate
once they entered the doors of the
we
courthouse,
only talk
it
about
was very
this.
quiet. In fact,
We only
the
discuss
entire
this. We have
floor
no
became
fun.
very
It's like,
quiet.
fuck.
It took them about 5 minutes. The entire group of them, I want to say
I
there was
just-
probably about
I just want vibe.
10 or so, give or
That's
take.
why I don't
It took
do this
about,
shit
5
a
minutes
lot,
or so
or
for
at
them
all.
to go
I'm saying
through
a lot.
security. They all waited, and
It's
then they
just not my
surrounded
kid.
The former Empire actor Jussie Smollett.
Gatorade, everybody.
And Smollett walked arm
I want
in arm
everybody to
with
be
members
proud
of
of me,
his
'cause I
family,
did a
his
thing.
92-year-old grandmother
I,
among them. She will be
like,
speaking
stop drinking
during the
soda.
sentencing hearing later this afternoon, and then they
Proud of
quietly
myself.
walked down the
It's a
hall
small
and
thing,
headed
but it's my thing.
towards the courtroom.
And I've been cooking
presumably,
more. I
without
made
saying a word.
burritos.
That's not entirely unexpected.
bad I ate 'em all.
I did
Y'all
want to
can't
try to
have
ask
it.
somebody who was handling the media. I wanted to try to pull her aside and ask why he was late. I know Irv said it will likely not be a
What the-
factor, but nevertheless,
He's a gay
he is
black
going to be
celebrity. He's
10
got all the
plus minutes
privilege
late
working in
to
his favor.
what was supposed to be the start
And
of
on
the hearing,
Friendly
but I
Terror,
wasn't
Chicago.
able to do so.
Okay, Dana, we appreciate it. And a programming note for all of us watching on CBS News Chicago, we will bring you that hearing in its entirety. It will first start with
If he isn't punished, I no longer respect our system.
basically
Yeah,
Team
mhm.
Smollett trying to get
That's your choice.
a new trial,
That's
and
your
then
pick.
after
Do what you
that,
gotta
it
do.
will likely go on to sentencing.
That's right. We want to go back out now to Dave Savini. He
Smack his
was outside
tummy?
the courtroom.
Oh, God,
he
no.
was the first of our team to get a glimpse of Jussie Smollett and his entire
Oh my God!
entourage.
I think
And
he'll get
Dave,
sentenced to be Mrs.
take us
Big
back
Tyrone.
through,
No,
with being so close.
no, Mrs.
Could you
Big
make out
Tyrone.
who was there, first of all, and who was
Oh,
involved in
and
the
by the
scuffle
way-
that you were front and center for?
Just because I see it on my camera.
So as
This
the actor
fucking
got out of his
thing,
vehicle, obviously
This YouTube play
his
button
grandmother
that y'all
got
keep
out,
bitching about, that y'all
and
keep saying is
he was
blinking,
surrounded
my
by,
ceiling fans on.
I would
Okay?
imagine some
I'm
other
sorry,
family
I like
members,
being
but he was
cool in my
also
own fucking room.
surrounded
You're
by
about to meet your
making
fate.
videos.
very large bodyguards.
Oh, look at this bald head. Ah.
And I can hear you rolling some of the video. The bodyguards started
Shout out to Big
shoving
Tyrone. 25
members of the
years
media.
minimum. I
Mostly
don't know about
photographers.
that.
I was one of the only
I
reporters
don't know about
out
no
here.
25
So the photographers
years.
were carrying very heavy cameras
That's not really
and
accurate.
backpedaling
That's
and
not
trying
really
to move
something,
with the crowd.
That's not really
they're
something I see
shoving
in the
them.
playbook.
And can you hear some of that sound right there? They were knocking people down. They knocked one gentleman down who was a
Who they
a
knocked
member
down?
of a still photographer, a member of a newspaper. I helped pick him up, and then continued to ask questions. Are you hearing me? Or are you hearing the video that's playing?
I doubt he'll get jail time. I'm in that same camp. I doubt he'll get any jail
Okay.
time.
I was going to let that breathe for a moment. As you can see, it got very violent, and he was already running late. So
3 to 10
he
years,
made himself
probably.
even more late by creating this ruckus here, and he had such a big entourage that they
Again,
all had to get through security.
I'm in the camp
Irv
of
said it might
big-
not be that
big
big of a
ass
deal when
fine.
he shows up before the
I don't
judge.
think he don't
Judge
get
Lynn.
nothing else.
But he wasn't prompt on this day of sentencing, and also
from being
what happened
honest,
out here. I
it
mean,
would be funny
you can't just throw people to
if
the ground.
His
I said to
business
him, that's a
decision
battery.
was to
You
bring his
throw
92-year-old
people
grandma,
around,
and he ends up getting
as you enter the
found
building.
guilty,
So
and he got to
we'll
go to
see
jail
what happens
in front of his 92-year-old
if there's any
grandma.
results from the man that got thrown. I don't know his name. They said he was a veteran member. He's a gray-haired man, and he fell down pretty hard, and it took a while for him to get up. So I'm hoping he's doing
Oh,
well. I
is
don't
that
see
Ted?
him around
No,
here at
that
the
ain't
moment,
Ted
so
Cruz.
maybe he's going to follow up on that himself.
Okay, Dave Savini, our thanks.
The pink
Okay,
hat is an
and
exclamation
Dave,
point.
thank
Break
you
it
for
out
taking
for
us back
something
through this,
empathetic.
And now we want to go back over to Irv as we look
Maybe.
again at the seal inside the courtroom. So, Irv, this was not an expected piece of the sentencing here. A way
They need
that
to
we,
make an
any of us
example out of
probably
him to
expected
stop
at the start.
Tommy
Of course,
Cafe
Jussie
hate
Smollett
crime.
has had an
Yeah,
entourage
well,
with him,
sure.
and
And I
doesn't
think the
speak to the
example
media.
could be
But
a big ass
before we
fine,
go back
because
inside
whether
to
if it's
get your
that
thoughts on
jail or nothing,
what we're
people
all
are
here
still
for
in business.
today.
This isn't new.
What are your thoughts on what happened outside the courthouse from what you're hearing?
Something
You know what surprises
people are now
me
getting
is this is not the first time we've had a celebrity trial at 26 in California. I recall the R. Kelly trial years ago, and what happened.
R. Kelly? What they got to do with this?
The sheriffs basically roped off an area where the defendant and his lawyers and other people that were with him went down through ropes that were, and the photographers were blocked off to the side, so there couldn't have been a scrum as like you saw today. And frankly, I'm surprised that we didn't see those
Would he go to
roped
a female
off
prison? I don't know. He's a great
that would have
candidate to make an
avoided the
example out of.
situation that Dave was
Is
referring
that really
to.
going to stop anybody
Yeah,
from doing
I think, and having
Like,
been
really?
in what we call
Is that really is
the
him
scrum
being
like
sentenced
that
for like
before,
what 3 years?
myself,
Gonna
a
be the
number of
thing that gets
times.
everybody's age.
The way it is set up, the no boundaries that are set up by the
Fucking
sheriff's office, who
woman,
oversees
now talking about what,
the court
Tuesday,
system,
Monday, yesterday,
protecting
one
its
day,
security, etc.
fake being kidnapped for 6
I
years.
mean, the way it's set up out there, you're just kind of inviting that kind of chaos.
That was before Jussie.
So
She
now
was
take
Jussie
us
before Jussie.
into the courtroom. All we're seeing right now is the seal.
I
Does
like that.
typically
Hashtag jail
mean
for
other
Jussie.
business is being
Justice for
handled
Jussie.
by the judge in this case, and or once Team Smollett enters, will that
What this got to do
automatically
with
mean
R.
it's
Kelly
go time?
knowing Pete on
You're gonna
Jussie?
see
Hey,
that
but he
seal
did get a
until the
Subway
clerk
sandwich up his ass.
yells out, "People of the
Remember
state
that.
of Illinois versus Jussie
Remember
Smollett,"
that.
and at that time the camera will get off the seal, and you'll probably see the judge, or you may see the parties, but nothing
man.
is happening.
It
The
is
mic
a
is off in the
beautiful day.
courtroom,
How y'all-
and you
How
get
y'all
that
afternoon
wonderful
going? I
picture of
almost said it
the
was
Cook
morning.
County seal
Irv,
up
you're in
there.
Los Angeles. How's your morning?
So,
going?
Irv,
Did you
let's
wake
go
up
back
good?
through the charges.
Did you wake up
as-
great? Did you
I
eat
know
breakfast?
We're going to hear more of those as the judge begins, the sentencing. But we were talking
You
about
missed
the
the R.
5
Kelly
and the
part?
6
Or they just
counts, and you're
mentioned
making
the
a
R.
good
Kelly
point
case.
earlier about all it takes is just
Like,
one at this
they
point for
just
him
did
to
it.
be
Like, I
facing
don't know why. They just fucking
potential
did it.
probation, but also potential jail time and potential time in the penitentiary. So walk us through
Thank you for the
those counts.
super
I know
chat.
a lot of
Fantastic,
them, or
Mr.
basically
Dogs.
all of them
I hope Jesse does
hinge
get
on
Juicy
Jussie
Smugglenuts
Smollett
so he can be an
lying
example as to what
to
happens when someone makes
members
such oaths.
of the
Again.
police department, right?
Oh, he faces 3 years.
Three
See?
members of the police department.
Motherfuckers talk about, 25
two
years. That's
statements
agreed.
to two,
You know it.
and one statement
Like,
to
I don't like this dude.
another.
I don't like what he
actually
did.
3 statements to
And
another.
I want him to face
And
a justified punishment.
It doesn't
Anybody
make any
sitting there
difference.
saying 25
If he
years,
was convicted of
he's a
count
loser.
1 and not guilty,
You
of the
just
other
want something
counts,
to make
he'd be in
yourself
the
feel
same
better.
position then as he is with the conviction of the counts that the jury
My
did come
volume
back
is
with
low.
guilties
I
on.
mainly think that's because
And as you've been
there's
saying
more
that, we've
audio
been
coming from
giving
the
our
live
viewers just a little
feed.
background here of those 5 or 6 counts, and we see count 1.
So I'm just
was
talking
convicted on
loud!
Count 2 as well, telling the same officer he was the victim of a battery. He was found guilty on counts 3 and 4. Same claims
Banned
against a
from
different
Hollywood.
officer.
He's
in
not
count
getting
5.
banned
It
from
was that count
Hollywood.
6
He'll be
Irv,
laughed out of
that
Hollywood.
He was
That's what
not
I'm saying.
found guilty on it. And what was that about
I
there?
think that'll be an honest
That was
reaction.
a statement to a different detective, and a couple of weeks later, and so the jury decided that that particular charge, there was not proof beyond a reasonable doubt, but there
Interesting
was
thing is
proof
that
beyond a
judge can
reasonable
easily go
doubt on
outside
the counts that
and
they
sentence the guidelines
entered
above
guilty
and below.
findings
See,
on.
I don't think
And
they
I
should.
remember after
I think it should just be
everybody came
like
downstairs
what it is
and
he
the
could
defense attorney
potentially
talked to
face.
the news
If
media.
I'm being honest,
That
if
was
I'm
his
being a
big
little bit
point.
honest,
This has to be an inconsistent
as we love
verdict.
around
You
here,
can't
honesty.
find him guilty of 5
I'm
and
not
of
sitting here
1.
expecting
And I
he's going to
guarantee
get the
you with his
chair.
words
He's
that
going to
this
get
case will be
25 years.
reversed
He
on
ain't getting
appeal.
life. 3 years?
It's not going to happen that way because
About-
the
about right
courts don't
for
look
this,
at it
for faking
as
a hate crime and
inconsistent
wasting
verdicts
people's
that
time.
will
That's about right.
result in a new trial.
And again,
they look at what
I'm
the
not in
jury
that camp.
used on
We keep
each
saying it,
individual
just in
count.
case anybody
Hey,
wanna
there was
try
proof
me.
beyond a reasonable doubt on
I
these.
think this
there wasn't
motherfucker is
proof
getting a
beyond a
big
reasonable
ass
doubt
fine.
on the one. No harm,
If you
no
get
foul.
anything else, that's
As we
on
wait
him.
to take
That ain't on
courtroom
me.
Shot full live for the actual hearing, which we will listen to in its entirety. Irv, I want to get you. I
gonna
was
give
struck
him
by
Netflix
what you
special?
said.
I wouldn't put
about
it
an hour
past
or so
Hulu.
ago. Let's
Because
role play
Hulu
some scenarios
Hey,
here.
always got like a random quick
said it
documentary.
will be
I think they
critical,
got a
potentially
Russian
critical for
Ukraine
the judge
documentary
to
already.
hear
So I wouldn't put it
or
past
not
Hulu.
hear from Jussie
Netflix
Smollett.
is a stretch.
Roll through the scenarios. If he hears from Smollett, who basically says, I'm innocent, this whole thing has been a charade perpetrated against me, to, okay, I did it, I'm guilty, I'm sorry. Those words, which will be critical, could affect in a very real way
That's a good
his
point. What if this
sentence.
motherfucker just go in there
No
and just
question about it,
confess? He
Brad.
faked
I
it
mean,
all.
if he
Like,
basically gets up there and
dead
sticks
ass
to the
laugh.
story that
Like,
he
you
told the jury,
really wasted everybody's time
he may
then.
well,
And after
just,
that, everybody gonna have to pay me my
have a
fucking money.
toothbrush in his pocket. If he continues to demand that he's innocent
Leon
and
and
he was
Jussie said
framed,
the
and
truth. Fuck you.
you know, the police officers are lying
Hey,
and
Scott,
he's telling the
he
truth.
needs to watch every John
On the
Cena
other hand,
program.
if he basically says, "Listen, I did lie to the jury.
'Cause he can't see
I'm
him?
sorry.
Oh, what
I'm
a
willing
fun
to take
joke.
my punishment. I'm willing to pay the restitution to the city of the
somebody
$130,000.
was surprised that I'm
I
streaming
want
right now.
closure
I
in
don't
this case."
stream
And
that
frankly,
often.
that's the only way that closure is
I know.
going to happen is if he
I don't know why
takes
I
that
don't.
route. Because
I
if
don't
he's
stream here,
still
though.
demanding
I
his
got a
innocence,
gaming
I have
channel.
no
I
problem
stream
with
on my gaming channel, you know
if
what
that's
I'm
the
saying?
way he wants to
Subscribe
do
to
it.
the
But then
gaming
all
channel,
that's
you know
going to
what I'm
lead to
saying?
is an
I
appeal
stream
in
on
the
there a
appellate
little bit
court.
more
It's
than
going to
I
go on
stream
for
on
months,
here,
if
you know
not
what I'm
years.
saying?
And closure is not in the cards for that situation.
And Irv, if we can talk a minute about the special prosecutor, and we know,
Whatever he
as Dana
gets
gave
beyond
us
the
some great
Mercedes
background on,
Yep.
and a lot of this
And
controversy
that's the
with
fact.
why the charges were dropped by the Cook County State's
And
attorney.
again, like
But
I
Dan
saw
Webb,
it on
you know, we
Twitter.
saw
They
him
had a
enter
few
first,
people who were like,
well ahead of
"Oh,
schedule.
all these white people
Talk
are
about
really
his
happy
role in
about
this
Justice
and
Smollett
the
faking a hate
significance
crime."
of having a
Yeah,
special prosecutor
because
brought in
his
for the
story
case.
made no sense.
You know, it's
And whether you want to
so
make it a race
rare
thing or
that
not,
this happens. It's only
black
happened
people don't
several
believe this
times in
motherfucker.
the
So
last
when
10
you sit
years
there and
that
you
I
try to say,
know
"Oh
of.
well, how could y'all care
And
about
it's
this?"
happened
and
a
blah
couple
blah blah,
times with,
you're just admitting
Kim
that
Fox's
you're
office.
salty that this dude
He
lied.
basically
and you got nothing
volunteered
else
to
to
be
say
the special
other
prosecutor.
than,
It's my
"Yeah,
understanding he's doing
feelings
it
are hurt.
without
How could
any
you do
compensation
this
to
me?
his
I feel
law
like
firm,
I
with the
trust
exception
you,
of
Jussie.
his costs,
That's what happens
because he
when you trust
believes in the
a C-list
system. He
actor.
believes that what happened in this case was wrong. The way it was handled by the state's attorney's office, and
Big fan, Leon,
he's
queued
he's
up.
an aggressive prosecutor. He was
Hi,
that way when he was the
Moon.
United States
Everybody
attorney
go buy my
here
merch.
in the Northern District of Illinois.
Go buy.
He's
Go
well
buy
respected.
merch.
He's well
Go
liked.
buy my Grumpy Leon.
People consider him fair.
It's a happy
And,
occasion when you go
it's
buy
really
the
gonna be
Grumpy
interesting
Leon.
to
Can I
hear
just
what
like
he has
have
to say
a
to the judge as far
Can I have a
as
pat on the
what
back?
the appropriate
Like,
sentence should be in
can
this case.
everybody
in
give
his
yourselves a pat
mind.
on the
He may
back?
not.
Because I
He
got
may basically
500
say,
people
"Judge,
in the street.
I'm asking
That's
you
the
to
most people
impose
I
a
ever had in
reasonable
the street.
sentence." Or he may say, "Judge,
That's
I
most
think you
people
should
I
get
ever had in the
probation
live
plus
stream.
restitution to the city.
Y'all
you should
really
get some
want to come
community
see me.
service."
Ah.
And one thing I'd like to add about
You know what's sad?
the restitution
I
to
got
the
a
city,
video that I was supposed
he's
to
not
upload
asking
today.
for all the money.
I saw this. I'm like, fuck that.
He's asking for the
Who is this?
overtime that was
Thank you,
spent by the police
Kazu
department,
Hira Miller.
not the
I
normal
hope he
pay
gets
that
some
all these
time. Big
detectives
Tyrone
and
gonna
beat
love him. Big
officers
Tyrone
put in.
does love
Only
Subway.
the overtime, not the
Y'all
hours
gotta
and
remember
hours
that about
were
Big
put
Tyrone.
in,
Big Tyrone loves him some
without
Subway.
overtime being paid.
Irv, thank you. We have our Charlie DeMar live in the courtroom right now, live tweeting. You just see the seal there right now. 19 minutes ago, Charlie just spoke with Ola Osundario.
I love you and I wanted to see you glow. Here's the thing.
James Lynn, the judge,
Regardless,
to make the right decision,
like,
and that he will
if
accept
he gets
whatever the
sentenced to
sentence
pay a
is. Of
fine,
course, he one of the two
or if he
brothers
gets 3 years,
who
I'm
were
glowing
critical
regardless.
in turning
Now,
this in
if
from
he ends
an
up getting
investigation
nothing,
to a potential hate crime
that's
into
probably
what
going to be
has
something
now
people
become,
contest, which
the
I wouldn't
crime
put it past
that
them.
never
I
took
believe
place.
Jesse is even
And then
contesting like
9
guilty
minutes
verdict,
ago,
so
so
I'm
at
not even
15
surprised at
after
that.
15 minutes after it was supposed to begin, Charlie
Who is
DeMar
this?
tweeted now.
Evan, thank you for the 5. Finna buy that Grumpy. By the way, that white privilege card had my wife not dying. Oh, really?
Let's
Oh,
bring
really? Because it's still here. I got that white privilege. And anybody that's mad at it, boom, I got the official race card. I can play anything. They need to make a Mexican card.
I'm wondering
somebody clip this and send this to the Hodge twins. Make a Latinx card.
Is there
make a gay pride card.
Pound of flesh out there?
And make it all rainbow. I just gave y'all a business idea.
What the
make an LGBTQ privilege card. There you go. And put on it,
Brad,
you can't say gay.
Not at all. I don't think that our audience
and I'm in my pajamas.
A pound of flesh. I think that they see this as something that is very low priority. Many people
Jesse gonna
were
get a
not
different
even
kind of
thinking
footlong.
about the
Oh, you
sentencing
nasty,
phase after
you
he was
nasty.
convicted. I don't even know if anyone was paying much attention to the fact that the sentencing phase was, of course, something that had to take place. It is now taking place. So no, there's no call for the pound of flesh. I know that he almost preemptively did community service at Rainbow Push before he was finally charged again.
Thank you for the 5. Juicie's gonna be coming out white after everyone in prison has fun with him, if you get what I mean. Casting couch style. Oh, you nasty. What is this?
Don't think that there
Thank you for the 2, Roman. Celebrating
bill
with
out there
leaves. Gonna
for
laugh all week.
individuals
Hey,
to really want to see them, put the screws to
keep
them,
it PG
lock
for
them
the
up
children
forever.
around here.
I
Because
do
I
understand
surprisingly
the
got
need
kids that
for
watch me.
trying
I don't
to
know
make
why. I
sure
don't know
that
what's wrong with
people do
y'all.
not
Thank you
do
for the
this
two.
again,
Love what you
which
do.
is
Name of
lie
your
about
intro,
evade
outro
false
song. I don't
charges
know. I
and
just went on
tie up
Fiverr.
the
I
court
hired a
system,
guy,
tie up the
and I said,
police
give me
Okay,
what you
Kimberly,
using
I
in
think
that
I've
little
done this to
promo,
you
and I'll
every
take
time
that.
I've tossed you for a
Maybe I
question.
should
I've had to interrupt you. I apologize, my friend, but
Oh,
here
wait,
we
I
go.
think this is it.
Jussie Smollett, front and center. The hearing
Everybody
begins.
shut his mouth.
From the Office of the Special Prosecutor.
Counsels. Thank you. Judge Evermorning, meaning a new chain, NYE, last name UCHE from Mr. Smollett.
Why everybody? Oh, I guess because they gotta wait for the judge or something like that. I was about to say, why everybody standing up? And I think they said earlier they don't really do things like this. They don't like really broadcast, like have a camera in the room.
Thank you, counsel. Everyone may be seated.
Oh, okay. I guess we're just waiting. He told me to see it.
Jury trial was held in this manner. Counsel is suspended to seat if you will, please.
Thanks for the 5 peer character doing the classic mic drop.
Concluded on December 9th, 2021. Mr. Smollett was found guilty by the jury of 5 or 6 counts of felony disorderly conduct, class 4 offense. I expanded the filing period for filing post-trial motions beyond the 30-day limit due to the holidays and other restraints involving this case. I have received an 83-page post-trial motion filed by the defense and a 13-page response to the post-trial motion filed by the Office of Special Prosecutor. I will allow this, the defense to present arguments in support of the written motion, explain it, and wish to address the court.
Good afternoon. As the board knows, we filed a comprehensive motion for judgment notwithstanding the verdict and or for a new trial outlining 13 different errors that occurred during Mr. Smollett's trial. However, the legal errors impacting Mr. Smollett
almost
predate
got
this
600
criminal
people in here.
trial
I got
and began
600
long
people in
before
here.
this case was even
Oh!
I know the court has read our papers and there's been voluminous briefing, and we did incorporate by reference all of our prior briefing and arguments in this case. So I'm not going to belabor every single point. However, I do want to talk about 2 categories of critical errors that have permeated this trial. And that began again at the very outset and impacted this initial complete prosecution against Mr. Smollett. And in doing so, I'm going to highlight some of the most flagrant violations. The first category of legal error relates to the entire second prosecution of Mr. Smollett. The court knows the history, everybody knows the history, but I'm going to outline a couple key facts that occur. A 16-count indictment was originally filed against Mr. Smollett on March 7, 2019. As part of a negotiated resolution, on March 26, 2019, the State's Attorney's Office moved to null across all 16 counts. The Honorable Stephen Watkins granted the motion and dismissed the case against Mr. Smollett. As part of this negotiated agreement, Mr. Smollett was required to satisfy the Cook County State's Attorney's Office as to his long-standing community service,
can't get to the
and
point.
he
They
forfeited
actually
the
gotta, like, talk it
$10,000
out.
bail bond, which he was not required to do. Weeks after the case was dismissed on April 5th, 2019, a pro se litigant who lacked any standing to do so filed a petition to appoint a special prosecutor, which was ultimately granted by Judge Tuman on June 21st, 2019. Now, we've challenged the authority of the special prosecutor in different forms. However, when the case came before Your Honor, we filed a motion to dismiss here. The reason that was relevant is because Your Honor needs jurisdiction over both the matter.
If he does go to
and
jail,
the defendant
they'll
in
call it
order to
racism. If he doesn't, they will call
proceed
everyone who
against
did not believe in
And
racism.
with all due
That's true.
respect, Your Honor lacks jurisdiction and lacked throughout
It's a
the
double-edged sword,
entirety
yeah.
of these proceedings. And this is because Judge Tooman exceeded his authority when he appointed a special prosecutor, and that's for various reasons. Illinois courts do not possess inherent authority to appoint a special prosecutor in any given case. Rather, the limited authority to appoint a special prosecutor is derived from statute, and it allows the court to appoint a special prosecutor in only 3 discrete situations. The first is when the state's attorney is unable to fulfill her prosecutorial duties. The second is if the state's attorney has an actual conflict of interest in the matter. And the third is when the state's attorney files a petition for recusal.
He was already found guilty, but they're trying
Now,
to figure
Judge
out what
Tooman
to
found
give
that
him as a
both of these
sentence.
two were not appointed.
Jesus Christ.
And he
Y'all not paying attention in
granted
law?
the appointment of a special prosecutor on the third scenario. However, there was no petition for recusal filed in this case, and that's an undisputed fact. In fact, when Sheila O'Brien filed her petition for appointment of a special prosecutor, State's Attorney Kim Fox came forward and she expressly and unambiguously stated that she did not intend to formally or legally recuse herself. But the court nonetheless concluded that what she intended was basically an unconditional legal recusal.
I'd love to
Now,
see you on the
subsection
feed with Nick Rikita. Isn't that the
15
dude who like covered the Kyle Rittenhouse thing? I like that dude.
Authorizing the appointment of a special prosecutor doesn't contain a provision which says the court can infer or interpret from the state's attorney's actions whether the state's attorney intended to recuse herself. Rather, the provision is explicit that the subsection only applies when the state's attorney files an actual petition for recusal, which Kim Fox did not do in this case. Because the filing of a petition—
Oh, I'm somebody's favorite YouTuber? Nice. I do a good job.
Appointment of a special prosecutor under subsection A-15. Judge Tooman exceeded his authority and violated—
Oh wait, I'm louder now.
Separation of powers.
I'm a little louder now.
The role of the legislature and essentially redrafting the statute authorizing—
Thank you for the two that trying so hard to blame everybody.
Now, to compound matters, Sheila O'Brien also didn't have any standing to file the petition, and the court was not authorized to grant the appointment based on her petition.
Ruined Smugglenuts.
Now,
There he sits.
The language in the special prosecutor statute
We're all white
is very
supreme
clear as to who
pizzas.
is allowed
Yeah,
to petition
I'll be a
the court
pizza.
for the
I gotta
appointment
be
of a special
pepperoni
prosecutor.
because you know my big nipples.
The language is unambiguous and provides that only the court, the state's attorney, or a quote-unquote interested party may petition the court for the appointment of a special prosecutor. Now, what's an interested party?
What's the
Well,
latest on
according to Black's
Rittenhouse?
Law
Is he
Dictionary,
still gonna sue?
an
I don't know.
interested party
Is he?
is, quote,
Last I heard, he was
persons taking
suing
part in the
networks.
performance of any act
I didn't know he was
or
suing
who are
Biden.
directly interested in any affair, contract, or conveyance, or who are actively concerned in the prosecution and defense of any legal proceeding. Sheila O'Brien doesn't meet any of the requirements of that definition.
Oh my God, we almost got 700 people
Sheila
in here.
O'Brien is a retired
Now look,
former judge.
I'm gonna try to be
asserted
cocky,
her standing
and
as
I don't want to be
concerned
too cocky.
citizen, somebody
If we get
who's not
1,000,
satisfied
I ain't never had
with the way
1,000
that
people in a
duly
live
elected
stream before.
official of Cook County decided to resolve a criminal matter, a low-level, non-violent criminal offense, which they do every single day.
He's suing Sink
But
from the
because
Young
of the
Turks.
high-profile
Wasn't that the
nature of
dude
this
who was
case,
just blatantly
she was
calling him a white
not
supremacist and a
satisfied, and she
murderer?
decided to file
Wasn't he the
petition.
same dude that sat there and said he shot black
So
people?
it's undisputed that she was not an
Wasn't that the
interested
same
party.
dude who was like he went there with the
But
intent to
putting
shoot black
aside
people?
that fact,
That's somebody he
the
needs to
first
sue.
two subsections, the two that Judge Tooman said are inapplicable, even allow an interested party to file such a petition. Those are the two sections that say
Look at
the
that.
court
I saw
either
something.
on its own motion or on the motion of an interested party. Subsection A-15.
For the 5, I don't know why, but that
Judge
intro outro
Tooman
gives me
relied
twerking
on
flashbacks.
granting
My
the
question
appointment
is
of a
why?
special
I don't know.
prosecutor.
Shake
Doesn't
that ass.
say
Maybe you'll find
that
something
this
out.
that you could appoint a special prosecutor based on the court's own motion or on the petition of an interested party. That subsection only permits
I got 700.
the appointment of
I'm
a special
300 away.
prosecutor upon the
I'm
state's
300 away
attorney's
from
filing of a petition for recusal.
from 1,000
It is
people.
undisputed
I ain't never had
that
1,000
no
people in a
such
live
petition
stream
was filed
before.
in this case, and that State's Attorney Kim Foxx never intended to legally recuse herself. Therefore, it was completely exceeding.
He's wasting time sending warnings to LeBron for his tweets. There's a couple people I don't think he has a chance against. Like, of course, LeBron. I don't think he got a chance. I kind of don't think he has a chance with Biden, because you know it's Biden. But see, but like the news networks, I think they gonna pay him. They got to.
And none of the cases cited by Judge Tooman in his order actually support the court's conclusion that the proceedings against Mr. Smollett are null and void, that the prior ones were null and void.
What is it?
Rather,
that's the nicest courtroom they have. Looks like they survived a hurricane. No, don't do that. That's not nice. That's not nice. That's not fair.
It's clear that even if there had been a defect in the authority to prosecute Mr. Smollett, the only person who could properly challenge the validity of the proceedings would be Mr. Smollett, and he clearly did not do so. Now, separate and apart from the fact that the
I will say this fucking shit is boring, but they gotta go through this. They gotta do the thing where they explain like, oh, why we here, what led to this, what we feel like is right, and all this shit. So I expect it.
Winston and Strawn as the special prosecutors in this case. Subsection A-20 of the statute provides.
Come on, man, 700 to stream. I only got 400 likes. Come on, folks. I just want 1,000. Give me 1,000, I'll do a dance. I'll do a little dance if I get 1,000. But I ain't gonna do it if I don't get 1,000.
At no cost to the county. And the key phrase here is shall appoint a public agency if they are able and willing to accept the appointment. The language in this subsection is mandatory and not permissive. Now, the defense is yet to see.
Like the stream, ketchup belongs in the pantry. Yes, sir! My girl Bianca, we getting married. We putting our ketchup and our kids in the pantry.
Judge Tooman did represent that he contacted over 100 local public officials or agencies, and that he heard back from only around 30.
Oh, matter of fact, I'll sweeten the deal for y'all. If I get 1,000, if I get 1,000 live viewers, I'll go put on the pink hat, and the rest of this we just gonna have a ball. We gonna have a fun time.
Judge Tooman unilaterally decided that none of these 3 public agencies were quote unquote able to do so, despite their representations to the contrary.
Sexiest chocolatey, what? Chocolatiest on YouTube? Yes, sir!
It's only if after all public agencies have been exhausted and all are unable and unwilling to accept the appointment that the court can then appoint a private attorney, such as Dan Webb and his firm. There is no exception in the statute for private attorneys.
Her talking is putting me to sleep. Well, let's talk about something else then. What you want to talk about? What you want to talk about? Anybody a Broncos fan? Because the Broncos go to the Super Bowl next year. I'm putting money on it. I'm putting money on the Broncos going to the Super Bowl next year.
I know they were supposed to be filing reports with Judge Tooman, I believe, every 3 months to show the taxpayers what their prosecution of Mr. Smollett is costing in tax, and I'd be curious to see that figure. I'm not sure what that is, but I would guess it's a substantial amount.
I couldn't find my flag. I got a Broncos flag. I ain't no bandwagon. I've been with my team since Kyle Orton. We've struggled. We suck. We had Tim Tebow for a season, then he washed out. He tried to go be a commentator. Then he went to go play for the Jaguars for 5 seconds. I was here for Peyton Manning. We had the bad season. We got blew out of the Super Bowl. Then we came back and we won one. Trevor Simmons. All these garbage ass quarterbacks. Drew Lock. Teddy Bitchwater. That wide receiver that was our quarterback. We suck. Now we got the prize. Now we got a quarterback. It's over with. Y'all dick ride Patrick Mahomes all day. We gonna show y'all what it is.
And the state's attorney's office as an agent of the people of the state of Illinois. Not only was this agreement agreed on between the parties, but it was actually executed and enforced.
I'm just so happy that the Broncos finally got a chance. We finally got a chance.
This isn't something
That's the truth. We have a chance now.
To be performed by either side.
Who is
this?
This
was actually executed by Mr. Smollett.
Miss Bliss, thank you for the 10 euros. Peer character jumping up and down saying #1 fan. Hey.
That after he satisfied them as to his community.
Wait, what? Steelers what? Steelers Super Bowl? You stupid. You sound how you look.
prosecute him.
Thank you for the 10, Ryan. For the algorithm, pink hat, ketchup belongs in the fridge. No, it doesn't. Ketchup tastes better from the pantry. Yes, it does. Pineapple goes on people. On people? No, they don't. Pineapple goes on pizza. No, it doesn't. Ban mayonnaise. No. You're out of your mind. You're out your line.
The statute that controls in that section 5/114.
Today is indeed a good day. I'm so close to 800. Come on, 800.
Allows the court to dismiss an indictment.
Why put ketchup in the pantry? Why not the fridge? Because cold tomato juice is nasty.
The defendant has received immunity from the prosecution for the offense charged. And indeed, Illinois
Green
courts
Bay,
have
fuck Green Bay.
consistently
If y'all,
dismissed
I
the
promise you,
section.
if Aaron Rodgers didn't sign back with y'all, he was coming to us.
Courts here analyze
We got the money. We got that mile high money.
Principles of contract law. So Mr. Smollett here performed his side, and he was entitled to the benefit of the bargain he made with the state's attorney's office on behalf of the state of Illinois, and that was violated.
I'm not even saying nothing about football from Atlanta. Yeah, you might well shut that up.
In fact, the state's attorney's
The
office,
Falcons,
they did perform their
you might
end
well
of the
just
bargain.
count your luck with that with that team is
Judge
them
Washington
Georgia
dismissed
Bulldogs
the
in the
dismissal
college.
and did what they had promised to do. And so at that point, the agreement was fully.
Oh, I'm at 800. I'm at 802. I'm at 200 more. Come on. I just need 200 more. I know. Come on.
No basis.
Come on, I know y'all like to see me dance.
To then re-prosecute
You know,
him
I got a little
by the
groove
same
with me.
principle,
I got a
which
little
is
groove
the
action
state
going.
law.
Feel me?
And there's
Chargers
a
to the
policy
Super Bowl. You out your
considerations
level
for
up
this,
fucking mind?
and the Starks
Chargers ain't going nowhere.
which is
Chargers gonna hit the wild card
PV
at
Starks
best and be
106
nothing.
ill second
Hate the
441,
Chargers.
1985. That's an Illinois Supreme Court case, and the Supreme Court in that case explained the significant policy considerations for this rule, and it's and I
Eagles
quote,
will. Eagles will do what?
"Prosecution must honor the terms of
Lose in the
agreement
fucking
made with
NFC East
defendants.
again?
To dispute the validity
And
of
have a
this
game
agreement surely
back
result in
from the
total
fucking Cowboys and
nullification
fuck
of the
that up
bargaining
too?
system between the prosecution and the defense. Therefore, this court believes that if the prosecution did make an agreement with the defendant, it must abide by its agreement in this case. And
All right, so look, I know everybody
one
complaining
narrow
that she's
line
still
of
talking, so I was
exception
just
applies,
starting
and
to talk about
that's
random shit.
In an event of a plea agreement,
Y'all want to talk about the
obviously
Don't Say Gay bill?
in this case, and Mr. Smollett's present case fits squarely within Starks. And his due process rights have been violated as a result of the instant indictment.
You a Cowboys
because
fan?
He was
Fuck
promised
Cowboys.
not to be hauled back into court, and that's exactly what happened here.
Just put a what?
Aside from having to face
What? Just put a
prosecution,
black
he
hanky on the
followed
judge's
and
head?
with that
Go
from
ahead.
the
Different Broncos
expense
rock?
and
Yes, sir. Different Broncos.
turmoil and the second prosecution has entailed.
So you know, I made a video about that
In
that
short,
Don't
Mr.
Say Gay
Smollett
bill.
relied on the
And I'll be
representation
honest,
by the Cook County
I'm
State's Attorney's
mad
Office.
at whoever
And
lied
at
to
the end of the
people
day,
and said that
the
that
deal
bill
is
was
a
called
deal.
the
The
Don't
state
Say
of
Gay
Illinois is
bill.
not exempt from that
And for anybody that's gonna sit there and say,
principle.
"Oh
And so
well,
we
it's
ask
not that. We just call it that."
the
Why are
case
you
should
calling
have
it
been
that?
dismissed on that basis.
And
Now, the next issue I'd like
better
to address
question.
is the double jeopardy. And we had briefed this before. The court's very familiar with our position on this, but just in brief to highlight a few of our points. The double jeopardy clause does not just prohibit double prosecutions, it also
What is that?
prohibits double punishment.
Thank you for the fire. Somebody married this woman. I can't listen to her anymore.
To
God
punish
bless him.
somebody
Tough.
for the same thing is a
Not
violation
only is
of
the word gay
Fifth
not
Amendment.
in that bill,
And here, Mr. Smollett was clearly punished in the prior
but I
criminal
agree with the
proceedings
bill.
by the imposition of a criminal penalty.
But I won't say why,
Certain
because I already
people
made a
may
video on it,
disagree
and you just gonna have to wait.
the
All you gotta
severity
know
of that punishment.
is damn,
They
y'all
may
are
not think
pathetic.
That was a just result, but it doesn't take away from the fact that he was criminally punished. And even the office of the special prosecutor at the outset of the case, when they filed the new indictment,
LA Rams, fuck
they
the LA
issued
Rams.
on
You know what?
February 20th,
Props to the LA
2020,
Rams. Matthew Stafford, he
something
deserved his
called
ring.
information
Matthew Stafford
release.
deserved the ring,
And
so I ain't
in
gonna
the
say fuck
information
him.
release,
I ain't gonna say
Dan
fuck the LA
Rams
Rams till next year.
acknowledged that Mr. Smollett had been punished during the prior criminal proceeding. And I quote him when I say that Mr. Webb stated that the only punishment for Mr. Smollett was to perform 15 hours
This
of
lawyer is talking
community
about double
service
jeopardy. Lady,
and
you missed out. This is
requiring
final
Mr. Smollett
jeopardy.
to forfeit his
It
$10,000
is.
bond as restitution to the city of Chicago. Those are Mr. Webb's words, not mine. And he said the only
Leon, the Broncos need to beef up their O&D lines. Then we'll talk about Super Bowl. You know what? That's true. We need to do a little something with the O-line. That's true.
And that's exactly what
But
the double jeopardy clause
that's what the draft for.
is
That's what the
meant
offseason
to
for.
prevent.
We can
Second
sign
guessing
pieces that can help that out.
one
Don't worry about that. We
discretion by
got
another
that.
prosecutor. And that's exactly what happened in this case.
Wally Streams, you mean the anti-grooming bill? It's not what it's called. Like all these nicknames y'all made for this shit. That's not what it's called. And I hate it because I honestly woke up and thought they made a bill that was called the Don't Say Gay bill. And I sat there and thought, if it's a bill where you literally can't say the word gay, this is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever seen. And whoever made it should be laughed out the building. But it's not. It's like the parents' infrastructure bill or some shit like that. Because I was reading, I ain't read the full thing. I was reading the bill this morning, and I was disappointed as fuck that it wasn't called the Don't Say Gay bill. Because that's a South Park episode right there. There's not a soul who can deny me that that is not a South Park episode. I feel that it needs to be a South Park episode now.
As fully as a former conviction or acquittal. He has been punished in the amount paid upon the settlement for the offense with which he was charged, and that should end the present action, according to the principle on which a former acquittal or conviction may be invoked to protect against
Fish
the
sticks?
second
Fish
punishment of
dicks?
the same offense.
Fish sticks? Fish
To hold
dicks?
otherwise would be to
I hate
sacrifice
that
a great
because
principle
it sounds
to
like
a
you
mere
saying
form of
fish dick.
procedure and to render settlements with the government delusive and useless. And for those reasons, the indictment against Mr. Smollett should have been dismissed for violation of the double jeopardy clause. And so, again, here we are at...
I got 880. I'm almost at 900. Come on, man. I'm almost at 900. I am almost at 900.
That permeated these proceedings, and
I am almost at 900. Come on. I know y'all want to see me do a dance.
Respectfully, Your Honor does not have
I
jurisdiction.
know y'all want to see me get freaky. I know it. Not freaky as in freaky, but freaky as in dancing.
Now, the second category of errors I'm going to discuss are trial-related errors. And these errors began from
Kanye's
the
been
outset of the
canceled.
trial, beginning with jury selection.
Who
and they went
cares?
all the way through closing arguments and
Oh wow,
even
a rich
jury
celebrity was
deliberations.
canceled. Their bank account will never
Again, I'm
recover.
not gonna go
Oh
through
God. Oh God.
14
Oh.
of the errors that we outlined in our papers, but I will highlight some of the critical ones that violated Mr. Smollett's constitutional rights.
I got 900. I only need a few more. Come on.
Everyone can agree that this
Come on,
was the
let
most
me have a moment in time where I could just like be gracious and thankful. I'm already thankful because this is the most people I've ever had in a stream.
presumption of Mr. Smollett's guilt.
This is hands down the most people I've ever had in a stream. So I'm giddy. I'm happy. I'm happy people show support. I got people donating left and right. I wonder if Amanda Seals from The View with her low-key noble comment will have more bad takes after the sentence of Smugglenuts. Thank you for the 10, and she better not.
On various networks, and he made blatantly false allegations of what the evidence in this case was. And there were three in particular, and these issues were
Jesus
never
Christ, bro,
raised
she's still talking. Yeah,
at
she's
trial
still,
because
look,
that's just not
I'm
what the
annoyed
evidence
she's still
was.
talking too, but it's a process
And
they gotta go
Jussie
through.
went on TV and he said,
It just is. It's a process they gotta go through.
Because he was dissatisfied with his salary on Empire. That was completely a false assertion. That there was zero
Like,
evidence
you-
of that whatsoever.
You could be mad that
But
she's
he
still
went out there
talking,
and
but
said that and put that in
let them
the
do their process.
judicial
Let them do their thing. Let them do their
He
time,
also
all
said
that.
Mr. Smollett
Because
sent
it
himself the letter.
there's never a thing where
Mr.
it's
Smollett
infinitely
fully
just,
cooperated.
oh,
He gave his
walk in,
DNA,
everybody
he
sit
gave his
down,
fingerprints
guilty, here's
to
your
the
punishment, get
FBI,
out.
Not to CPD, but he did that to the FBI, and there was no connection between him and the letter. That didn't prevent Eddie Johnson from going out there well before this case ever got to trial and tainting the jury pool with that false assertion. He also said that Mr. Smollett paid the brothers $3,500.
Hit the
for
like
the
button
attack.
too.
And it was the brothers' own attorneys
I
who
sound,
went on TV
I sound like a
and
big
said,
streamer.
"No,
Hit
this is
the like
actually
button too.
As corroborated
You know what I'm
with a
saying?
lot of text messages between Jussie
With that
and Abu Mullah
goofball,
scenario. He had
what his
hired
name
Abu
is,
Mullah
Hassan,
as his
what that
trainer,
goofball
and
be
that's
doing,
what
he just be
$3,500
walking away with his fucking chair just like that. He just be
Now,
like that. You know what I'm
based
saying?
on this overwhelming presumption of guilt in this case, it was critical that jury selection be fair so that Mr. Smollett would receive a fair
Get on
trial.
Jump King.
That was
I
even
need
possible.
to, but I've been
But
busy.
there were fundamental fundamental errors
I know I
in that
keep
process.
promising I'm a stream, but I be busy.
First, the court
I be making videos.
Sixth Amendment rights by preventing the defense from actively participating in the voir dire process. The defense sought to directly question the veneer, but the court
Leon,
denied
are you
that
eating a
request.
Subway sandwich? Yes,
Although
I
the
am
court
actually.
asked the parties and took
I am actually.
questions from both sides
I'm
as
eating the
to
remnants of my Subway sandwich.
certain questions that should be asked of the potential jurors, Your Honor didn't ask all of the questions that the defense requested. By refusing to allow the defense to meaningfully participate in the voir dire process, the court prejudiced the defendant's ability to discover those members of the potential panel with biases and or potential prejudices
Leon, would you
against
take
Mr. Smollett, violating
3,500 to fake beat up Smugglenuts like the brothers? No.
Although the court repeatedly stated
Because you know what?
that you didn't want to treat this case
It's not worth it.
any different than other cases, this was an abuse
I'm
of
not
discretion
interested in
this
it.
case
I'm not really
because
for it.
of the
None of that.
prejudicial pretrial publicity, which could not be ignored.
Time to go make snacks. I guess we're not there yet. Yeah, we're not there yet. It really kind of just started, if you really think about it. Because Smugglenuts showed up late. He wanted he wanted to make sure that his 92-year-old mother or grandmother was there to watch this all play out.
Overwhelming presumption of guilt. We think it's a very different process when the court asks questions and when we as attorneys get to ask the right follow-up, you know, in real time without
Is
having
that a
to
Black
wait
Forest
for
ham
certain
sandwich? No,
questions the court
it
asked, and this
is
was,
undoubtedly,
Rosemary
indubitably,
where the court
an
cut off
Italian
the answers.
BMT, the best sandwich next to a BLT.
For example, you wanted me to ask the veneer, what kind of animal would you like to be if you had to be an animal? Or Superman or Batman, what do you prefer? Did you really think I was supposed to ask a veneer when I'm choosing a jury in a criminal case, those kind of questions?
We identified certain questions in our
Well,
motion that we think
the
that
sandwich
there were
gone.
more questions
I ate it all.
that were critical, not the ones Your Honor just mentioned, but there were important.
That was part of the pool of questions I
No more sandwich.
But there were important questions that were not asked, and the more significant factor is we should have been allowed to question the veneer in this case. Again, I'm not saying in every case. I respect that Your Honor doesn't do that in a lot of other cases. However,
What wig
this
is the
case
judge wearing?
obviously unique. Mr.
Yeah, that
Smollett,
Buddy's hair does not look good.
for him, has not been
Buddy's
treated
hair is
fairly
not in his
without
best
charges
interest
of
right
class
now,
4
if I'm
felons.
being
He's
so
been
honest.
disadvantaged at every turn, and his jury
I pick
selection
a jury
was-
in this case the same way I pick a jury in a murder case. I do the questions, I ask the lawyers for input, tell me what questions you want me to ask, I vet them.
What is a
and I'm
BMT?
happy to,
I don't
ask
really know.
questions that are relevant and helpful.
I just looked at it on the menu and said,
The only point I'm trying
make
to
me
make is
that, please.
I absolutely
And they made it,
treated him the same
and I
as
paid
everybody
for it,
else.
and I ate it, and
I
it's really good.
distinguish him from a class
Let's
4
see if I can make this in the garbage can, ladies and gentlemen.
from a person accused of murder.
I missed.
I think Your Honor,
But it's
that-
okay.
that's the problem here. A regular murder defendant doesn't walk into court with a presumption of guilt. Mr. Smollett did. There is a presumption of innocence that
All right.
was non-existent in this case, and that was
Pig
due
hat,
in
pig hat,
large
pig hat,
part
pig hat.
to, as I said,
I don't see it say
the
1,000.
former police superintendent held a press
It don't say
conference
1,000 on my
regarding
screen. It say
immediate-
989.
The mayor spoke out on this case. Even Judge Tooman,
Y'all saying
in his
1,000,
order,
1,000. I don't see
before a
1,000.
single piece of
I
evidence
dead ass
was
see
found,
989.
Judge Tooman, he convicted Mr. Smollett in his order. He talked about what a charade.
Man, y'all lie to me. Y'all just want to see me dance,
He
man.
made findings, and Judge Tooman should have been recused. We actually filed a motion for him to
Refresh.
recuse
I can't
himself
refresh. This is
because
supposed to
based on the
automatically
face of the
refresh. What
order, it's
happened?
clear that he harbored
Oh, it's
bias against
1,000!
Mr. Smollett and was convinced
I'm going
of
to
his
get the hat.
guilt when he was not ruling on a motion that involved there was no factual dispute before him. There was no evidence presented to him, and he nonetheless took it upon himself to make improper factual findings. Which evidence
Ah, how y'all doing? I got the avocado
he
too.
let us intervene in those proceedings. To consider our motion for refusal and consider our motion for consideration of the order of the special prosecutor, and all of that was there. But to Your Honor's point, the reason I think Your Honor should have treated this case differently is for all the reasons I stated, which is he does not sit and he did not come before
Man.
the same as other defendants with a presumption of innocence.
Oh,
which is
fuck
what
it.
he is afforded.
Oh, it went back down to 900. It went back down to 900.
Presumption of
Oh,
guilt
man.
the way Mr. Smollett faced, and it was
Oh, man.
it deprived him of a fair trial, and the court should have taken precautionary measures during jury selection.
I just
There
want to
should have
say,
been more leeway
thank you
in this
guys.
particular case.
Thanks
We
for the
made that
1,000.
request, and with all
I
the
ain't never had that
evidence
before.
for the
I ain't never had
court to
1,000
deny
people
our
watch my stream.
participation in the
Granted, I don't really stream that much anyway, but even when I do, I'd maybe get like 300 people, and then the rest of it will come after the fact. I ain't never had like no joke. I ain't never had I ain't never had like 1,000 viewers on a live stream. So thank y'all. Gracias.
Pretty much her entire immediate
Arigato gozaimasu.
or former law enforcement. And there had been no follow-up to ascertain the fact as to whether Ms. Mazzola may have a family member who was actually involved in the investigation of Mr. Smollett or any of the facts surrounding his case.
I'm sick. It went back down to 995. Y'all knew what y'all was here for. Y'all knew what y'all wanted to see from me. Y'all wanted to see me. You know? Can you sing the cops theme song? What it is? Bad boys, what you want? What you gonna do? Something else. Something for you.
Questions to make sure that she is unbiased and that she did have no personal.
Oh man.
And in fact, several times.
Shiba Dog clapping his ass. Who is Shiba Dog?
Your Honor interrupted her.
Who the hell is Shiba Dog?
Know what she was intending to tell the court and the parties, and for all those reasons, we think that the jury selection process, and the other reasons obviously outlined in our motions, was flawed, and that a new trial.
Susan finna hit you with copyright? She really can't, because I'm making this transformative. It'd be different if I was just sitting here like saying nothing, doing nothing. But I've actually like talked throughout this.
Which we believe were improperly used to remove jurors based on their race and sexual orientation. Now, I'm not going to detail each of the peremptory challenges that we've outlined in our papers.
Oh man. I thank everybody who made that possible. Who made like that 1,000 possible. I thank y'all. That was needed. It's a good day. This is a great day. I didn't even realize I like pinned a comment. This shit says Jussie looks horrible. Oh my god. Why are y'all so mean?
I'm next going to address
send me your hat. Never. I got this hat from a parade. I snatched it out the air. I saw a bunch of women going for it, and I snatched it, and it's mine now. It ain't never leaving my side again.
Now, Mr. Smollett does not know Mr. Moore does not know Mr. Smollett personally. He was a completely independent witness.
This is a good day. Oh wait, and I got 1,000 likes. Oh!
Mr. Moore,
I just realized I got 1,000 likes. I got 1,000 views and 1,000 likes. That's math.
February 2nd, 2019.
Would they say mathematical?
27, 2019 at Area Station. On each of these occasions, Mr. Moore unequivocally
She's very loquacious. I like that word, loquacious.
He saw two men
She's
running
loquacious.
the area where the attack occurred. He said he flashed his flashlight on the first man's face, and he saw a white male.
I only see 799 likes. I see 1,000.
Mr. Moore could not see the
I hope YouTube ain't butt fucking me.
And Mr.
Don't you
Moore
booty touch me, YouTube.
Consistent with his repeated description.
Cause I'm gonna refresh this again.
Any doubt as to what he saw. In fact,
oh sure you did. Good for you. Hey, fuck you. I see this shit on my screen. Who is this? 50 from 5 Ass Monkey. Congrats on 1,000 live, man. More people need to know about you. Thank you.
This description of a white male wearing a ski mask was exactly what Mr.
If all the people that loom around in my Discord, if you in here and you just see me dance, I better see a clip in that Discord. I better see a clip in that Discord.
Mr. Smollett was truthful in his account of what he saw that night. Now, a year later, on January 29th, 2020, prosecutors from the Office of the Special Prosecutor met with Mr. Moore for a lengthy period of time, and they chose not to video record this interview. At trial,
You know, I wonder how many dislikes I got, honestly. I wonder how many dislikes I got. I can't tell because YouTube decided they wanted to care about me, a person of color, somebody who actually needs help in traversing this YouTube space.
Mr. Moore testified at trial that he felt quote-unquote pressured and threatened to say he saw something he didn't see. And
Oh, man.
exhausted after hours of telling
You
prosecutors
secretly Eddie Murphy's son?
something they did not
Go
know.
away. This motherfucker say I'm Eddie Murphy's son and sit there and say I look like Will Smith. And I'm not one of the people that's like, oh, you're so nice. I genuinely ask people, how the fuck do you see that? How do you look at me and you see that?
absolutely no
I be drastically confused as to how people see me. They look at me and they think, "Oh my God, you look like Brad Pitt. You're Eddie Murphy's son."
Showing him their version of the evidence and trying to scare him that he would be committing perjury.
I have five. I got four.
Consistent with his own independent memory of
Y'all can see my dislikes. Y'all can see my dislikes, but I can't.
Constitutes egregious
My Google survey savings? Oh, not the Google survey savings. But people need those, man. Send him down for 5 years. Okay, for those of you who don't know, he's facing 3 years. He's facing a potential 3 years in the slammer.
They actually tried to obtain false incriminating evidence against Mr. Smollett.
What's this? Thank you for the 5. Oh, it's not showing up. I wouldn't mind listening to her, to what she says if she had your charisma. See, but everybody ain't got my charisma. Everybody ain't got the skill. I shook my camera. Oh God. Oh God. Stop moving. Everybody ain't got my charisma.
And this flagrant
You know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't got the skill to pay the bill like I do.
Now, the OSP's argument on this issue is really, it's the adage, the best defense is a good offense. They claim in their papers
my personality is Eddie Murphy like. How?
And, quote,
I mean, I did just recently watch Eddie Murphy's comedy special called Raw, which is on Netflix finally after all this fucking time.
This is belied by the undisputed
Put
record,
mustard on
which is
pizza.
that Mr. Moore
You
gave police
go to hell.
consistent accounts of what he saw, which is a white man wearing a ski
I wonder.
mask on multiple
YouTuber,
occasions close in
return
time to
YouTube dislike browser extension. Oh, I guess that's what it is.
The office of the special prosecutor presumes
Only 5 dislikes. I got 5 dislikes compared to 1,000 likes. You know what that means? Suck it. Y'all can hate on me all you want. You can not like me all you want. But I'm here to stay. Yay, yay.
On his exculpatory statements to police. We only interviewed Mr. Moore for the first time on Friday, December 3rd, just days before he gave his testimony.
Do you play Animal Crossing? If so, I'd love to see your island. I don't, because I don't like Animal Crossing, but my girlfriend plays it, and I bought it for her when I bought us a Switch.
Even putting on a defense case, we knew he had always consistently
Raw was
said
from the
he
80s.
saw
I think it
a
was
white
from the
man.
80s.
So that's why he was on our witness list. And it was, the decision was made mid-trial that we did want to in fact pursue calling him
5
as a
fruity
defense
booties?
witness.
What?
And we
Oh
spoke to
God,
him
no,
briefly.
not
We
fruity
interviewed him
booties.
to see why he changed his statement, because it had been very clear that he consistently
Read my
said one
super
thing,
chat. Where's your super
and then a
chat?
year later, after
My
meeting
bad if
with
I
the
missed
special
it. Wait a minute.
prosecutors, changed
Where's your
his
super chat?
story a little bit. He was careful in how he did it. He didn't say, I'm wrong, but he said, I may have been mistaken.
Where's your super chat?
He wanted to be truthful. And
I don't see the super chat.
special prosecutors now say, oh,
What'd you
this
say?
was perjury, and they suborned, the defense suborned
Super
perjury.
chat. Actually, you might need to thank YouTube as well. I think I was 998 or 999 with YouTube auto directing me here, which is fine. I'm subscribing. I love you. Hey, yeah.
Not only would they have
Chris, and it looks like you got a Panthers logo mixed with the Panther from Jungle Book.
Actually, that's not
I
what
hate
happened.
Jungle
They
Book,
didn't do either
and
of
I hate
those
the
things.
Panthers.
And of course, they could have charged him with perjury.
Towards the Subway sandwich, don't go along, it's dangerous out there. It is, especially in the cold, cold, negative 20-degree weather. I don't know what's out there. The abominable snowman, a crow, a Pikachu. Oh, it's a dangerous world out there.
Is required on that basis. And unfortunately, this isn't limited to Mr. Moore. Shortly after,
Do you still have a Twitter? Nope.
For the second
I don't.
grand jury, when the special prosecutor's office convened the special grand jury to proceed on the second indictment against Mr. Smollett, they had at that time our papers that we had submitted to Judge Tooman asking him to reconsider the order granting a special prosecutor. And what we had done is detail the evidence, the favorable evidence showing that Mr. Smollett was not guilty. And the OSP went to every single favorable defense witness. They didn't call any of them.
Twitter is cancer. I think every social media platform has that little disease in it. You know?
What they did is they went to each of them.
You think?
And every
You're certain?
favorable witness somehow changed their account and submitted.
Great,
a
now I can't
statement
unhear Eddie Murphy.
consistent
Oh,
with
fuck you.
the state's
I ain't Eddie
theory,
Murphy.
that was not their original statements 1 year prior.
And I'll be honest, I know it says like 980 right now, and it's probably gonna dip a little later, but I don't care. I got 1,000 views. I got 1,000 live views at one point. Can't nobody tell me anything. Can't nobody tell me nothing. I had it. I had it. It's documented. I'm pretty sure somebody gonna clip me dancing. It's all fine. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna do a little dance after the fact. Like when all is over, I'm gonna do another dance.
There were 2 witnesses actually who had said this. There was an independent taxi driver who said one of the brothers was texting during the
Nah,
trial,
no,
and
that's
separately
fine.
the
I'm
Legbe,
fine with that.
who said one of the
Because we
brothers
had
was
our
on the
moment.
phone.
We had our luxurious moment
Of
together
course,
as a
after we
community.
said that in our papers, OSP
I know that ain't who I
talked to
think it
David
is.
Legbe and got
I know that ain't who I
him
think it
to
is.
say he may have
It is
been
Camelot.
the
My
phones
dog.
because it was
My dog,
inconsistent with
Camelot.
their theory of the case.
I got my PS5 controllers, pimp. I got my PS5 controllers, pimp. We living like that. We living like that, pimp. Fuck GameStop around here.
Say he could have been rehearsing his acting lines for
And
that
guess what?
evening.
I got 2 more that's unopened.
Fuck
a GameStop.
Something that would have to be rehearsed out.
Fuck a GameStop.
But separate from that, Mr. Legbe said that halfway through the drive, they changed the destination.
Yeah, I love your content. I see one that says, Neon, this is the first time me catching you live. This is the first time I've been live on this channel. This is the first time this year I've been live. And what a special occasion.
To us, that was something we learned for the first
What a
time
special
actually at this
occasion.
trial, and Mr. Legbe testified.
Investing PS5 controller. Yes, sir, because I got a
We think there were
PS5.
significant issues with the way the OSP
How long is this? It's probably going to be pretty long. I can't lie to you. I think it's really going to be long. And the only reason I say that is because they got to go through all their process of this long-ass speech. I'm pretty sure, like, the prosecution side going to have a long-ass speech, too.
I suppose some of these witnesses, for inexplicable reasons, were
And
just
I
not
think
available
I
to be
think
able
this
to
woman
defense
is trying to
their
talk around, like, all the inconsistencies of the prosecution.
So we think certainly a new trial is warranted based on all of these.
Where's
errors,
Jussie?
but
Jussie on, like, the
particularly
side
on
over there.
Mr. Moore
Like, you see
and
the
his
people
statement at trial
behind the
was
woman.
threatened and pressured
Jussie's, like, over there at that
by
table you
OSP
can barely
to
see
give
with
his
that red
truthful
chair that
testimony,
nobody's
which
sitting
was
in.
exculpatory for Mr. Smollett. Next, I'd like to address the burden shifting.
Oh, bitch, wrap it up, please. We are tired. It's been 3 years.
As the court well knows, it's
No, she, I
entirely
ain't gonna lie, she had to drink her water.
burden
Like
of
Young
proof.
Ripper. Hydrate, everybody.
And it's reversible error to try to shift this
Everybody
burden
gotta hydrate.
to the defense at any point during the trial.
More like Charlie Murphy. Man, fuck you.
And this
How about
happened
none
first
of the
during
Murphys?
questioning
How
of
about
Detective
me?
Thies,
How about Ruin
then
Leon,
during the
huh?
questioning of
Huh?
Abdullah Asandario, and again in the state's rebuttal argument, which was the
Take
final
away her
word the
water?
jury heard from any
I'm not gonna say take away her water because
deliberations.
talking this long and having to read all that, yeah, I would have to drink water too. I can't really sit here and act as if, oh, she's drinking water. How dare she do that?
U.S. 610, 1976 case, which holds that it is a deprivation
Tell
of due
Eddie I
process
said hi.
to allow
Fuck
an
y'all.
arrested person's silence after that person has been
I kick all y'all in
and
y'all
advised
skulls.
of his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent, to then use that
Oh,
silence
man,
against
it's,
them at trial to create an inference
My
of guilt.
video's supposed to drop in an hour.
What the OSP did here on 3 separate
I don't know if I
occasions.
should double upload. I don't want double
Now,
upload.
in its opposition papers, the OSP tries to argue that
I don't want
questions
double
to
upload.
Detective Thies and to Abimbola Asandario relate to a text message sent
Oh,
on
good
February
Lord, what is
14,
this?
2019.
100 NOK. I don't even know what that is. Hippo character spins around in his chair, arms flung up in the air.
To the text message, or even to the time period prior to Mr. Smollett's arrest. For example, in
Eddie
questioning
Murphy, more like
Detective
Aaron
Thies,
Yeager. Yeah, you see it? You see that poster in the background? Aaron Yeager.
make a statement that they, referring to the Asandario brothers, did
What is it?
nothing wrong and never would. Answer
Do
no.
a split screen to throw a game on. I'm not streaming on like my Elgato.
Has he ever
Like if I fucking have, if I
this
turn a
behind
game on,
that
this
you
shit
are
gonna
aware of?
crash everything.
Answer no. This questioning
Well, look, y'all wanna see me more?
Isn't necessarily
Y'all wanna get a better look at
Mr.
me?
Smollett's post-arrest-
That's y'all want it?
post-arrest
That's y'all want to see?
silence. Furthermore, Illinois law
Yeah.
actually goes a step further by holding that it's impermissible to impeach a defendant with his or her
PS5 me,
post-arrest
PS5 me,
silence,
please.
regardless
Like
of whether
fuck,
the silence
PS5 me,
occurred
please.
before
Don't
or
worry
after
about it.
the
You ain't got a
defendant
PS5
was
me.
Miranda
I got
In its
mine.
opposition papers, the OSP argues that the
I-
defense did not object to
I
this line
got
of questioning.
mine.
However, the OSP
I got mine.
constitutional
I got 9.
Similarly, during the direct examination of
I'm not gonna lie, you look more approachable than this woman. Yeah, thank you.
whether Mr. Smollett ever made a statement to the public where he admitted that the hate crime was a hoax. The defense did object to this question, and the court sustained the objection.
What is it? Yes, and then you pink hat. I missed the one I lost years ago. I need to find a new one. Well, look, go to a parade in New Orleans and wait for one of the main parades and wait for them to throw a bunch of random shit in the air. And if you see one of these, you might actually be like, hey.
Statements to the public somehow makes Doyle inapplicable. This argument is frankly ridiculous.
Jussie Tupac. Remember when this dude sat there and like, remember when this dude sat there and called himself the gay Tupac? Like, people really sat there and was like, yay! Like, no, you don't say that. You're not allowed to say that.
On Mr. Smollett's failure to tell the police or the public that the Osundario brothers did nothing wrong, or to quote unquote come clean. The OSP violated Mr. Smollett's due process rights.
This is my country.
By improperly trying to shift the burden of proof to him.
Wait, what? What does this say?
The OSP engaged
Leon would have made a better defense attorney. I'm not a lawyer.
Which is particularly
I love you, Rugrats shirt. Thank you. I mean, it's not the Rugrats shirt, but you know.
During rebuttal, Mr. Mendenhall stated, quote,
y'all want me to go put on the Rugrats shirt? Is that it? Oh, should I be like one of these streamers? Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to like put on my Rugrats shirt. Ain't that what Twitch streamers say when they want people to like see them do stuff? Put a 1 in the chat if you want to see me do a strip tease. No, please.
There was a lot of missing data.
Why did I say that?
But that's the prerogative of the defense to argue. Again, it's the state's burden. They put on a lot of surveillance video and they suggested to the jury that they had a complete
motherfucker put a 69.
From the
Fuck
beginning
you.
of the night to the end of the night, and the jury had to be
Oh, they
told that there
putting
were
up
that these were
ones.
pieced together, but there was a lot of missing footage.
Y'all really about to make me get up and go get this shirt? Really?
However, it was not proper.
I gotta go in a whole nother room to go get that shirt, man. Y'all serious?
And ask for the defense to produce the
Are y'all really serious?
footage, which is simply again.
Hey yo, congrats on your play-by. Yeah, that's also a thing. Cause you know, when people sit there and they tell you all this dumb shit about how it takes you 4 to 10 years to succeed on YouTube, don't listen to them. Listen to me. It don't. You just gotta be consistent. You gotta be interesting. You gotta have some charisma. Whatever you want to do, as long as it's consensual within YouTube guidelines, do it and keep doing it and have fun with it, and you can get one. It really don't take 4 to 10 years for this. And anybody who says that, it's gonna take them 20 years to actually have any modicum of success. And that's my shit talking.
That defendant had a burden to introduce evidence. Objection to it was overruled by the trial judge. This was error. And again, it was
don't change the subject. No, all right, I'm gonna get the shirt.
And for your honor to overrule that objection, but we'd ask that a new trial be granted on that basis. And I'm going to turn lastly to the accomplice instruction. The court in this case committed reversible error when it refused to provide Illinois pattern jury instruction number 3.17 entitled Testimony of an Accomplice with regard to the Osundario brothers' testimony as requested by the defense. Pattern instruction 3.17 provides, quote, when a witness says he was involved in the commission of a crime with the defendant, the testimony of that witness is subject to suspicion and should be considered by you with caution. It should be carefully examined in light of the other evidence in this case. Now, despite the title, the instruction is officially charged as an accomplice. Rather, Illinois courts have held that the defendant is entitled to
What is this? Oh, this is perfect. This is just in time, too. Hold on. What did it say? Super chat, thank you for the $20. Rugrats shirt. 1.
At the scene of the crime and could have been indicted either on principle or under a theory of accountability.
What she said? What she said? Lastly, oh, it's almost over.
Here, both of those circumstances are present.
All right, I guess because I stepped away for like a second, and apparently she said lastly, so it might be almost over.
The brothers were initially arrested because the CPD had not only probable.
We want skin. No, you don't get skin. Here's the skin right here. Here's your skin. There go the skin.
Since then, in statements to the
there go your skin right there.
Sworn statements to the grand jury in a trial, the Osundario brothers admitted to doing everything Mr. Smollett told CPD they did. confront him on the street, yell racial and homophobic slurs at him, punch him, kick him, pour bleach
I'm gonna put it back on the. I'm gonna put it back to where y'all can see the full screen. All right.
For their own self-serving statements and testimony that they did all of the
Show the
above
weight.
acts
Show the
Mr.
hat.
Smollett's
What hat?
behest,
This hat?
They would have been charged
This
with a
Gothic's hat.
or at least a battery
The
against Mr.
problematic.
Smalls.
It says problematic.
Because the
This
Oscar
Gothic's
brothers
hat.
could have been the persons responsible for
I don't
the
have a
crime,
link.
Mr.
I'm not
Smollett
sponsored.
Pattern instruction 3.17 should have been given to the jury. Furthermore, assuming for the sake of argument,
My polo.
that
You mean my
Oscar
hoodie?
brothers were in fact
I couldn't tell because everybody seems like they hated that hoodie. Everybody's like, cool message, bad hoodie. And I was like, what? Fuck y'all.
conspirators or
Y'all
accomplices
suck.
for their admitted participation in the attack on Mr. Smollett is because of their
Raise the
self-serving
volume?
statements
Okay.
that they didn't
I'm about
know
to.
that Mr. Smollett would report the attack.
The only
to
I
police.
turned it down because people was like, my ears, my ears, my ears.
Staged attack
I'ma turn it up a
solely
little
for
bit.
the media's benefit, taking the absurd position that somehow a heinous crime against a high-profile celebrity, which was supposed to be caught on camera, would not result in a police investigation. Because the
What's this?
Oscar brothers admitted
$9 for the shirt. Oh, thank you, Helva. Oh, thank you for the $9.99 just for the shirt. This is what you came in for? You came in for the little Nickelodeon representation?
Now, the Owens
I'm happy I could oblige.
Well, Your Honor, they could have been charged with filing a false conspiracy to file a false police report. They
Gothic
could
is awesome.
have
Gothic is awesome.
had-
Yeah, Gothic is awesome. The fuck?
Your Honor, if you there's so much law out there that
How quiet would be?
you
Wait,
can
wait,
file
wait, wait,
a
wait. Time out. What do you say?
probable cause to charge them with being an accomplice to Mr. Smollett. Had they not participated, there would be no. You can't file a so-called false police report if there had been no attack. So clearly they were accomplices. Clearly they were co-conspirators. Now they weren't charged because they took.
Did she
the
just
convenient
fuck up
position.
Jussie?
We knew everything until the final step.
Cause she's
which,
sitting there
you know,
saying,
was
"Oh, if they
convenient
weren't
and
there, then there's no
obviously in
attack."
any other case, if there were
So
other
you just fucked
witnesses,
him up.
I guarantee the brothers would have been charged. The only reason
Because they
weren't
did
charged in
this,
case
they admitted they
was
did it.
because the police needed
So
them
you saying if
to
they
prosecute
weren't
Mr.
there, I
Smollett.
don't know.
Without them, there was no case against Mr. Smollett because, as the court saw, there is not a single piece of independent evidence that shows that Mr. Smollett perpetrated a hoax, planned a hoax, or anything else. The only connection, and keep in mind, they subpoenaed or they got a search warrant for 1 entire year of Mr. Smollett's cell phone data, location, text, voicemails, all sorts of communications. They couldn't find one thing that supported the fact that Mr. Smollett planned this. All they had was the brothers saying, after they got caught, after they were in custody for 47 hours, after they had been consulting with an attorney who was speaking to both of them, after that attorney showed them his Good Morning America video while they were in custody and they heard every single thing Mr. Smollett was saying, they conveniently turned around and said, "Oh yeah, you're right, we did do this, but it's because Mr. Smollett asked us to."
What about
And
the
it was
check
their
though?
attorney
What about them
who
getting
said
paid with a
she
check?
didn't say she gave a radio interview. She didn't say they came clean. She said, "I pieced together what happened. I looked at the timeline. I looked at the CPD's evidence, and I put together a timeline of what happened in this case." And it's our belief that that story was spoon-fed to the
Sup,
brothers,
Hubert?
that that's the
And I
story
just
that
saw you
they
say
gave
sup,
police,
Leon.
which
Sup,
allowed them to
Hubert?
be released from custody, uncharged.
Not the
They became
brothers,
star
not the
witnesses,
brothers.
And they've
They're
tried
working out
to
for the brothers.
capitalize on this whole regrettable incident. So we had cited the court to People v.
Wait, what's
Carry
this?
On, and that's 162 Ill Act 3rd.
Did I catch
990,
Gothics on
1987.
Tim Cat's IRL? No, I
And
didn't.
that's one
But
of
I
the
heard
cases
she
we
finally got
cited
on
in
Tim
which the trial
Cat.
court's
I was
refusal
happy
to
for
give
it.
such an instruction constituted prejudicial
What is this?
error
This week
requiring a
on
new
that
trial.
bullshit is always good. This week
Now, in their
on
papers,
that
the OSP
bullshit.
doesn't
I need to
address
bring
or
that back.
distinguish this case
I should have
because
brought
there
it
really
back
is
for the
no
fucking Don't Say Gay
distinguishing
bill, but
factor.
I
And that
didn't.
case is
I got because I didn't even think of it.
In that case, the court held that the trial court erred by refusing to give a cautionary accomplice witness instruction with regard to Amaya's
Hi, Leon.
testimony
Hi, everybody.
for the
Hi, all the
following
people that
reasons.
are just
And I
joining
quote,
or have been here the entire time.
Amaya
Hey,
disclosed that
how
he
you
was
doing?
with the defendant before,
How's your day
during, and
going?
after the shootings.
How's your
Notwithstanding
day
his
going?
profession of-
Your day going good?
Notwithstanding
Your day
his
going great?
profession of innocence
You at work?
based on his
You
alleged
got
fear
fired?
of the
You got
defendant,
expelled from school?
we
What's
believe
up?
probable cause
What's going on?
existed to indict
How you doing?
Amaya for the offenses,
How you feeling?
particularly when one considers that when he was that when he was initially taken into custody for questioning, he possessed money linking him to the crime. And in that case, the appellate court held that it could
like your vids from the UK. I got a lot of overseas viewers, which I didn't expect.
Especially in light of
I don't know how the
fact that
algorithm works to
testimony
show
was the only
like
direct
videos from
evidence
another country.
implicating Carrion. And
Working
it's the
but
same
watching.
reason
Nice.
why giving this instruction was critical in
Thank
this
you,
case,
Lulu, for the
where
5.
evidence
She's saying that the
against
only
Mr.
reason
Smollett
Jesse's getting charged was because of
far
the
from
testimony.
overwhelming.
A testimony under oath. I don't get it.
The
I also
police
don't get it.
department put on a long narrative, a lot of surveillance footage, but all that evidence
New phone,
was
who this?
consistent with Mr.
Oh,
Smollett's
fuck you, Risky.
testimony of his actions. He never denied seeing the brothers on the occasions where they went to
Frozen,
great
thank
lengths
you
to
for the
show, oh, on the
$4.99 out
25th,
here
he drove to
seeing what
the
happens to
brothers'
Smollett
apartment.
plus
He did
support
that.
the sexist black man. Or you did.
On the 27th, he, met with the brothers. These are not things that were disputed. So that's not overwhelming evidence of his guilt. There were different interpretations of what that evidence actually meant.
What does it
And
say?
the
Trump
only
2024,
direct
Trump
evidence
2024, gas
implicating
$3
Mr.
a gallon.
Smollett was what the
2024.
Osundario
I
brothers
you know what?
said. And it was
Gas $3 a gallon in 2024. I need that. Because all this $6 and $7 of gas, that ain't it. And listen, and I'm gonna bring myself back up big wise to say this.
In a case where
I'm gonna actually turn this down because I want to make a point. I'm gonna turn it down for a minute. If you are somebody who doesn't have a fucking car, you don't have any mode of transportation, you don't get to say anything about people complaining about gas prices. Shut your ass up and start fucking walking. Okay? All right, now back to the live stream.
And
I just had to get that off my
for
chest.
all of that, it was really their own testimony that's the only direct evidence implicating Mr. Smollett. So under the circumstances of this case, the court should have instructed them that their testimony should have been cautiously scrutinized by the jury.
I'll take a mean tweet and $2.60
And
gallon of
provide
gas.
this instruction
Yes,
under
I'll
the
take a mean
circumstances of this
tweet
case
any day of
was
the
not
week
harmless and
if it
constitutional
correlates to
disorder.
less money for gas. Any day of the
In
week.
conclusion, I'd just like to say that although we believe
Read
each
super
of
chat.
the
What?
13
I
errors
can't.
outlined in our
Fuck. What
papers
super chat? What super chat? What super chat I missed?
independently error, and that each warrants the granting of a new trial. Even if the
Blood
court is
token
not
$10. Hello,
persuaded
Mr. Sexy Beer
that
Man. It
any
brings me
one
a
of
smile to
these
see your
errors
vids. Well, thank
warrants a
you.
new trial,
You were
we
supposed to
believe
get a
that the
vid
totality
today,
of
but
trial
you know,
errors
something
undoubtedly
else
affected
popped
the
up. You know what I'm saying?
And the cumulative error
I'm not
certainly
reading that
warrants a
thing
new
about
trial.
Smollett in the chair.
And there's ample authority supporting the grant of a new trial. in
Oh yeah,
such
Leon
cases.
knows about Tim
And
Kaz.
I'll
I
just
want to
cite
see
the
him
court
on
to
it.
People v. Lechtrich, and that's
That
413-0172.
correlates to the
It's a
same thing I
1952
said
case
like
where the
an
Illinois
hour
Supreme
ago
Court reversed the
about
defendant's murder
like
conviction
being
and death
on like
sentence.
somebody else's show
In
or
that case, there
podcast
were a
today
number of
and talking about a
evidentiary
subject like
errors
can't we
alleged,
just talk?
including that the court erred
I
in
get
limiting
that
and
people don't want to do
restricting
that. I get
the
that that
defendant's
ain't the same thing everybody
cross-examination
do,
of
but like
critical
damn.
witness, as well as
I
certain
don't always want to be talking about, oh, the fucking world is ending. Oh, everybody's outraged about this. Oh, everybody's outraged about that. Sometimes I just want to sit down and chill.
Court
Huh?
stated that the totality of these errors compel us to the conclusion that this
Holy
defendant
shit,
has
no,
not had
wrong
a fair
format.
and impartial
There we go.
trial, which is the inherent right of every person accused of a crime. And that's the same exact
I'd be awesome
situation
on
we have here.
Timcast.
There
I'm
have
not saying
been
I wouldn't be. I'm just
a
saying like
series of legal errors.
constantly
If the
constantly
court is not convinced that any
talking
one of
about the
them
doom and
warrants
gloom.
a new trial,
Sometimes I
we
need a
ask that the
break.
court consider the totality
And you know what?
and grant
I
Mr.
made
Smollett
3
a new trial.
videos. You were supposed to get one today and then tomorrow, but you're gonna get the one that you're supposed to get today, tomorrow, and then the other one's gonna be Monday and Tuesday. So you know, I got these next few days to just sit back and chill. Like I ain't gotta consume nothing. Is she done? Oh my god, thank you. Till I hit some gas money. Thank the Lord, I got some gas money. Everybody, finally, she's done, finally. Thank you for the follow, Leon. When are you gonna do more collabs with other YouTubers, with other YouTube content creators? I would love to see you and Gothic Senpai in another video. Gothic Senpai, what the fuck?
We've already mentioned 83
What?
pages that they've submitted.
Gothic Senpai, I don't know about that part.
Fellow
But
Deputy Special Prosecutor Sanders all have bifurcated
do I want to do more? I kind of do want to do more, but and I've said
an
this.
overview.
If I do another one with Gothics, it has to be the right video. It can't just be nothing willy-nilly. It can't just be, oh, wow, you want to talk about this? Let's talk about it. No. When we talked about Ma'Khia Bryant, that was the perfect thing to talk about.
To begin,
To articulate a
I'll
point.
just start with a blanket statement that
And now,
for
all we need
everything
now is just something else to
prior
help
to November
balance the
29,
scale.
2021. going backwards to 2019. For the alleged errors that they've incorporated by reference in their papers and the
What the hell?
to Ms. Gladia's presentation.
Somebody just rang my doorbell.
Universally disagree.
Why is there a glass display on the cable? I'm gonna assume because of that thing I can't talk about, because YouTube claims I spread misinformation.
In our opposition and here today will incorporate by
I love
reference
who?
our
I love to see
prior
you and Count Dankula together. Who's Count Dankula?
briefs,
Tell me who Count Dankula is.
colloquies with the court, arguments presented over the last couple of years on all those issues. And
Matter of fact, I'm gonna look him up and down. So who's Count Dankula? I
but the
must
record
know.
is clear for the issues that have been presented to Judge Tuman, for which we've been involved, for the issues that have been presented to this court,
Count
for which we
Dankula.
have been involved, and for the
Count
issues that have been
Dankula.
presented to the Illinois Supreme Court, for which we've been involved, are all incorporated by reference.
I think you might have given me somebody new to
Stage,
watch.
No matter the court or the judge that have heard it, each one of those prior rulings were proper, required by the law, and none need be.
Somebody rang my doorbell, but I ain't gonna answer it. You know why? Because I got a Ring camera.
Since
That's
Ms.
that
Gladiator
new technology.
brought it up,
It let me see what's going on in my
It
front
probably
door.
is a good
I think it's a
reminder
package.
that my firm of Winston Strawn and the partnership did take this case pro bono. And our firm did, and Mr. Webb in particular, did shoulder that burden
No, I didn't get swatted.
that was called for by the appointment of the special
Shut up.
prosecutor.
No, I didn't get swatted.
And
Nobody's
we did
even at my
so
door. I
the
think the
entirety
package
of
is
the
there.
attorney's
I'll be
time.
back.
Free of charge.
Don't leave.
Not a dime. Limited expenses in the normal court. Judge Tuman's order did allow, and these are things such as court reporter fees, transcript fees, copying fees, those same fees that would exist for the Cook County State's Attorney's Office are expenses for which have been submitted to the county for reimbursement. They are minor compared to the amount of free service that our firm of Winston & Strong has given to this county and to the citizens and to the judicial system. Mr. Webb's appointment in particular as a special prosecutor would stem from Judge Tuman's 2019 June order.
The fucking
in
FedEx
order
man
to
left a
restore the
package,
public's
but it
confidence
wasn't to
in the
me.
integrity
It was
of
to
the
my
criminal
fucking
justice
neighbor.
system, was answered by our firm, was
Motherfucker
answered by
threw it at the
Mr.
wrong,
Webb, and you might just recall
apartment
the two
door.
directives that required.
Fucking
the
goof.
first directive to determine whether Mr. Smollett
Because I was reading it, I'm like, who the fuck is this name? Because I ain't gonna say the name.
But
And it's not even this apartment. It's the one right next to me.
It's worth remembering that the second directive, whether any person or office
You, Leon, you get your white
involved in
privilege card from the
initial
hospital?
Mr. Smollett
Yeah!
case engaged in any
That's
wrongdoing,
exactly where I got it
office
from,
also
baby.
did that. And you heard Ms. Gladian talk about certain of
That's
those things.
exactly where I got it from,
argument,
babe.
But the OSP did
There it is
complete a
right there.
thorough
Matter of fact,
investigation,
hold
did have
on.
a grand jury seated,
I'm putting on the screen just for
did
you.
prepare a
Bam!
detailed
Bite
and
y'all!
comprehensive
Right
report
y'all! White
as
privilege.
relates into
Anybody
the
got a
Cook County
problem?
State's Attorney's Office,
Boom!
investigation of the Chicago Police
Race car
Department,
to the
and
max,
did so
baby!
for a total cost of attorney times for $0.00. And it should be noted, since it was raised, and it's important to understand that we believe we have fulfilled the call to restore the public's confidence into the integrity of the criminal justice system. As to the actual substance of Ms. Gladian's presentation and as it relates to the
Justice for Jussie.
13,
Everybody saying
what I'll call
justice for
macro
Jussie.
level alleged
Hashtag
errors.
justice for Jussie.
There's a
Hashtag
myriad of
justice for
alleged sub-errors
Jussie.
as well. The evidence presented at trial, Your Honor, overwhelmingly
Hype tonight.
Mr. Smollett's guilt.
Dude, it's like
beyond
3:30. What you mean hype tonight?
That's reflected in the
It's
jurors'
3:30
unanimous
p.m. Not a.m.
And
p.m.
nevertheless, Mr.
Post-mortem.
Smollett asked this court
I don't know if that's what they
for
mean.
extraordinary relief to overturn the jury's verdict that found him guilty of 5 serious felonies of making false police reports. And in doing so, he raises a variety of alleged procedural, alleged evidentiary errors, both pre-trial and during the trial itself, committed by
It's noon
anyone
30. Oh, God, where are you
and
at?
everyone involved in this case. except,
Post
of
meridian?
course, Mr. Smollett
I don't know if
himself.
any of that is what that means, but hopefully it means something.
And just a few examples. He's blamed the prosecutors. He's blamed Your Honor specifically. He's blamed your courtroom staff. These are in his papers. He's blamed the Cook County sheriffs. in this courtroom. He's blamed the entire Cook County judicial system. He's blamed the Illinois Supreme Court. He's blamed COVID-19. He's blamed the media.
8:30 p.m. in the UK, 8:30 p.m. in Scotland. Damn, we got people all over watching me. What's up?
Witnesses at trial.
How y'all
He's even
doing?
blamed the jury
Martin
itself.
Lawrence,
Page
dog.
after page
How y'all
after
doing?
page of finger pointing and scapegoating. But once that bluster and hyperbole, Your Honor, is excised from that motion, and the examination of the real underlying record is undertaken, it clearly reveals that each of the alleged errors is one, meritless, two, it is riddled with distortions of the actual record, and three, frequent misapplication of controlling Illinois law. But most importantly, none of those alleged supposed errors remotely would rise to the level of one, requiring
What's up,
overturning
Leon?
the
Chiming in
jurors'
from
unanimous
Denmark.
verdict, nor two,
Big fan of my
the
ass,
issuance of a
me.
new trial.
Black guy on YouTube. You fan of
As
me.
it relates to the alleged errors where Mr. Smollett seeks...
Where Leon is
a
international. I'm
judgment
international,
not the same
baby.
You did not hear what the law actually says, and what you'll have to wait today.
What is this?
So I'm going to give it to you.
Thank you for the $10 Cypher's Basement.
Illinois law
Count
mandates
Dankula was made famous by
that a
leftists
judgment
because
of
as a
acquittal
joke, he taught his dog how to answer
only
to. I'm not
appropriate
saying that
when, quote,
it was a complete
a trial
joke, but now
court
he's got a
concludes
successful
after
channel.
viewing all the
Wow.
evidence in the
So
light
you
most favorable to the
dumbasses
state,
made somebody
that no
famous because you
reasonable
couldn't
juror
take a
could find
joke?
that the state had not met its
Kind of
burden
like
of
these
proving
damn
the
white
defendant
privilege
guilty
cards.
beyond
Y'all can't
reasonable
take a
doubt.
joke, and so y'all gonna make somebody
And, quote,
more
a motion
famous
for
because of
judgment
it.
notwithstanding
The
verdict
Hodge
should
twins
be
about to
granted
make
in
bank because of this.
only where
I
the state's
don't. I
evidence
can't say
when viewed in
about
the
to
most
because
light
this was
in
like
the
something
light
in
most
February,
favorable to the state
and
is
we're in March now.
insufficient to support
But
a
like,
finding or verdict of guilty.
if I'm somebody just seeing
Here,
this,
Mr. Smollett has not
and
met
I don't know if the
candidly
Hodge twins even made a
the
video about it. I don't even know if they
incredibly
knew about
high
this.
standard for
If they
overturning a
did,
jury's verdict,
I'm
and
pretty
when
sure they
viewed in the light most
probably
favorable to
responded.
the
They'd
state
have made
as the
bank off
OSP in
this.
this instance,
So
the
congratulations to
evidence
the Hodge
presented
twins for
during
making
the
more money off
almost
stupid
two-week
people.
trial overwhelmingly, beyond a reasonable doubt, demonstrated that Mr. Smollett
Wait a minute, he got arrested for that?
orchestrated,
I'm
carried
dead.
out
Why?
a fake hate crime, and
He got
then, in
arrested for a
violation of
meme?
Illinois law,
With his own
repeatedly
dog?
reported
Yeah,
that fake
that's
hate crime
new.
to the Chicago Police Department as a real hate crime. And the plethora of evidence, just heard Ms. Glanian say, not a lot of evidence, or certainly not a lot of independent evidence. Here's a summary. The testimony of 5 Chicago police detectives and officers. The jurors heard the testimony of the Osendero brothers. The jurors heard cross-examination by the defense of each of those witnesses. The jurors received into evidence over 40 exhibits.
Leon
including
Global.
phone
I'm
records,
Leon Global,
text
baby.
messages,
Call me
social
Leon
media
Global,
evidence,
bitch.
Video surveillance,
Feel me?
GPS evidence, receipts, and a $3,500 check written by Mr. Smollett to the younger Osendero brother. They heard the testimony of the defendant's 6 witnesses, and they heard Mr. Smollett himself. Hours and hours and hours worth of the defendant's own testimony. All that evidence, when viewed in the light most favorable to the OSP, it simply cannot be said with a straight face that no reasonable juror could find that the OSP
What is
did
this?
not meet its burden in proving Mr. Smollett guilty beyond
Hold on, what
reasonable
was that?
doubt.
What did that say?
That's
Leon,
for
who
the
did you
JLB
vote
portion.
not
As it
in
relates to the
2020? I didn't vote at all.
alleged errors that do not go to the sufficiency of the
I'm
evidence
be
at trial.
really honest with y'all. I saw both
That's when
candidates, and
say that those are more appropriate.
I just didn't
perhaps
want to be a
for
part
motion
of
for a
it.
new
You know,
trial.
I didn't want to be the
Illinois
reason.
law tells us
I
that
didn't
a
want to be a
post-trial motion
statistic.
for a new trial
So you know,
is a
I
matter
sat
of
this
the
one
trial
out.
court's discretion.
Maybe
Because
in
none
the
of
next
alleged
4 years.
trial errors you've heard or seen in their papers have any merit. This court should exercise its discretion and deny Mr. Smollett's alternative.
Thursday, it's about fucking time you show up, Auntie.
As it relates
Have we
to
gotten
the
this prison
4
sentence
errors
yet?
I
No.
alluded to, Your
In this
Honor,
hour and
I just
33 minutes that we've been here, we got a long ass
wanna give a
speech
counter-narrative
from
to
a
this
woman
that
trying to
raised.
wordplay while all this is bullshit.
Raised.
And now we got this wordplay.
Why,
So no, we
issue,
don't.
that's an issue.
But welcome,
Accomplished
Star
destruction,
Sign.
And then I think it's also important to briefly
Bring in
touch
Umar
upon
Johnson.
one written
Who?
about but not discussed here, which is the concept of the violation of his public trial rights. I'll just go in the order.
What's your
Alleged
Discord?
error
Okay, perfect
in
timing.
relation to
So now I gotta go
the-
find it.
The
Now I gotta go get the
court's
permanent
voir dire
Discord link.
process,
Because a bunch of
was
people was
plainly
up my
consistent
ass
with
saying,
Illinois
yo,
law
the
and
Discord link's
consistent with
expired,
Rule
bro.
431.
Hold on.
Notably, defense counsel didn't raise
Because
any
my
objection
homie
at trial as it
Radio
relates to
gave
the
me like a
production
permanent Discord link I can use.
language as the court deems appropriate in Rule 431 makes clear.
So what I'm gonna do
that the
is
decision as to whether to allow direct questioning.
I'm gonna put the permanent Discord link in the chat, and it'll be up to you if you want to join this motherfucker or not. Okay.
By directly questioning the prospective jurors, but consistent with Rule 431.
Hang on. I'm about to send it.
And allow the parties to submit voluminous questions to be asked during the voir dire. Both sides. Both the OSP and the defense submitted rather voluminous supplemental questions for further inquiry of prospective jurors. Pre-trial, we reviewed those very thoroughly. We had colloquies on them. We had hearings on them. We had exchanges on them. Defense counsel ultimately submitted nearly 60 supplemental questions to ask during voir dire. The court took input, and importantly took input from the parties throughout the voir dire process.
Copy link. And here you go. Here's the permanent Discord link.
And during trial.
And I'm gonna pin it just for everybody.
Those additional follow-ups.
So if you want into the Discord, there it is.
Ask for the prospective jurors.
Have at it. Be respectful. Or I'm gonna kick your ass out.
Explain why, in your Honor's discretion, they would not be asked. No prejudice exists. Defense counsel was permitted to question the prospective jurors through the extensive supplemental questions. Questions that they submitted.
I'm getting the beeps from Discord off my computer. Hold on a minute.
During trial. Alleged error number 2, the Batson challenges.
I wonder.
And I'll begin by noting unequivocally.
Holy shit.
Unequivocally. The accusation that the OSP
slow down, people!
Pattern of discriminatory challenges.
I just had about 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn, slow down! I'm trying to count. Stop! I'm trying to count.
Of jury discrimination.
You know what? Fuck it. A bunch of people just joined the Discord. Hey, everybody!
Completely consistent with Mr. Smollett's attempts to interject and weaponize race and sexual orientation into these proceedings more generally. Just as he did when reporting the fake hate crimes of the Chicago police in 2019, just as he did when he took to the
say hi to everybody.
In 2019, in what is now.
Oh my God! Calm down, Discord, please.
The court heard.
I'm about to turn this shit off.
Under Batson versus Kentucky.
I'm dead air about to turn this. I'm about to close Discord.
Of his preemptory strikes.
Not for it.
Those occurred in chambers on the record. And when such motions
you at the
were
hospital.
made, as your Honor knows,
Text
under
me.
the Batson case, but
Stars
also under
head.
Illinois law and People versus Davis, the defendant must first make a prima facie showing that the prosecutor.
Oh yeah,
has
I gotta mute
exercised
this.
challenges
I
on
can't.
the basis
I gotta
of
mute
race.
this.
And
Wait a minute.
The court can correctly
You know what?
I'm
gonna deal with this later.
Analyze those motions under the standard articulated both in Batson and Davis.
We gonna close Discord right now. I'm tired of
had
hearing
not made a prima facie case of discrimination on the basis of race or sexual orientation. But even though it wasn't required to, the OSP, because of the challenges, even though a prima facie case had not been shown, the OSP did provide neutral explanations both for race and sex as to each of the preemptive challenges at issue, but rather than grapple with that actual record, which they didn't do, you didn't hear it today, they didn't grapple with the actual record, and they didn't do it in their papers either.
Who sent that $5? Super
Because
chat.
if you
Cold
look at the
kiddo.
record
I
and you
ordered
saw
Subway for
things
this. I can't
and
stand
the
Subway.
explanations as it relates
Everybody,
to the challenges
let's give Subway their money
undisclosed,
just for this.
disorderly conduct incident.
All right, I'm seeing people say jail him, jail him, jail him. All right, so everybody, since y'all saying that, maybe y'all new to the stream. Place the bets. Is he going to jail for 3 years? Is he paying a large fine, or is nothing gonna happen? 1 for jail, 2 for big fine, 3 nothing. Type it in the chat. Let me know what you think. Let me know what's going on with
the
you.
actual record, it wouldn't fit the narrative that they wanted out in the media. Unequivocally, meritless motions that were offered.
I'm seeing 2s, I'm seeing 1s, I'm seeing 3s. I'm seeing think I see more 2s than 3s. So y'all must agree with me. He gonna end up with a big fine. Because that's the camp I'm in. For anybody that's gonna try to clip me later and say I'm hoping he goes to jail or some shit like that, I'm letting you know now, once again, for like the 7th time, I think he's going to get a large fine. I don't think he's going to jail. I know a lot of people want him in jail, and that's your business. I hold the opinion that I think he's going to get a large fine.
To include 3.17.
If you want to include community service in that, go ahead and do that.
They've done it again here today to try to define the fake attack on Mr. Smollett, which is not a crime, as the crime for which the IPI 3.17, how they would like it to have been analyzed in the application of that instruction. But IPI 3.17 on its face has no application to this case. The Osendaro brothers did not admit, nor was there any evidence, that they were involved in the commission of a crime with the defendant. That's the language from
Bring it all back. Bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back. What happened? What happened? What happened? I looked down for a second. What the hell just happened? Nani? I'm back. I'm back. Hello, it's me. Don't leave. I was on a high. I was riding high. All right, boom. That's me. Now where's my screen at? Hang on.
Should stand. Lastly, Your Honor.
Is that back on the screen? Am I back? All right, I'm back.
Shit
got hectic for a second.
Which is the right to a public trial.
Stream had a stroke. Stream definitely had a stroke. It's not. We back. We good. We square.
This trial took place in the middle of a global pandemic.
All right, good. I was mad for a second. I was mad. Like, what the fuck is that?
This court did a great job holding a.
I wasn't for that just now.
All necessary parties, the court, courtroom staff, Cook County sheriffs, the OSP.
Somebody said my Discord did something.
Jury,
my Discord
media,
I turned Discord off. Fuck that. I couldn't deal with it.
Family,
I couldn't deal with
it. His friends, members of the public at large.
No piece of me could have dealt with that just now.
Every single day of the trial proceedings.
He's back. Tell a friend. Tell a friend that just left.
For which the defense has taken.
Something happened. Like my shit just went stupid.
Deserve to be commended, not bashed. The defense objected to having cameras in this courtroom during the actual trial. And they objected to having cameras in this courtroom at every step of the way. And the court respected that objection in declining extended media coverage.
Did you turn off your stream instead of Discord? No, I turned off Discord before this.
Having the cameras in the courtroom, which they objected to,
I turned this off before this.
Number of people.
Guess who's back? Hey, back again.
Their papers struggle with this. They acknowledge the position. I'll coin it sort of the Goldilocks position. Your Honor, don't make the trial too public. And then once you did that, today it's not public enough. And they've alleged that no members of the press were in the courtroom during any of the jury selection process. Not so. The court knows. There were at least two members of the media that were present in the courtroom, probably both of whom are here today, that sat in the corners during the process of lobbying.
It's like, they're probably here today. They're
Many
right there.
were sitting at the courtroom exits and standing. These doors were open. Those doors were open. The doors to the Your Honor's courtroom across the hallway were open. Chairs were provided. And while the sheriffs did a great job trying to get people into seats, there were a lot more people that weren't in seats. And for anyone that actually sat in here, which they did, I did, they did, knows there's a lot of people peeking in and out. During the voir dire process, the concept
It'd be like Young Ripper, I gotta hydrate everybody.
just
I
belies
don't know what to do to me. Water
reality.
just make everything so good.
Your Honor kept the courtroom open. Members of the press were here. They were able to keep account of what was occurring. In fact, were accounting as to what was occurring. It doesn't remotely come close to any violation.
Somebody said,
The Radford case,
I'm
which we
disliking
cite,
this stream, not enough footlogs.
demonstrates that the court's use of the entire courtroom for the veneer, but not for the remaining portion, doesn't call into the question the confidence of the public integrity or impartiality of the court system. Mr. Smollett knows he
Shout
had
out to
family
Dagular.
present.
Man, shout out to Dagular. Hope
And
your dog
strategy
going
models.
okay.
They passed numerous notes to his lawyers. They
Who
held
is
prayer
this guy? I
sessions.
believe this
You
guy
allowed
is
his
what is
entire
known as the
defense team,
prosecution.
his PR team, his friends. You never took a head count on them. You were gracious in understanding that the defendant's right to a fair trial had to be weighed against a global pandemic, and it was commendable. You did not err, and you certainly did not violate Mr. Smollett's Sixth Amendment right, and he certainly doesn't deserve a new trial.
Why the fuck do you keep spamming Get Umar Johnson?
Generally, but certainly for that specifically. With that, Your Honor, if you have any questions, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Mendenhall.
Oh, they got another speaker. Oh, it's a black man. He's betraying his race. He's on the prosecution side. He's betraying his race. Somebody stop him.
Your Honor, Ms. Glandon is entitled to her own argument. What she is not entitled to is her own facts. She stood before this court and told you they raised the issue of David Elgaby's direct examination. Nowhere in this 83-page motion did they ever make a single complaint about the examination of David Elgaby.
Oh, what? Motherfucker said it's the black Mr. Clean. Oh my God. Hell is hot for y'all, I swear. Hell is gonna be hot.
Myself, Mr. Weaver. Nowhere at trial or in this paper is there such a motion.
Testify.
As we established at trial, facts matter, truth matters, evidence matters. They are not entitled to their own facts.
Testify, my bro.
Another fact in this matter, Your Honor, the one disqualification that they did make was to recuse a deputy special prosecutor who examined Mr. Moore.
That deputy prosecutor.
That deputy special prosecutor is an honorable man.
No honorable
is a
man.
I worked with for 20 years.
20 years.
His integrity is impeccable. His reputation is impeccable. And his ethics is impeccable.
Impeccable.
Your Honor, they say he put Mr. Moore on the stand to commit perjury. Mr. Moore got on the stand and testified that the person he saw was white. Your Honor is well aware. The actual two people that ran by him got on the stand and testified. Abel Osendaro, Evan Ola Osendaro. Your Honor, nothing else has been established in this entire trial. I think we can both agree it's been established that they're not white.
They're not white either.
Yet they came in here today and making that same argument. Their arguments is in wine. They're not getting better with age. Your Honor, to try to discredit a man and to call into question when all he did is serve pro bono faithfully and for free does a disservice to the job that this office of the special prosecutor did. Not only did they not prove anything that merited disqualification, they did it with pure gamesmanship, Your Honor. The rules require that you bring it to the court's attention in advance. They waited till the witness got on the stand and had him point at the deputy special prosecutor. Your Honors, and these are your words exactly, Your Honor, you said this was the first time in your history of a judge where you ever seen a witness get on the stand and point at a prosecutor. I've never seen it. I suspect no one in here has ever seen that. Your Honor,
Never seen it.
the
You
gamesmanship
testify.
cannot be rewarded. Their alleged error that the deputy prosecutor should be disqualified should be summarily denied as meritless. Second point of error, Ms. Landy raised. She said that the Office of the Special Prosecutor commented on
hand got convictions in it.
post-arrest silence and post-Miranda silence. We did no such thing. On February 14, 2019, in an unsolicited, voluntary, non-custodial interview with the Chicago Police Department, Mr. Osendero sends Abimbola Osendero a text saying, "Brother, I love you. I know 1,000% you did nothing wrong and never would. Neither you nor your brother. I love you. I stand with you. And I'm gonna make a statement making sure everybody knows
he's just sitting
you
like,
did nothing wrong." It was voluntary, it was non-custodial. How do we know it was non-custodial, Your Honor? Mr. Smollett got up and left after the interview.
Y'all going to hell. Someone shiny polished his head. Y'all going to hell. Hell is hot for y'all, man. Damn.
To say that we question Detective D.
The defense spoke. The prosecution is speaking currently right now. This is the second guy to speak.
Put in play Mr. Smollett's post-arrest silence when all of our questions simply asked him about a pre-arrest, pre-Miranda text that he sent when he was free to go and did in fact leave is wholly without merit, Your Honor. To then say that when Mr. Webb questioned Abimbola Osendero about the same text that he received from Mr. Smollett on February 14th, way before Mr. Smollett was ever arrested, way before he was even Mirandized, is equally without merit, Your Honor. The text stands for itself. Their problem isn't with the question, their problem is with the text that their client sent. Because it said a lot. I know you did nothing wrong. I know you never would. I know 1,000% you didn't. I love you and I stand with you and I'm gonna make it right. We had every right to ask if that was ever made right. And lastly, Your Honor,
I tell you one thing though,
they raised
according
an
to
error.
Jussie, he just lost this. He ain't got no more black card. He ain't oppressed no more. He ain't a victim no more. He ain't part of the problem no more.
Facts matter, truth matter, evidence matter. In their 83-page brief, they raised one issue concerning that, and that was at closing. When Mr. Uche stood right there in his very well, looked at the jury and told them, ladies and gentlemen, there was a ton of videos missing, there was a ton of evidence missing. The case law is clear on that, Your Honor, that when the defense opens the door in closing argument and raises an issue, the prosecution or the state has an absolute right
That's
to
not the
respond.
judge, that's the prosecution.
They opened the door and now they're complaining that we walked in. We walked through it. Your Honor, we simply responded to his claim that there was missing evidence. Detective Thies took that stand and made it abundantly clear. Not a single piece of video was missing. Every video that we had was turned over and that they had it. No
Whose side is
video
this
was
guy on?
missing,
He's on
Your
the
Honor.
prosecution
And for
side,
them
the side that's
raise
trying
that
to
argument,
punish
we were
Jussie.
entitled to respond.
God damn.
Your Honor, so my role was to address the trial errors. I wanted to do it in a summary fashion because we've been going a while now. But those three errors that Ms. Landy raised are simply not supported by the record. She's entitled to her own argument. She's not entitled to her own facts. We thank you for your time. We respectfully ask that you deny the motion and the state is ready to proceed to sentence.
Okay. My brother, who is this man? Give him this race card. He deserves it. Standing ovation. Oh, she coming back. Oh, fuck. Never mind.
Your Honor, Mr. Mendenhall began talking about the second prong of their appointment by Judge Truman, which was to see if there was any wrongdoing in the dismissal of the charges against Mr. Smollett in the initial indictment. Now, I know there was some public outcry after the sudden dismissal of the charges. However, the OSP did a thorough investigation. And the one thing they did not find was any misconduct on the part of Mr. Smollett, anybody surrounding him or his team, in the dismissal of the charges against him. And that's critical because that impacts the fact that the agreement should have been honored. Now, whatever may or may not have gone on at the state's attorney's office, whatever the inner workings are, has nothing to do with the expectation that Mr. Smollett had when he entered into an agreement. He performed his part. The state's attorney's office at the time performed their part. The court enforced that
She's back.
And again, we know from the OSP's investigation that there was absolutely no wrongdoing on the part of the defense in bringing about.
I ain't gonna lie, she took up like a whole hour. She was talking for like a whole hour. The rest of them was talking for maybe like, I ain't gonna lie, the dude with the bad coma was probably talking for about 40 minutes.
As far as the voir dire questions, I just want to emphasize that we're not talking about every single question. I know Your Honor asked a few questions which
ALP holds the same sentiment as me. As crappy as what he did was, I don't think he should get their time. I think he should have to pay all the money he took the state this half. It took the state this half. I think a big fine.
Prejudices or bias that would deprive Mr. Smollett a fair trial. And the four
they
questions
talk about
that we
3 years in
asked
jail, which is
to inquire
okay.
of the potential jurors, and that
or
we
there's a potential
believe based on this court's order stating that the court would address these topics were: number one, are you or is anyone close to you a member of the mainstream media? 2, do you have any particular feelings one way or another about actors? And this was critical because Mr. Smollett as an actor testified. 3, would the sexual orientation of Mr. Smollett or any witness have any bearing on your ability to reach a fair decision in this case? And 4, do you believe that you would give more or less weight to the testimony of a law enforcement officer as opposed to the average citizen? And these were important questions. Again, in light of
Are you sure those questions weren't asked, albeit in my words, not your words? Are you sure about that?
Yes, Your Honor. We've reviewed
Thank
the
you for the
record.
$9.99. Someone should tell her she can't filibuster this.
You might be mistaken.
Our review of the record tells us otherwise.
Huh?
Now, as far as the accomplice instruction...
Wait, did she just try to correct the way? Did the judge just try to make sure it's no? The
not
judge looked like he ready to go. Wait a minute. Look at him.
Mr. Smollett.
He looked like he ready to go.
That is completely absurd. It's like
You know what that face is? You know that? That's the face of a dude who knows somebody lying, and it's the woman talking.
Physically standing there when someone shoots the gun. It's a silly argument.
Look at, he's just like,
absolutely could have
he's
been
really just sitting there like, I'm listening to this person lie.
Despite their denial, they could have been charged. People in courtrooms all across the country are charged every single day with less evidence for conspiracy-based crimes or as an accomplice. They absolutely could have been charged in this case.
He dead ass look like he's ready to go. He look like he just at my son's volleyball game today. I was supposed to take my daughter on a picnic. So I'm gonna be here. I hate all of you in this room.
Requirements necessary, requiring that instruction to be given. And Mr. Mendenhall stated, I'm not entitled to my own facts. I'm certainly not here creating any facts. The record speaks for itself. Anthony Moore took the stand. He stated what he stated. We have the transcripts to show that. And he's the one who got up on the stand and said he was threatened and pressured. And when I made reference to disqualification, I certainly wasn't suggesting that we asked for the entire OSP to be disqualified. I was up here, I'm not trying to name any individuals. Our papers are clear as to our disqualification motion. I believe Your Honor already knows that. And finally, just to address the post-arrest silence issue, Mr. Mendenhall wants to isolate the statements as relating to the text message, and he says that these were all statements, or he was referring to the fact that that text message exchange on February 14th was prior to the fact that Mr. Smollett was arrested. However, that's not the question that was asked, and that's not what the jury heard. The questions said, to this day, has Mr. Smollett ever come clean? Has he ever said that the Austin Dario brother, it basically says, has he ever corrected the record? And it was specifically, the language was to this day, and has he ever? And so that necessarily includes post Miranda, as he was sitting in trial as a criminal defendant. And so we think all of those things were error. And as far as the burden shifting, Mr. Mendenhall says there was no missing video. There in fact was. There was no video footage of one of the taxi rides, which made no sense because it had been, the CPD had apparently obtained that video. However, it was nowhere in the discovery.
I don't stream, damn it!
Doesn't exist. But there was a missing video, not to mention all of the pieces of surveillance footage that obviously they weren't able to obtain. So again, it was fair game for the defense to comment on those things as the prosecutor's failure to meet their burden and to have the jury wonder about those things. It was not fair game for the prosecutor to do what they did, which is shift the burden and put it on Mr. Smollett to have to prove
Happy Women's
his
History
innocence.
Month. What a great piece for Women's History Month. A woman botching a case
as we ask
for the guy
ask
she's
the court to grant a
defending.
new trial in light of the totality of errors that have occurred and in the
That word. You know,
fair trial.
just imagine for a second. Imagine doing. Oh God, she stopped talking.
Let me indicate that we've been talking about these very issues the last couple of years. Most of them are pre-trial, and certainly there's some that took place at trial. I've never had a case that has been pled as exhaustively as this one. Voluminous writings, hundreds and hundreds of pages of filings, asking for multiple motions to dismiss, jeopardy claims, motions to disqualify counsels, all of which are contained in the post-trial motion. It's fair to contain in the post-trial motion, but I mention now that these have been vetted and records have been made, and I've articulated myself at great length on all these issues in the past. And I am comfortable with the colloquies that were had and the decisions I made as a result of those colloquies. Just a few matters right now I want to address, and I think I should because they've been brought up with some passion by Ms. Glandian. There has been some suggestion that somehow this court should not have allowed the second indictment to go forward because it was invalid, because somehow Judge Leroy Martin, Chief of the Criminal Division at that time, when he appointed Michael Tuman, or asked Michael Tuman to be the one to preside over Sheila O'Brien's petition, seeking a special prosecutor, that somehow...
So what y'all think? Guilty, not guilty? We already know he's guilty. What y'all think?
He
gonna pay a fine? He going to jail? What y'all think?
For itself,
I gotta ask all the new people that show up from time to time.
And a special prosecutor never should have been appointed, and that I somehow should have been in a position to grant some kind of collateral relief and dismiss the second indictment because the appointment of special prosecutor in the first place was invalid. I read all of those transcripts, everything that took place in all of the hearings before Judge Martin and then Judge Tuman. Judge Tuman issued his report, he took it under advisement, and believe me, there were lengthy hearings.
I don't even find that was funny. No.
He found that the appointment of a special prosecutor was necessary.
Somebody said I'd give her 5 years with him. All she's doing is being the defense. Granted, she's being a bad defense.
The Cook County State's Attorney's
You know,
Office
trying to act as if she could talk over the judge, or like have verbiage as like, okay, judge, shut it up.
Under the totality of the circumstances, a second look was necessary. That public confidence in this entire affair was shaken.
2 hours waiting. I'll be sleeping soon. I mean, yeah, ooh, yeah, we did something 2 hours ago. We've been here for 2 hours.
With Judge Tuman's reasoning.
First time I streamed along. First stream of the year. The fucking stream was 2 hours.
Offer collateral.
How'd that go?
Because I'm just a trial court judge on the same level as Judge Martin and Tuman. Be that I happen to agree with their reasoning that they found that the appointment of a special prosecutor was necessary, and all they did was investigate, and then on things after that, a report was made about the Cook County State's Attorney's Office, and obviously a second indictment came as a result of their investigation.
Go to jail, go to regular jail. Do not pass go, do not collect time.
That's that. As to a public trial, we were in COVID. This was the first jury trial that this court held, and I am an active jury litigator and have been for years and years and years. This is the first trial I was able to have since COVID. And COVID was still lagging. We were under all kinds of constraints. I was told that I could only have half capacity in the courtroom, including the jurors, including the deputies, including the lawyers.
It's kind of lagging. It's kind
I
of
had multiple lawyers on each side. I think the defense
the live
team,
feed that they got has been lagging a little bit.
Their staff
I can't lie.
I
asked
honestly
thought it was
the parties, how many seats do you need in the courtroom? The defense came to me at first and they said, we need 42 seats in the courtroom. That's 42 out of 57, including the jurors. I had media requests. The defense told me specifically, I asked them, do you want cameras in the courtroom? Shall this be televised? The defense said, no, we would not like it televised. The prosecution said, we don't take any position, whatever Your Honor decides is fine. But I deferred to the defense. I understood that this is a delicate matter and preferred not to have it on television. So I agree. There shall be no television. I did the best I could to have a public trial. We did things that we don't normally do. We kept the doors open. We had seats outside the doors that were open. We had seats set aside for the media because I knew that the media would be making this as public as possible. We did have people coming to the courtroom, and ultimately, and there was no limit on the amount of people that were here as family and supporters of Mr. Smollett. So I am confident that I did all I could to give a public trial that the Constitution requires. We were under severe limitations based on the COVID virus. Last thing I want to talk about is the accomplice instruction. There's been a lot of talk about this, and I did take this seriously at the time when it was brought up. We have to remember why we were here. Mr. Smollett was indicted for filing a false police report, felony disorderly conduct.
I got a random question.
Everything about what happened between he and the brothers, the plan that the jury found happened, the scheme to get on the street and pretend to beat him up,
like a kid just having trouble
do the things that they did. None of that's a crime.
Y'all got my number.
Because Mr. Smollett was consenting to it, not only consenting to it,
or
he
shoot me a DM via
according to the
Instagram.
evidence.
But I'm
There's
not
nothing
gonna
you can
have
find
like
the brothers guilty.
not
They
a
didn't commit
live
any crime.
discussion.
The only crime that was at play in this entire scenario was the false police report. When the police were called, the brothers were no longer there. They weren't consulted. They were out of the picture.
Give me your
the
cocktail.
problem that Mr. Smollett has, or what he said to the police,
yes,
what the jury found when he said to the police, and that it was patently false.
Nasty Nate
That
for
was
the
problem.
win.
And the brothers had nothing to do with that. And because the crime at issue was the filing of the false police report, the felony disorderly conduct.
I would fucking love somebody to attempt
and so I just want to put
for
that to
this.
rest. We talked about that at length
For
previously.
this.
I know Ms. Lanyon is
I don't
serious
give
about
I don't give a damn about no other video. I'm telling you, I'm here for this.
As to the rest
I
of it,
fucking
we've
dare.
talked about this for 2 years, and I have made
I dare somebody to
letters
sit
both
here
orally
and
and
try to
in
make
writing
a
on each of
case
these issues,
for this.
even some things that were not
You got
raised
3
orally today.
years worth
I'm
of
going to stand
nothing.
by my findings and rulings. I do believe at the end of the day that Mr. Smollett received a fair trial, that he was proven guilty beyond
Give
reasonable
me
doubt
fried.
by
I
the
like
jury
beef.
based on the evidence that was presented, that there was nothing
Leon is drunk.
unconstitutional
I
about
wish.
the proceedings. His motion for post-trial relief was respectfully denied. We're going to go further. I'm suggesting we take a short recess.
They denied the thing.
We're going on to a sentencing hearing. Let's take 10 minutes.
They denied his retrial. They denied his retrial. And so now they back to it. They back to the symbols and shit like that. Judge got that Keep sponsorship. Oh. All right.
We're listening in here to the motion.
All right, shut up, you. All right, shut up. I would stop sharing the screen because ain't nothing going on. Well, I think if I heard that right, they denied his motion to like fight the fact that he's guilty, which is a good thing, which is a smart thing, because you know he's guilty. And I would love to hear. You know what you don't see? You don't see people like out the woodwork trying to like defend him. You got all the videos out that dismiss him and say, yeah, this dude fucked up, he's guilty, he was wrong for this, he's dumb for making up this story. But you don't see nobody making no statements or videos saying this dude is innocent. And it's like, where y'all at, dog? Which card y'all want? Which card you want? You want this one? Or do you want this one? Like, I'm just being honest.
What is this? Thank you for the super chat. He absolutely cut his Jussie head clean off Sigma rule moment. Oh my God. Oh man. Because he isn't. Oh, there are tons of videos. I'm more talking about recently because I remember seeing one video where this guy was trying to say he's innocent because the cops are corrupt. That does not make somebody innocent. Because cops are corrupt, that means this one gay guy didn't fake a hate crime. What a brilliant concept that is. What a wise idea that could possibly be. He didn't do anything, or the cops are corrupt, and so now it's a problem. And now I kind of got to pay drastic attention to make sure, like, hey, make sure that this is still happening, right? Like, don't lose track of the fact, because they're taking a recess. Like, it's not over. So they just dismissed his thing about mistrial. So they did that. But now they got to do the sentencing hearing. If he is sentenced to serve time, all the activists would cry. Lots of police misconduct, lots of crimes, even two things often can intersect. That's true. This is why I love the channel. Wait, what is this? This is why I love this channel. Ruinly on his eye. He doesn't allow anyone to shape a narrative for him. Duh, the fuck? Because you know why? Because I sit down. This is what I do. This is the weird thing I do. I sit down. I read something. And I come to my own conclusion. Like, for example, this Don't Say Gay bill. Because I thought, because I only heard because it was a trending topic, I thought it was a bill where you couldn't say gay to somebody. Or a bill that was being discreetly homophobic. When in reality, after reading through the damn bill, that's not even the case. Not only is the phrase "don't say gay" not in that bill, it's not even saying that you can't teach about gays. It's saying you need age-appropriate teachings, you dumbasses. And the fact that motherfuckers jumped up and said, we're being targeted, we're being discriminated against. Yeah, by people who are lying to you. Like, bruh, like, dudes really lied to y'all. Whoever came up with that "don't say gay" bill thing lied. And I think they should never have any form of trust in media or information ever again. Because you just play with people's emotions. You play with people's feelings. You play with people's willingness to actually listen and understand something. Also that you can make a trend. And whoever did that, fuck you for that. Leon, it's the nickname of the bill. I don't give a fuck. You have people who are actually mad about this, thinking that that's actually what it's called. When it's actually called like some parent infrastructure bill. Like, it's not even close to "don't say gay." And that shit just honestly pissed me off, because it's like, you ain't gotta lie like that to make a point. All you really gotta say is, yeah, this is what we think is fucked up. This is what we view as a problem. And if it really is a problem, then address it. You got all these dumbasses walking around saying gay, 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 gay. It's like, why? You know what you're showing me? You're showing me that you didn't pay one lick of attention to that damn thing. Let me check and see if this is no, they still talking. They still like talking. And when I say talking, I mean like the news anchors are still talking. There's no live feed going into the thing. Jussie's attorneys getting their money's worth. I hope so, because boy, we 2 hours into this and they was just talking and talking and talking. The bill not even called, it's called the Parental Rights and Education Bill. What? And then you read it. Oh, what motherfuckers mad at? You read the bill and you're going to sit back and think, oh, they just want you to actually tell parents what you're teaching them. And for all the weird people that go around saying, oh, well, parents don't have a right to know what their kids are learning. Yes, they do, because that's their kid. They don't want their kid learning anything wrong. And I'm not saying learning about gays and lesbians and transgenders is wrong. Make that clear. what is the problem with informing parents that, hey, we're about to teach kids this. This is what it is. This is how we're going to teach it. And you can approve of it or not. Like, because I think that's also in the bill. Like, a parent has the right to approve of it or not. What's the problem? Judge is back. Don't lie to me. Judge is back. Oh, my bad. Judge back. Hang on. We back in business. There we go.
Questions that we thought were critical, not the ones Your Honor just mentioned, but there were important.
That was part of the pool of questions I received from you.
Right, but there were important questions that were not asked, and the more significant factor is we should have been allowed to question the veneer in this case. Again, I'm not saying in every case. I respect that Your Honor doesn't do that in a lot of other cases. However,
Breaking
this
news,
case
request
is
for a new
obviously
trial is denied.
Mr. Smollett, unfortunately for him, has not been treated like anyone else charged with Class 4 felonies. He's been disadvantaged at every turn, and his jury selection.
I pick a jury in this case the same way I pick a jury in a murder case. I do the questions. I ask the lawyers for input. Tell me what questions you want me to ask. I vet them, and I'm happy to ask the questions that are relevant and helpful.
I understand, Your Honor.
But just the only point I'm trying to make is that I absolutely treated him the same as everybody else. And I didn't distinguish him from a Class 4 offender or potential offender from a person accused of murder.
Does the bill
what kind of
outwardly
animal
discriminate?
would you be? Boy, he handled that with a lot of patience there, Irv. Okay, one more question I want to
Because
bring
we can sit here and read this fucking bill word for word. And we can read this bitch out.
In terms of the players here, we of course have seen counsel for Jussie Smollett, and we know the special prosecutor. But there was another gentleman who spoke as well, and he was speaking
too vague and can be
directly
applied
to
in
some of the
negative ways
points
to
that
large
Jussie
groups of people.
Smollett's
Well, it's
counsel.
up to
Just
that
take
large
us through
group of
so
people
for
to
those at
actually
home, they
sit down and
understand
read the damn
the key
bill.
players here
If
and
they're
how
not
all
going to
this
do
works
that,
together.
why take them
Right
serious?
now you have the lead prosecutor, which is Dan Webb. He did not take part at all in this post-trial motion asking for a new trial. He let two of his assistants divvy up and basically each one do 50% of
Leon, you don't
the
want
argument.
this? What?
I guarantee
Would you like to read the
I hate
bill
to
with
guarantee
me?
things, but I guarantee you that
Like,
he
would you
will
like to
take an
read the
active
bill with me?
participation in this next phase that's coming up, the sentencing hearing, because the prosecutor's office always has a right to argue in aggravation. And I would be shocked if it's not Dan Webb who will be the participant doing that.
Thank you, Irv, and it's good to be back. Eric, of course, trying to jump in and out for just a little bit because we are getting newscasts together at 4, 5, and 6 coming up with the news of the day and this. So, Irv, I want to go back to you. It was interesting when the defense was talking to the judge in this case. Although they said, with due respect and with respect and with respect, but there was clearly some combat going on, and there was clearly some consternation between the two parties. And then really, Team Webb doubled down on that. At one point in time, the first lawyer went into the soliloquy thanking the court for its prudence in handling the matter, thanking the sheriff's department, how remarkable it was they were able to do this all with COVID-19 happening. I know you can't really nickel and dime someone, but does the defense questioning the judge so hard, then, won't that have an effect on how he sentences Smollett, or does he just block that out, have ESP say that that's one part, we're going to the next?
He's gonna put that aside. He's really a fair
All right.
judge. You mentioned actually.
So here's what we about to do.
That I've known him for a long time.
We're going to turn this down because somebody wants to be the guy. So, bada bing, bada boom. Would anybody like to know what this is? This is the damn Don't Say Gay bill. Phone lines are open on my show. What? Would you like to come here and read this with me? And read how that there's no discrimination towards gays? Or would you like a simplified version that lets you know that it's all saying age appropriate? I'm not against age appropriate learning, because a kid learning about sucking something or a vagina is not really the wisest thing to be learning as a kid. I've said that teenagers need sex ed, and they should be learning about who they are and gays and bisexuals and lesbians and trans, because when they go into that next step of college and they run into that and they're confused by it, they're either going to say or do something dumb. I'm not against learning about gays. But if it's something where you have to be age appropriate and you got to let a parent know that you're about to teach their kid this, what's the fucking problem? Enlighten me on how there could be a fucking problem with letting a parent know what it is that you're teaching your child. And for all the sideshow Billy Bobs in the room that like to say things like, oh God, what is this? I don't know if this is a highlight or what. What is this?
He's blamed the media. He's blamed...
Hold on.
Quote, political...
Time out. Flag on the play.
He's blamed witnesses at trial. And he's even blamed
back to this.
The jury itself. Page after page after page of finger-pointing and scapegoating. But once that bluster and hyperbole, Your Honor, is excised from that motion, and the examination of the real underlying record is undertaken, it clearly reveals that each of the alleged errors is one, meritless. Two, it is riddled with distortions of the actual record. And three, frequent misapplication of controlling Illinois law. But most important, none of those alleged supposed errors remotely would rise to the level of one, requiring overturning the jurors' unanimous verdict, nor two, the issuance of a new trial.
So there were a lot of clearly.
Why are you giving me highlights? I thought it was actual shit.
You were making well before the hearing even got into session here. You think in terms of the new trial motion that it's really the chances, the likelihood of this are nil.
I would say that because
Jesus Christ, I thought this was something. I thought it was more detailed. Y'all ain't giving me nothing I want.
Yes, and which are typical. You either blame the judge for making mistakes, the jury for making mistakes, or the prosecutor for making mistakes. That's the typical areas that you go after in a motion for new trial. But as I said earlier, there's one other procedural issue, and that's whether or not this case should have been brought at all, whether or not Judge Tooman had the right to appoint a special prosecutor. And I think that's a ripe area for appeal. I'm not saying it's
Red Sings for Blue donated me. I've been a for a while. Would love to interview. Why ain't got to be an interview? Can't we just talk?
If any of this
shit, I don't want to be asked how I started my YouTube journey. I don't want to be asked that shit, man. Can we just like shoot the shit?
You're saying should it have even gotten to the point where you have a judge who is then assigning a special prosecutor? Should it, as the defense argued, should it have been tied up and shut down?
Still the largest black left
basically forfeited his $10,000 bond, correct?
So
exactly.
Like, what I'm supposed to do with that? What I'm supposed to do with that information?
Made a deal with the prosecutor. And the prosecutor
Radio, my girl.
Right. Kim Fox, by the way, is the prosecutor. The defense has the right to rely on what a prosecutor says, and that shouldn't result in a new trial. I mean, a separate indictment, rather. I mean, last week we saw.
Stop saying put avocado on pizza.
Deny the state of Pennsylvania's request to retry Bill Cosby.
But again,
because
this
the
bill.
prosecutor made a promise to him that they would.
If you're gonna stick around for tomorrow when I just blatantly say I agree with the bill.
So I'm not saying that that
like
is
objectively
totally on point,
reading it.
But I have to.
If I'm going to really sit down and read this thing word for word,
it's got to be kept.
And have to really sit here and say that there's no don't say gay in this damn bill, I'll do it.
It's a good question for the appellate court to
just
decide.
keep pineapple off pizza.
As you're talking here, we're starting to see live video back inside the courtroom. So, you know, as they adjourned, we went back up to the seal, and now we can see Jussie Smollett standing at his table with members of his group. And
what is Jussie looking
at?
In
terms of the perspective there, the judge sitting to the left, and Jussie Smollett, as you circle, pan across that, you can see where the special prosecution sits, and then you can get a view of who is inside the courtroom. And, you know, this is something that we don't often see, and we spoke about this before because there were requests, Irv, and you mentioned this previously, to do something unprecedented in a lot of these cases, which is actually to have the cameras in the courtroom.
The issue is the impact of the bill.
At some point, denied and
You
then
mean
it was
people
allowed,
getting
Irv? Is that
riled
right?
up and mad
Well, it was
because they
denied for the
didn't
trial
read the damn
because the
thing.
judge was concerned
And going
that the
around
jury
saying
would be
that
tainted
you're
by
not
what
allowed
they
to say
would
gay,
have seen
that
by
there's a false claim that you can't
looking at
teach.
television recaps at night, or people saying, "Hey, listen, I saw this."
It's
on
not
TV.
even the fact that in the
You know,
bill it
here's my
says you
opinion
can't teach
it.
about this.
So we protected
It's saying if you do,
Mr. Smollett's
let
rights
parents
at
know.
trial.
Let it
But
be age
there's
appropriate.
really no need. There's no objection really to have a sentencing hearing be televised. The judge isn't going to be biased, isn't going to be prejudiced or tainted by anything
I feel
that the
like
media
my
can
main
do
issue with this
that would,
is that
interfere with a
I
fair
woke up
sentencing
thinking
hearing.
that this was specifically called the "Don't Say
And there
Gay"
was
bill.
also
I'm seeing all these people
interesting
go around
series
saying
of questions
gay,
brought
gay,
up.
gay,
It was
gay.
really
I'm
interesting
thinking
series
they're
of
actually
arguments,
being
about one
targeted.
juror in
And
particular.
I was ready
But
to sit here and say
let's,
this is the
kinda
dumbest
get
shit
out
on
of the weeds
planet
for a minute.
Earth,
Let's
and it was going to be
get
my
into the
candidate for the dumbest
bullpen.
fucking thing
That's where the
politically,
reporter,
2022.
that's where the
But it's not even
gaggle
that.
is. And,
When you make it a
I'm sitting in
hashtag,
CBS2 investigator Dana
when you make it a
Kozlov,
popular thing,
political
and you say,
investigator Dana,
it's
down
just the
there,
nickname.
see any movement,
You got
hear
the people in the
anything? And he
background
says, we
thinking
do
that's
see a little
actually
bit
what
more
it is.
movement
You
in the
got people who
courtroom.
are
They cut
actually
you off at
against it,
anytime.
walking
Kinda
out,
give us the
thinking
latest
that it's
there.
actually called it. I give it up
Yeah,
to the
really,
few
it's
people who
just
are
a lot of
like,
wait
this
and
is
see
the
down
actual
here.
name, but this is
Charlie
what
DeMar, my
people are
colleague,
calling
of course, up
it.
in
Even
the
though that's
courtroom,
very few amounts of people who are
getting
doing
a
that.
first-hand glimpse at the proceedings. But down here, it's quiet. No members of Jussie Smollett's entourage, if you will, came down that I could see during the break.
All right, Dana, as we said, we may need to
Sounds
cut
like
you
court's
off.
resuming.
If you scroll up in my Discord,
And we can hear
somebody
that. Sounds
posted
like
the
the
link, but
judge
I'll
is
post
speaking.
it
Let's listen
again.
in.
Now I gotta reopen Discord. Huh? What's happening?
Any corrections or amendments?
No corrections.
All right. Then we'll proceed on further. I will inquire of the government, do you wish to present evidence in aggravation, either witnesses or documentary evidence?
The answer is yes, Your Honor.
Sure. You may do so.
Mr. Mendenhall will be presenting the witness statement.
Your Honor, I have a victim impact statement that I would like to, I've been asked to present on behalf of the City of Chicago and Superintendent Brown of the Chicago Police Department. As you correctly pointed out, is of some length, so I tried to condense, and I'm only going to read the relevant portion.
That chick,
but
that's
I
my
will
girl,
want
that
to read
chick!
it. And for the public, why
What's up, that chick,
the
Trice?
full statement had been filed and
Andrew,
made
thank you for
available
the
to the court,
$1.99.
as well as defense counsel. So again, Your
All
Honor,
these
the letters on behalf of Stephen Kane, Deputy Corporation
Is this
Counsel,
live or more
David
recap?
O'Brien,
I think this is live.
Chicago Police Department.
I don't think this is the recap. I think this is
As the
actually live.
jury concluded, Mr. Smollett falsely reported to the Chicago Police Department that he was a victim of a hate crime. Specifically, Mr. Smollett told the CPD that two people attacked him, placed a rope around his neck, poured a chemical on him, and called him homophobic and racist slurs, and stated that this is, quote, MAGA country, end quote. Mr. Smollett claimed he did not know his attackers, but that one of them was white-skinned. A massive investigation ensued, costing the city and its residents well over $100,000. For the following weeks, more than 30 Chicago police officers and detectives investigated Mr. Smollett's report by
adding all these
conducting
weird
witness
comments to fucking
interviews,
pizza, please.
reviewing over 1,500 hours of surveillance video, in-car camera videos from taxis collected by detectives, as well as other evidence. These same detectives also gathered documentary evidence, including ride-share records, store receipts, store videos, and knocked on doors, going door to door during the polar vortex, one of the coldest periods in Chicago history. During this period, the detectives and police officers worked around the clock, amassing over 1,000 hours of overtime in an effort to solve what in the beginning was thought to be a horrible hate crime.
That's not
The
funny.
overwhelming stress and fatigue that was put on the Chicago officers who were involved in the case was immense. While the city can address the financial costs of Mr. Smollett's false report and the investigation that ensued, a cost that can never be measured is the harm caused by reducing the likelihood of actual victims of hate crimes willing to report these crimes.
That
In
be the shit that kill
CPD's
you.
experience,
That be the
hate
shit
crime
that mind.
victims are frequently hesitant to
That
come
be the shit
forward
that mind
and
boggles me. How y'all
cooperate
make up these
in
names
police
for shit and y'all don't
investigations
read.
out of
And then
fear
when
that
somebody
they will
reads it
not
and
be
tells you
believed
that you
or
over
they will
exaggerate,
be
you start to
targeted
whine.
for additional crime.
And no, I'm not talking about
Members of
TV.
these
I'm speaking in
communities
general.
often feel
Because both political
marginalized
sides do
even
that shit.
before suffering the indignity of the hate crime. When crimes are not reported, the perpetrator is not punished and remains free to commit other crimes, endangering public safety. This is particularly problematic in the context of hate crime because these crimes harm not only the individual victim, but also others who share the victim's trait, creating fear in the broader community. Falsely reporting hate crime have a tremendous chilling effect on the real victims. Indeed, Mr. Smollett himself acknowledged that, quote, "You do a disservice when you lie about things like this," end quote. The financial cost of investigating Mr. Smollett's false hate crime report was significant. CPD spent 1,426 hours in regular shift time investigating his false report at a
Y'all
cost
got
of
some dead stomachs. I feel bad for y'all intestines, all that eating y'all do.
CPD also spent 1,837 overtime hours investigating Mr. Smollett's false report, costing the city $130,106. A spreadsheet calculating these expenditures is attached as Exhibit A. Your Honor, we respectfully submit that restitution for the city is warranted here. Illinois law authorizes restitution to compensate the victim of a crime for out-of-pocket expenses, damages, losses, or injuries found to have been proximately caused by the conduct of the defendant.
Yes, that's true.
Government victims may
Especially in
recover
America, you got people
restitution
just
for
putting random
expenses
shit on
that
pizza.
go beyond the
You got people
normal
who put
cost
peanut
of
butter on
investigating
pizza,
crime.
and they think
That
that's
is
okay.
exactly what
And it's
happened
not.
here. The city is a victim of Mr. Smollett's crime because of his false report caused CPD to expend scarce resources that could have been devoted to solving actual crimes, increasing public safety. The city is not seeking restitution for the regular salaries of the officers involved, but CPD's overtime expenses that go beyond the normal cost of investigating crime and are thus recoverable. A restitution award as part of Mr. Smollett's criminal sentence would enable the city to avoid these costs and delays. For these reasons, we respectfully request that you seek restitution for the city in the amount of $130,106 as part of Mr. Smollett's sentence. Sincerely, Stephen J. Kane, Deputy Corporation Counsel, City of Chicago. David O'Brien, Superintendent, Chicago Police Department.
130,000. See,
Your Honor,
big
a copy
fine.
of the full
Told y'all.
letter has been made a part of the record. Thank you.
See, told y'all, big fine. 130,000. That's a big fine. And I kind of think that's like how
Does the
much they
defense have,
spent
evidence,
on resources.
witnesses, or documents that they wish to present in mitigation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure, you may proceed, Mr. Allen.
Thank you.
Judge, you've called the witness.
We got a black woman. Come on,
Daniels,
sister.
Sir, please step up right here.
Who is this?
Hi. Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. All right. Please have a seat. Try to keep your voice up. You're welcome to take your mask off if you want to. If you prefer to keep it on, that's okay too. It's entirely up to you.
Thank you.
Ms. Waddell, you may impart.
Thank you very
Uh-oh,
much,
he
Judge.
he told him he could take his
Sir,
mask
in a loud,
off.
clear voice,
Hater!
please, introduce yourself, state your first and last name, and spell your last name.
Sure, my name is Richard Daniels. My last name is Daniels. And I'm sorry, what else did you ask?
Mr. Daniels, how old are you?
Oh, really?
Yes, sir.
I'm 61 years old.
All right. And are you familiar with a person by the name of Jussie Smollett?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with him?
I met Jussie 8 years ago this month when I was the music director on the television show Empire, for which I was the on-camera music person for all 102 episodes in all 6 seasons.
So in what capacity did you know Mr. Smollett while working on Empire?
Jussie was the breakout music star on the show, and as the music director for the on-camera work, I worked with him closely, daily, for many years of the show, as helping to support him in terms of his role on the show.
All right. Now, in terms of his role in the show musically, how did you help support him in that way?
We put musicians on camera around him in the 6 seasons that we did Empire.
Hang on,
we put around Jussie and other cast members and guest artists, musicians from the community. So 400 different musicians and vocalists appeared on that show from the local Chicago community over the 6 seasons we had the show. Many of which performed with Jussie, and many of which he embraced dearly as friends over that period of time.
Did Mr. Smollett also have any hand in making sure, securing any of these musical artists?
He would sometimes voice opinions and give me approval or tell me what he's looking for.
I'm back.
So of course, there was interaction that way. And through that process, we became very good friends.
So outside of the show, you said you became very good friends. What type of things would you say you did with Mr. Smollett?
I was very active, and I continue to
get
be
it.
active
We all
in the
want it to be one and done, quick. Everybody gets
supporting
sentenced,
various
everybody
things.
goes
So
to
I would
jail,
tell
everybody
Jussie
gets
about
fined,
certain
whatever
things
it
that
is.
we were active with. And as a celebrity, I would say it would be very meaningful if you might consider participating and donating your time and your talent, which he willingly did on many occasions. And it was always a very meaningful experience for those who saw him and interacted with him, and meaningful for those of us who brought him up.
Now, Mr. Daniels, I'm going to ask you briefly to,
why does this really seem more articulate than the lawyers? Are you talking about that one?
Or any of them? I know that there's one that was relevant with the Boys and Girls Clubs of America.
That was a meeting we had that never went beyond the meeting stages. But the one that was really moving was a school on the west side of Chicago, a grade school. And it has 505 African-American children. I believe it's the largest population of African-American children in a grade school system in America. That's what they talk about. Magnificent school. I was brought in a few years prior to Jussie coming in, asking to support it in various ways. And their mission was so great it was easy to jump in. I asked Jussie if he'd come over. He willingly said yes. And for me, it was an extraordinary life experience because we didn't tell the children who was coming that day. It also led me to believe of what a huge show Empire had become in the African-American community. We didn't tell the children he was coming to their classrooms that day. Each classroom we walked into with Jussie, the children jumped up with joy, ran to him, hugged him, cried with him. It was an amazing experience. It was cathartic to witness it and to see it happen because the impact he had as a celebrity and as this loving, wonderful young man was dramatic. It was really quite something. I was very taken by it, as were those who were with me that day, as were the people who were administrators at the facility. And that was one example of the many that he participated in, of giving his time and his talent. He is a very charismatic young man. He's a very loving and caring young man. And he was generous and he was thoughtful, and he was kind, funny, and intelligent, and I just think the world of him.
Now, aside from his time, talent,
Man, what is the point of this?
All of these beautiful things that
Are we
stated
giving
about
out a
Mr.
fluff
Smollett
piece?
that he
Like,
willingly
why are we having this
and
conversation
abundantly
about
gives?
Jussie and all?
Would you say that he gives anything else of himself?
Yeah, we went to a school. All the kids are like,
I know charitable contributions he's made in large sums of money, and I know of large projects he supported financially, in addition to his time and talent. So he covered all the bases of time, treasure, and talent in terms of his giving and his willing to participate in the community. And it was always with a loving heart. It was always with a willingness to do good and to give back to what he had been given. He knew he was a lucky young man. You know, this show Empire, this was catching lightning in a bottle for all of us who were able to be on it. There were 593 scripted television shows made in America last year. 593. I think back to when I was a kid, and there were like 12. And there were 593. So content is everything. So the competition is fierce. Empire is one of 3% of all television shows that get beyond 5 seasons. It doesn't happen. You know, we think of shows that have long lives to them. That's fine. But the number of shows that have long lives, very few and far between. So Jussie had an appreciation for that, what he was given, as did all of us on that show. It was a game changer for Chicago. The community embraced that show in huge ways. The first episode of season 2 had 29 million viewers.
I think I know.
Those are major sporting
TV.
And that made Jussie a huge presence in the community.
What's your thoughts on Kyle Rittenhouse?
Would you say that based on
I want to see
Mr.
something
Smollett's
real quick.
contributions that he was absolutely
If
a
you still
pivotal
in
part
there,
in the show's success.
what's your thoughts about the car
He
Rittenhouse?
was the music star of the show. I'm sure that Terrence and Taraji and anybody else would tell you the same thing. Jussie was the music star of the show. Everyone else participated.
What does he
but
being
was
a
the
music star?
go-to music guy. He was our breakout music star on the show.
Now, Mr. Daniels,
Thank you. Gallo Glass. Thank you. What does
would
this
you
have to
be
do with this?
willing
I am
and
not
able
interested
to
in knowing how
support
Jussie
Mr.
is this
Smollett
oh so sweet, virtuous
if he
person,
were,
and how he was
given
loved
a
by all
chance
his
at a
peers.
term
Like
of
this does not
probation in
factor
this
into
matter?
this.
Of course. It's part of my daily activities in Chicago and the thing I'm most proud of.
You sound a bit far because I keep moving and I move away from the mic.
You don't believe that there would be any issues that Mr. Smollett would ever exhibit on a period of
Music
probation?
excuses
I've
crime.
ever seen or
Absolutely.
heard of.
No, it doesn't.
You have 1 moment, Judge.
Is it okay to take a sip?
Yes, sir.
He had to grab water after that one. Good people don't lie and
Going
say
back
hate
briefly,
crimes.
Mr.
That
Daniels,
is
of all
true.
the incredible
That is a true statement.
services you said Mr. Smollett gave himself to willingly. Those were not required of Mr. Smollett in any way, were they?
They were not.
Neither by the show or any agency that you're aware
No,
of.
you can't take. Why he can't take a drink? He talking. He's gonna get parched. Why y'all so mean? Yeah, a man can't have a drink. I got a drink right here. Drinking water.
So you believe that in addition to any of the, again, services that Mr. Smollett gives willingly of himself, that if he were given a term of either probation or some kind of community
Will y'all
service,
stop
would you be
spamming
willing or able
TBTV?
to
If he's
either
not in here
supervise
anymore,
that
he's
or
not
make
in
sure
here.
that he would be
I didn't kick him out.
compliant and,
He ain't banned from
continue to
being
give
in here.
himself to
I don't
community
roll like
service
that.
and service of others.
I only roll like that if
Absolutely.
you like
Happy to.
spouting
Thank you,
a
Mr.
lot of
Daniels.
dumb shit. And when I say dumb shit, I mean like
Cross-examination.
not. Oh, I disagree with you, and I'm just gonna ban you. No, that's not how.
Can we call your next witness?
Yes, Ms. Gilman.
They got witnesses. What they got witnesses for?
Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you got? Thank you. Please be seated. Try to keep your voice up. You're welcome to take your mask off if you like. If you want to keep it on, it's entirely up to you. Both masks. Mr. Allen, you may depart.
Thank you. May I please state your name?
Sharon Gelman,
And spell your first and last name for me.
SharonGelman.
I know my mother would kill me for this question, but I'm not going to have to ask how old are you?
62.
And what do you do for work?
Well, now I'm a writer, editor, and a nonprofit consultant, but for many years I ran a nonprofit called Artists for a New South Africa.
Okay. Without telling me your address or anything, what state do you live in?
I now reside
Who is
in
this?
Maryland in the
who this
Washington,
is. I don't know
D.C.
what they
area.
do.
And did you fly in for this specific purpose?
I did.
And why specifically did you fly in for this purpose?
Jussie's like family to me. I've known him for
What is this? What is
well
this
over half of
for?
his life, and a
Oh, this
good
is
chunk of
family.
my own.
So I'm
And,
guessing now it's we're gonna get a bunch of people to say good words
came
about
because
Jussie, and this is supposed to
was hoping
sway,
that I could
I
help
guess, the judge or the
people
jury.
see
I don't
the
know who's in
Jussie that
charge
I
of the
know.
sentencing.
So do you
This is
live around
supposed to
the time
sway
of
them
incarceration?
into believing that this good
I
person
met him
couldn't
in
have done this.
1999.
Okay,
That's very
I kind of get the
specific.
play here.
And so why does that stick out, 1999 when you met him?
It was
Oh, we met in
we were producing an
1999,
event.
the
It
year
was
I was
the
born, and that's so
10th
important to
anniversary of my organization's existence, and it was the 5th anniversary of South Africa's new democracy. And we were doing a specific portion of the event. Desmond Tutu was our keynote speaker, and ambassadors and Sidney Poitier. We were doing a specific portion which was about the role of young people in the struggle against apartheid, and I asked my the artists who were founders and our board members who would be like a wonderful young artist, someone with great talent and great to include, and they all suggested Journey Smollett, and it was in that context that I met Jussie, who at that time was doing, was her representing her, working on her behalf.
So I don't know if he's seen it.
He was 16.
I have no clue if TBTV is still in here. Because I asked the question and I didn't see
when I called and spoke
I don't know
to
if
him,
he's
we wrote a
gone.
letter asking Journey to participate, and I got a very professional phone call back from someone named Jussie, and I was very impressed with him. He said, I do public relations for Journey.
Pandering is so blatant.
And then he came into the office to meet me, and in walked this
dude,
utterly beautiful young man.
they're not saying nothing that is crucial to this case. They just giving you fluff. What does this have to do with him staging a crime? What? Like, genuinely, what does this have to do with this?
He understood the significance of the event that he was attending in South Africa.
Oh, yeah. Well, first of all, the whole Smollett family is very charitably and politically engaged. And, yeah, Jussie and Journey were very excited to be involved. I mean, I think Jussie, because being raised up and exposed to the arts and entertainment community from a very, very young age as little children, they understood the power that that fame confers, and they also understood the responsibility. So they loved the idea of using Journey's very baby
Things for too, I guess, being nice and talented equals innocent. Like, no, it don't. It really don't. Like, dude really think like, oh, let's get all the people who are like who have such good things to say about me. That's gonna mean I'm innocent. No.
Janet, the whole J family.
Like, this don't help you, dude.
Would often come in and volunteer. They would stuff envelopes. I mean, they were like a all-service vehicle that, you know, it's like, do you need us on stage? Do you need us sweeping the floor? They would just do all kinds of things. And
that's what I'm talking
and then, gosh, I think it was around 2006. It might have been late 2005. We needed another staff person. We were a tiny organization, and I hired Jussie then, and he came and worked for me full-time for 4 years in the office.
What was Jussie's role after he was hired?
Well, he started off as my administrative assistant, and he will forgive me, I hope, by saying that Jussie has many talents.
Look at him, he cheesed out. I see him smiling. They all cheesed out. What is this for? Y'all genuinely look like, honestly, no bullshit. All of them cheesed out. I know I like changed the format of the screen, so it like changed so you only see Jussie, but them being cheesed out of that, this is not good. This don't help him. This don't help make it seem like he's innocent. All this is oh, he's so nice, and remember what he did as a kid, and I remember first meeting him. I remember how great it felt. Like, what? Get out of here with this shit.
To, you know, the kids we were working with in the inner city, making
this bullshit, like, genuinely
welcome, and we worked really hard, and he was one of those people who had the rare gift of making hard work fun.
We thankful for $4.99. They're not just acting for the judge; they're acting for the camera. 100%. Because at no point am I supposed to sit down and actually take this serious. I can't take this serious. They so far brought up two people as fluff for them to just sit there and be like.
An audiobook in honor of we announced it on the Mr. Mandela's 90th birthday, and we released it on its 91st birthday with a major publisher and 26 celebrities from all over the world, renowned people of all backgrounds. And Jussie, you know, was very involved in coordinating that. And as I said, he was willing to do anything. He was willing to, you know, go pick people up. He was a good photographer, so he would document the sessions. You know, anything that needed doing, Jussie was willing to do it.
I got a little starstruck when I heard Nelson Mandela and Desmond Tutu.
Oh, I got starstruck when I heard Nelson Mandela. Shut the fuck up! Get to the fucking point.
Founded in 1989.
Now I'm getting pissed off.
and brought together a bunch of people. It was during the
now I'm actually getting
we
mad.
didn't
Like at
realize
first I was
that
understanding like this the
end of
process, but this is
apartheid.
literally
This is
like
the height
bull. This is bullshit.
Still continued conflict, and she had been with the Congressional Black Caucus, and they were talking about people needed to go back and work in their communities. So Alfrey came back and organized her community, and I got involved. I think I showed up at the third meeting. I heard about it, and I never left.
Jussie Smugglenuts make me laugh every time. Well, here's the thing about Smugglenuts.
We raised money. We raised awareness.
They really just put Nelson Mandela's name. Oh, I got choked up when I heard Nelson Mandela. So
in South Africa doing
really dead ass
based African-led organizations doing AIDS work, democratic development, youth education, economic development, and we harnessed the ability of our members to raise awareness about HIV/AIDS prevention and treatment.
Leave Jussie alone, Leon. He's just a boy with a dream.
The voting process, both in South Africa and in the U.S. We always tried to match what we were doing in South Africa with a related issue locally, either in Los Angeles or in the United States, so that we weren't, being those people who care a whole lot about something thousands of miles away, but don't care about the community that you can drive to or live in.
So, during Jussie's time working there, I heard that you put him in charge of charitable contributions, which
charitable auctions.
Which seems like a very important job. Can you describe that?
Yeah, well, he did. I mean, that was one of the things he did. But for that, what he would do is he would contact our
honestly. Answer me this question.
Our donors and celebrity members.
What does his charity work
and
from
others
his time as a
resources
young
and ask for things that we could either
and him on Empire?
auction off live or online. So live at a big
PJ,
event.
thank you for the 10. Is this for real? What the fuck you talking about? She and the defense are literally sitting there telling you all these great stories about Jussie. She's literally sitting there saying, "Oh, Jussie gave back to charity. We went to this event. I flew here to see him." They're trying to convince the judge that this dude is so nice. There's no way he could do this. And you know what sealed the deal for me for this? When they turn the camera on Jussie and his defense team, and they all sitting there smiling, like, bro, it's the most blatant shit I've ever seen.
Really long process because the person wasn't a musician, but we earned a lot of charity dollars in the process. And then
Christopher, who you saying not a conservative? You talking about me? You damn right I'm not no conservative.
Generating item was a luncheon, private luncheon with Archbishop Desmond Tutu.
What just popped up in my feed? What just popped up in your feed? I wish you would. I don't even know what the hell you talking about, Pimp.
Can you explain the growth in his character you observed during that time?
Is this how much rich people want to do all day?
Well, Jussie, I mean, obviously,
I literally went and read where he calls himself a conservative. When the fuck did I call myself a conservative? Time out. Back up. Flag on the plea. Flag on all pleas. Where the fuck did I ever say I was a conservative? Because that shit genuinely makes me mad. I'm not no leftist, righty, conservative, liberal, any of these political bullshit names. You want to know what the fuck I am? Where the fuck is my banner? My banner states what I am. I'm a professional shit talker. I talk shit. I don't give a fuck about y'all political leanings. I don't give a fuck about subscribing to any ideology. I'm not interested in pleasing a bunch of people because I want to be accepted. If you are somebody watching this and you need some value in your fucking life and you stink, and you think I'm saying something and it means I agree with you all the time 24/7, you're a fucking fool. And TBTV, you'll fool your damn self if you fucking think I'm conservative. Somebody in this bitch lying. And I for fuck certain would tell anybody that stands to try me, I ain't no fucking conservative.
And I believed in them, but Jussie and I also became real friends.
So after 2010, you kept in contact with Jussie?
Oh, absolutely, regularly.
In what way, mostly?
Well, sometimes it would be him
Nah,
wanted
that
to
shit,
figure
I ain't gonna
out
lie,
a way
that
to
shit
make a
just dead
difference.
ass pissed me
So
off.
he had witnessed all these people, Sam Jackson, Denzel Washington, you know, Sidney Poitier, who could use their position to benefit others.
I hate that dumb
so that
shit.
was such
Like,
a
niggas really
deep
try to
part
dumb you
of
down
who
with some
Jussie
political
was. He
label all
also
because you say
understood
something
it
that nigga
from
don't agree with.
helping those people to do that work. So sometimes he would call. I remember him
Like, I'm
calling
not
me
interested
right
in
when
that
the story
conservative shit.
broke about the water.
Not
Flint,
interested
Michigan,
in
and he
being a
was
conservative.
literally
Not interested in
sobbing
being a
on the
liberal,
phone, just
right,
saying,
left,
I can't
none of
believe
that
what's
shit.
going
Because
on,
both
and
sides
I really
are
want to
fucking
make
insane.
a difference, and here's what I'm sort of thinking of, and would you help me figure out if it's
Change
the
your
right
shirt?
way to
No.
go? And I want to give money, but I also want to go and bring supplies, but I also just want to show up for people, and I want to, you know, he was always trying to figure out how to do what he could do best, and a lot of what he did in those ways, I mean, he understood the
these people
power
do
of
know he
standing
faked the
up
hate
for
card, right?
people,
What are they
and-
saying? This had nothing to do with that.
and
It really don't.
TV cameras
It really has
follow,
none of this got
maybe
anything to
others
do with
would
that.
follow his example, but he also did a lot of what he did during that time anonymously and quietly.
And bitch ass nigga
But he
TBT,
still did
don't
the
sit
due
there and say, I wish
diligence
you
in
well.
figuring out which
No, you
truth
don't.
is good, and how do you figure that out?
You
And
came in
I'm
here
gonna
and you
call
tried
people
some
I
shit,
know and
didn't
do my
work.
research so that my dollars are well spent and are making a real difference.
Sure. So Jussie went from taking a bus to your office to
So
becoming
congratulations on the bait.
a worldwide phenomenon on a TV show. Did you notice any change in his personality when he gained that phenomenal success?
Not really. I mean, he was still Jussie. He was funny and sweet, and he was so, like, you know, effervescent about this magical thing that had happened to him. And I think for all of us who worked with him at ANSA, Artists for New South Africa, whether board members or, I mean, we were all so thrilled for him. It was like, you know, we all knew he was talented. We had had him perform at a couple of our events once he started performing musically, and
I'm still
we were all
stuck.
fans,
We about to be 3
and,
hours into this.
but,
And
you know,
nobody
we
can
were-
sit here and tell me
I mean,
what this
he
has to
wore
do with
it
anything.
well. He wore his fame responsibly, and he understood. He understood sort of the requirements that come with that kind of position if you want to be a good, decent person living in the world.
So if Jussie was given a period of probation in this case, would
3
you
hours?
be
Yeah,
willing
3
to,
hours.
help supervise to make sure that
It's turning into a
that
Jussie
probation
eulogy.
period goes fantastic?
You did say it'd be long, Tyler.
I mean, I call on
you did
Jussie.
say it'd be long.
I've called on Jussie to help me on things all in these years after he's worked for me. I mean, most recently, in the middle of all of this, I was helping with an auction for Desmond Tutu's 90th, which ended up being his final birthday before he died. And I called Jussie and asked for his help, and
No pineapple
and
piece
I
for
was
me.
like,
I don't fucking want that.
going
So
through all
thank
this.
you.
He's like, no,
I'll
this is
happily
like the thing
deny
I do. This
pineapple
seems to be something
pizza.
else to think about. And he really went out of his way, bent over backwards to try and get some contributions. So I would be honored and would take it very seriously if to help Jussie continue to be a really deeply contributing member to society.
One moment, please. Sure.
What did he say 1 moment for? Like, what this gonna do? I actually dozed off a few times watching this. I'd have dozed off too if I didn't have so much high energy.
Any cross-examination? No cross-examination, Your Honor. Stillman, thank you kindly.
Thank you.
Other witnesses you care to call?
Yes, Judge, we'll be calling Joe Smollett, Mr. Smollett's older brother.
What? Oh, they calling his older brother. For what? Like for real, for what? What are you calling his older brother up on the stand for? Man, he looked just like Jussie.
He's just going to read a statement in here.
Yeah. That boy looked just like Jussie. Damn.
Please, Mr. Smollett.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Your Honor, before I just want to say a few things. It was, I don't know if it was done sarcastically, but mentioned my family earlier, Mr. Weaver, about us passing notes and prayer sessions. Try to understand that a brother right here is on trial. And while this might just be a level 4 felony to a lot of people, under the circumstances, this is felt like the reincarnation of Al Capone's trial, okay?
Huh? What? Al Capone?
But the way that this has been, you know, so that's probably the reason you're just sharing notes and doing prayer sessions.
What hat are you wearing? I'm wearing one of Gothic's hat. The problematic hat.
Right. She knows the thing about
NoSystems.com, .org, I don't know.
About the extent of racism. Neither does an openly gay African American man. All right. I strongly believe, you know what I'm going to say. You know, I strongly believe in my brother's innocence. But I'm not going to rehash or try to relitigate the issues in the case today. Your Honor, I come before you humbly to request leniency when you sentence my brother. Please remember
that motherfucker say, all right, he know it's coming. Just be a little lenient. I know he about to get sentenced. Just be nice about it. Come on, now.
Eastern Europe and global paradigm shifts taking place everywhere. As human beings, we are collectively worn down. But Jussie Smollett is not at the source of the socio-economic and political problems on earth. On quite the contrary, he is a man who has been a beacon of hope, charity, and philanthropy to his nation and to his community. He has made real efforts in his lifetime to promote
ain't gonna lie, I do want that jacket.
All of humanity. He has
that jacket do look suave, you know what I'm saying?
Justice wherever he thinks it may lie. His criticism of powerful individuals, organizations, and practices does not make him a bad person, okay, or someone who should be punished. It simply makes him an American. I'm sure that Mr. Dan Webb, when was once on former President Ronald Reagan's radar for his criticism during the Iran-Contra prosecutions, all right? But standing up to powers and authorities in America is what makes us, part of what makes us American. And he turned out to have a pretty successful career.
Jussie Smollett into slavery.
Jussie does not have malice or hatred toward anyone, and it is truly unfortunate that his reputation has received so many negative connotations.
Yeah, if Martin Luther King ended slavery, about Jussie into it too.
And even though I completely disagree with the jury's decision in this case, I am not attempting to rehash it here. I only want to give support to the point that Jussie should not be incarcerated.
Continuing.
I think I'm biased.
What the fuck? What just happened?
Than he is, and I can remember him at infancy. He has always been
I just heard some random person say continuing.
Human being. He is not a threat to the people of Illinois. And in my humble opinion, Jussie is completely innocent, but even for those, once again, who think he is guilty, the crime he has been accused of is not even considered a felony in most states. Furthermore, here in Illinois and in Cook County, disorderly conduct is oftentimes not even prosecuted and charges are frequently dropped. Incarceration of any kind would send a wrong message, especially in a time in which we as a nation have expressed in a bipartisan plurality the desire to see real criminal justice reform and an end to unnecessary mass incarceration, which predominantly affects African Americans, Hispanics and Latinos, and poor and impoverished white people. We also know now that as a nation that calls itself free, we cannot do so while continuing to incarcerate more nonviolent offenders than any other nation in the world. Mass incarceration is also an unnecessary burden to the taxpayers, to law enforcement, and it is simply unjust and wrong. For those who believe that Jussie is guilty once again and needs more punishment, I would also ask you to consider the gut-wrenching and stomach-turning punishment he has already experienced for the last 3 years.
What, public embarrassment?
He poured so much labor and commitment into making a success was ripped away from him.
That's the only punishment he's got, like public embarrassment. He's gotten nothing else. He's got people making fun of him. He's got people who walk up to him and call him a liar. That's it. He's got made fun of on a Netflix special by Dave Chappelle. What?
For the last 3 years, he has had to live in anxiety and in a certain kind of pseudo form of house arrest. As a public figure, he has had to deal with public scorn and the real security threats associated with being an accused celebrity.
Yeah, being a
In
liar.
essence, quarantining almost a year before the COVID-19 pandemic even began.
Don't bring that up.
Now, we all know the Sixth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution guarantees the right to a speedy trial. In my opinion, it is unfathomable for me to stand here in March of 2022, pleading with Your Honor not to give my brother jail time for a low-level offense that is alleged to have been committed.
Get in focus, nigga.
For those who believe he is guilty, once again, trust me when I say that the punishment he has already received has far exceeded the actual alleged offense that you accuse him of. Your Honor, there's no
Public embarrassment. Remember that.
You know,
He's mad that his brother. He's mad that his brother, who walks around being publicly embarrassed.
Not even what he's accused of, not even a felony charge in most states in America, by giving him a stiff sentence, which includes jail time. That's not restoring public trust. That's in my opinion, right? And if you
That
were
black
to
dude looking at him like, boy, if you get off my way.
From this courthouse and talk to people in the community, you're not going to say, they're not going to tell you, oh yeah, we restored the public trust because Jussie Smollett went to jail. Trust me, it's not going to happen, all right? This is not restoring public trust, all right? We are dealing with a lot of things in the world right now, and sending him to jail would not be restoring public trust.
So letting him walk would?
Please also keep in mind that, like myself, many people...
I'm just saying. So what would restore public trust? Because I guarantee you, I agree with him. Regardless of the outcome, public trust will not be achieved. Somebody gonna complain about the next thing and say discrimination here, discrimination there, and all that shit.
Any incarceration, I myself and my entire family will be eternally grateful. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Is there an additional witness that would like
Is that
to say
it?
something today?
Oh, they got the hug. Oh, that's so important. Oh no, not the grandma. Don't call up the grandma. They about to drum up the grandma, and he trying to hold back tears. It's bullshit. He really sitting there holding back tears, dude. You really sitting there holding back tears? Look at him. I can't for the life of me, dog. I can't for the life of me, dog.
Okay. Good to be here. Okay.
He like, oh, I'm about to get out of this now.
My name is
Man,
Smugglenuts.
fuck
I'm
no.
92 years old. I have lived in New Mexico for over 25 years, but I am originally from New York, where I was a film editor. I am the proud grandmother of Jussie and siblings. I felt compelled to come and tell you that the Jussie I know and love does not match up with the media's betrayal of him. And I'm talking to you guys, you haven't done a good job on investigative reporting. I've worked on documentaries, I know what it is. I've gone through the McCarthy period. I marched with Martin Luther King and marched up Washington, and I'm here now.
She's bold. Bold grandma right there. Bold grandma.
Jussie himself, as you have heard from the testimonials, is a very gentle, kind, and generous young man.
Bold grandmother. That's how you go about that?
Jussie has always been active in the pressing issues facing our communities, such as HIV, AIDS, voting rights, and other urgent social problems in America. One Christmas, he went to Flint, Michigan to entertain children who were living with lead poisoning from their drinking water. What the media may not know is that Jussie is what I call a justice warrior.
Oh,
He
justice
has been
warrior.
active against the justice
Oh
all his
my
life,
God.
as his mother has, who is an incredible rock for her children. And as my son, their father, who sadly passed away from cancer 7 years ago, only in his 50s. And I know in my heart that my son, Jussie's father,
You know what?
would have wanted me to
If
come
nothing
here
happens
to
to
tell
Jussie,
you who the
that
real
woman is
Jussie
the
is.
reason why.
I also
If
have
she
fought
came
against
out
injustice
and she
forever,
looked
and
dead
I
in
feel
the
it's in our
camera. She said, y'all
DNA.
not doing
I
this.
attribute this to
I
being
know about all
Jewish
this.
and
Y'all
the
not really doing a
persecution
good
of my
job here.
ancestors. The Hebrew words to kunalam
Boom.
means to
You
repair
know
the
what?
world.
Never
And that's
mind.
what
That's
I do,
smart.
and that's what
Je-
Jussie does.
Jussie is smart
I will end by
motherfucker
saying
for
that
that.
Jussie is loved and respected
Oh
by
my
all in
God.
America. And
I
I
can't
ask
lie.
you,
Jussie is
Judge,
smart
not to send
for that
him
one.
to prison. If you do, send me along with him.
Oh,
Okay? And I thank you for letting me talk. Thank you so much.
Bold.
It's
You know what?
Chicago.
Bold.
She packed quite a lot in those few minutes, of
Bold
course,
punch.
addressing the media, talking about her own background.
So much.
Because they was hyping her up like, oh, he's bringing his 92-year-old grandma. Bold!
Okay.
Now, you can't lie. It is bold. Grandma had the shortest speech out of anybody in this thing, though.
Any other live witnesses you care to present today?
Judge, none at this time. I believe, I'm just checking, Mr. Allen. Okay, no, Judge, just a statement to be.
Okay. All right, I've heard evidence in aggravation, evidence in mitigation. I'll now entertain arguments in aggravation and mitigation, starting with the Office of Special Prosecutor.
I'm sorry.
I cannot lie.
You want us to,
Yes, okay. I know what you're talking about. I have received numerous letters on behalf of Mr. Smollett. Some of them as recent as today, this morning. And I think it's only fair to publish and spread a record who those letters are from. Generally, they're all asking for mercy. They all know him in different capacities. They're strongly advocating for him. But you can tell me who those letters are from. And I think the special prosecutors also received the same letters that I've received.
Yes, Your Honor.
I ain't gonna lie. The grandma card as against the card. Cause she came in, she looked dead in the cameras like y'all not doing a good job. And she look at the judge like, if you send him, send me too. It's like,
Dear Judge Lynn, Black Lives Matter stands in strong.
oh, I don't want to hear about Black Lives Matter.
Sentence for Jussie Smollett. We applaud your long-held practice of imposing alternative to incarceration sentences for virtually all Class 4 felons, such as Mr. Smollett's, and encourage you to continue this practice in this case. We know that second chance probation, regular probation, and deferred prosecution are all options. As we contemplate what creates a truly safe world, we know that Mr. Smollett's case involves no drugs, no theft, no sex, no property damage, and no physical injury to anyone other than the defendant. Despite the attention paid to it by the media, at its heart, this case involves a low-level, non-violent offense. We urge the court to keep this truth in mind when sentencing Mr. Smollett. We know that the cost that will be expended to met out a sentence involving jail time will be much better used providing much-needed community service. We first came to know Mr. Smollett long before Black Lives Matter's growth into the largest racial and social justice movement in global history.
facts. Where the missing $1 million at? Y'all sending letters. Y'all need to answer about this missing $1 million. Like, damn. Y'all show up everywhere, but except when y'all actually need to answer a question.
Proceeds from his music tour to organizations working for Black, LGBTQ+, and women's rights, including Black AIDS Institute, which provides high-quality, direct HIV services to Black people, Flint Kids Fund, which funds programs aiming to address and mitigate the impact of lead poisoning and trauma suffered by many children in Flint, Michigan, the Trayvon Martin Foundation, whose main purpose is to provide emotional and
For 25 PLN, if this isn't funny enough, imagine what would happen if he's found guilty on Twitter.
Know Your Rights Camp, whose mission is to
Bruh,
advance the liberation
I didn't acquire the biggest headache because this man sat here and said Black Lives Matter.
And the creation of new systems to
I have
elevate
developed the biggest headache because this dude really sat here and
2018,
said
after
Black
college,
Lives Matter.
and all women's HBCU was on the brink of losing its accreditation, Mr. Smollett and his brother helped the institution raise the funds needed to retain
None
accreditation.
of this
In
matters.
fact, although the college needed only $5 million, Mr. Smollett and his brother led a campaign that raised $8
Thank you for this $5, but more importantly, why BLM writing this letter instead of helping Chicago with the rap and gun deaths in their black community?
Organizing. We have marched alongside Jussie in fights for health care, to draw attention and resources to the AIDS epidemic, for women's rights, to protect the sanctity of families, and in peaceful.
Anybody got an answer?
Our relationship
Anybody got an
with
answer
Justice
for that?
early years
Y'all sending letters and saying how this man is such a good man.
has continued.
But where are y'all for your own community?
Most recently, we sat with Mr. Smollett during the anniversary of Trayvon Martin in February 2022, where he flew to Miami to serve as a loving face in the crowd of support families whose loved ones were stolen by police and or vigilante violence.
What about the lives? What about the families who have lives stolen by other people?
To helping others. Incarcerating Mr. Smollett.
I heard specifically lives taken from police.
Mr. Smollett does not pose a threat to anyone. Thus, we respectfully request that this court impose a sentence that is an alternative to incarceration, and that's sincerely Melina Abdullah, PhD, the director of Black Lives Matter Grassroots. Also have a letter here from Latanya and Samuel L. Jackson. It's very short. So.
But who? Samuel L. Jackson sent a letter.
I write to you today to ask for mercy as you sentence Jussie Smollett. I understand the difficult nature of your job as you seek to make decisions which take into account the crime and the punishment. It is in respect of knowing this that I humbly implore you to please find an alternative to incarceration for Jussie Smollett. It is my understanding that Jussie was convicted of a Class 4 disorderly conduct, which, to my understanding, people convicted of this offense historically are sentenced to various alternatives to incarceration.
You know what? Given how long this fucking trial is, I'm about to send a letter. You know what I'm saying? I think I should send a letter. Feel me?
We watch him grow from a child
Dear
who was always
dumbasses.
full of laughter.
None of what has been discussed in the past hour and 20 minutes has anything to do with this man actually did. I do not care about any of his good work. I don't care about his brother. I don't care about his mother. I don't even care about his friend. I care about this. And having a fluff piece full of people saying good words don't do jack shit, but do nothing. Sincerely, sexiest black man on YouTube. Now, where do I send that bullshit?
We have often broken bread with this young man as we have discussed the right and wrong ways to live. Jussie comes from a family whom we are proud to know.
For like the past hour and 20 minutes, it's been nothing but, oh, Jussie is such a great man. Jussie is such a great human being. Jussie is my grandson. Jussie is my brother.
Jussie has no prior criminal record and has never been violent. It is incredulous to Sam and to me that this entire criminal situation even exists. Jussie has already suffered a great deal of punishment. As this situation
What punishment? Public embarrassment. He has gotten publicly embarrassed. That is it.
Please, Judge Land, in God's name, please save this young man and allow him to be of service.
Save this young man from what?
The risk and the investment, respectfully.
Because after this, whether if he gets sentenced to jail or not, he's still gonna get publicly scrutinized. Hey, Judge.
Judge, if you'll indulge me for a moment, I'd like to read a letter from the Rainbow Push Coalition.
Oh, God.
In support of our client. Dear Judge Lynn, I write as someone who has known Jussie Smollett for over 20 years. I know him to have a strong family background.
Sasha Johnson is on life support.
And I am familiar with his commitment.
Because, you know, when we talk about what's important.
It is important to him to use his gifts to support the needs of others. Jussie was raised in a strong and very close-knit family. I urge you to consider several moral issues as you weigh sentencing options. Jussie has no prior felony convictions. He has a history of community service and charitable giving of his time, talent, and treasure. He has sustained a significant loss of income prior to being convicted.
of any crime. Based on the very public nature of the charges and the trial, Jussie has lost countless career opportunities. I have served as a
Wait a minute. Thank you for the 5. I just got done watching Uncharted and this shit's still going.
Since 1968. In pursuit of that mission,
Oh my god, bro. Yeah, this is ridiculous how this still going on, dog.
I have seen firsthand the disastrous impact jail has on far too many young people of color, especially young African American men, who often see a complete loss of hope in their situations. Since this case involves the alleged actions of a very visible public figure, it presents a unique opportunity to send a message to millions of young black and brown men that the system cares for them. This highly publicized Class 4 felony case can be utilized as a positive teaching moment about how the criminal justice system can work to benefit all in our society. I appeal to you in the spirit of righteousness to consider the impact America's criminal justice system has on young black males who struggle every day.
Oh Lord, they pulled the young black males card.
We have an obligation as a society to favor restorative justice rather than retributive justice. Justice Smollett was convicted of a Class 4 felony, the least severe category of felony in Illinois. A well-established practice in Cook County is to sentence Class 4 disorderly conduct cases to incarceration alternatives. Such alternatives might include second chance probation, regular probation, or deferred prosecution. Additionally, an important consideration in sentencing is the potential for recidivism. Justice Smollett's lack of felony criminal record, as well as many positive contributions to society, demonstrates that he poses no risk for recidivism.
That's facts. Where Don Lemon let at? Where's Don Lemon? Where's his letter at and all this? I want to see what Don Lemon got to say about all this.
Persons living with HIV/AIDS and children orphaned by the disease, or children whose health was damaged by the contaminated water in Flint, Michigan.
Wait. Time out on the fucking field. What does Flint, Michigan's water and people drinking that gotta do with this? Y'all losing me. You're losing me. And I can't keep it going. I'm lost here because I desperately want to know what does people drinking Flint, Michigan water have to deal with a guy who is being sentenced for a fake hate crime. I need to know.
And lost career opportunities, a loss of income, and there are a number of people who rely on Jussie for financial assistance. Finally, I am deeply concerned about the physical safety and well-being of a well-known, non-violent black gay man with a Jewish heritage who may be incarcerated within the U.S. prison system. For all the foregoing reasons, I believe the only fair and just outcome is to sentence Jussie Smollett to a non-incarceration alternative. With respect, we respectfully urge you to do so. Rainbow Push Coalition welcomes the opportunity to serve as a place for Jussie to resume his desire to serve the community. During the first year of COVID, we served more than 4,000 meals each day. We have a program that is designed to meet some of the issues homeless individuals face each and every day in the city while trying to survive. We believe that those who are impacted by the criminal justice system deserve an opportunity to be restored.
No, he didn't end up in jail.
Lives throughout community engagement.
I'm not going to say he didn't end up in jail yet. Again, I got to make it clear. I don't think he's going to jail. I think he's going to pay a large fine. And apparently the fine would be $130,000. But if he does, I believe the max is 3 years.
A setback to his future. We do not want Jussie to become another prison statistic, as he has way too much to offer. I stand ready along.
I just want to know what he has to offer because he was in the Mighty Ducks, and after that, nobody knows. And then he got some credibility on a C-list TV show. And then what?
To assist this court in meeting
What else does he have to
justice
offer?
for Jussie Smollett. Signed, the Reverend Jussie L. Jackson C.
Any submissions? Ms. Blaney?
Your Honor, I have a letter from the
Oh my God!
Illinois Innocence Project.
Why?
Honorable
What is
Judge,
this
I
for?
submit this letter in my personal capacity as co-director of the Illinois Innocence Project. This letter is provided in support of a non-custodial sentence
Oh
to Jussie
my
Smollett,
God.
and also to inform the court that if there is a community service component to Mr. Smollett's sentence, he would be welcome to do so under my direct supervision at the Illinois Innocence Project. At the outset, I want to be clear that the jury found Mr. Smollett guilty, and I respect the jury's verdict. I write to you today regarding his sentence and urge the court to issue a just and fair sentence to Mr. Smollett.
Okay.
In high-profile cases, there is often a tone surrounding a case that seems to call for the harshest possible punishment because of the attention the case has garnered. I would urge Your Honor to silence out those loud voices and see Mr. Smollett for who he is, as a person before you, a human being.
Yeah, he does have content
The
for
old adage
CNN.
applies
They
here.
go
Justice
nuts on
is the
CNN
law
with this.
tempered by mercy. Here, while the law may permit you to sentence Mr. Smollett to prison, incarcerating him would not be just. The relentless media coverage of this case is a unique punishment in and of itself for Mr. Smollett. He will carry the stain of this case for the rest of his life and spend the rest of his life and career working to rebuild and establish his credibility, his reputation, and good name.
And it's gonna be hard to do that.
That lifetime sentence is something this court should consider as a unique punishment already dealt to Mr. Smollett in the court of public opinion. In
Oh,
fact,
matter of fact,
cases with media
where's
issues
Camila
provide
Harris? Where's
support
Kim
to
Fox?
show the public that
Where's
justice,
Barack
fairness, and mercy
Obama?
applies to everyone.
Where
no matter
all
who
these
they are.
people at?
If the system
Where are
doesn't
they
treat
letters?
a high
I want to hear what
profile
Obama got to
unjustly,
say.
then what can be expected for the rest of us? If Mr. Smollett, who has no prior felony convictions and no violent background, is sent to prison on a Class 4 conviction, then what does that mean for an unknown defendant who has no one watching or advocating for him? This, of course, intersects with the disparate manner in which people of color are sentenced, with black men receiving the most disproportionately high sentences. During a time in which leaders around our state have put a focus on lessening the incarceration rates in Illinois prisons for justice-related reasons as well as due to COVID-19, there is no justifiable purpose to send Mr. Smollett to prison on a Class 4 conviction. This is especially true when Mr. Smollett could receive a non-custodial sentence.
Where's Big Mike? Oh my God.
Where he could do good.
Y'all are
Mr.
sick of
Smollett has a
it. Y'all
long
are
history
sick.
of philanthropy which predates this case. As the well-known attorney and founder of
Oh,
the
they brought
Equal
up race.
Justice
They brought up
Initiative,
race. Hold on. They brought up race.
each of us is more than the worst thing we've ever done. Mr. Smollett is no exception. Not only is Mr. Smollett more than the case before you, he has the opportunity to give back to the world in a positive way. At the Illinois Innocence Project, in the course of fulfilling our mission of advocacy, education, and reform, we regularly work with volunteers in a variety of areas. Since 2001, the Illinois Innocence Project has had a robust volunteer program, working successfully with volunteers of various backgrounds who have engaged in work ranging from file organization to case evaluations to office support and more. We have found that volunteers working with us gain a close-up view of the brutal injustices faced by our clients who are
Where's
all
Ja
serving
Rule when we
decades-long
need him?
life sentences.
Man, what Ja Rule at? We need his. I need Ja Rule's letter.
Close-up
Give me Ja
and
Rule's
close
letter, and we
view of
actually
the
got
trauma
something we can
inflicted
actually
upon these
listen.
individuals and their loved ones is an awakening and often life-changing experience for our volunteers and staff. In my 9 years working at the Illinois Innocence Project and my 15 years as an attorney working in criminal defense, I have seen the cruelty and dehumanization of prison, as well as how prison impacts people in negative ways. Every person I've ever known who spent time in prison left with increased mental health needs and post-traumatic stress disorder. Incarceration should be reserved for crimes of violence and dangerous individuals, not for someone in Mr. Smollett's position who has no prior felony convictions, no violence in his past, is convicted of a probationable Class 4 offense, and who has much good to still offer this world. Prison time should not be given to satiate the public's calls for retribution. If this court sentences Mr. Smollett to probation with a component of community service, I will make myself available to the court and will comply with any orders of the court related to supervision, timekeeping, and project updates if Mr. Smollett were to have the opportunity to work with our organization. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Lauren Caseberg.
Is it over?
These are the last letters.
Oh, it's not over. Wrap it up.
So with the court's indulgence, I have 2 letters.
Oh gosh, you got
First
2.
is from Oscar-nominated winner of 4 Primetime Emmys and 2 Grammys and political activist Alfred Woodard. Dear Judge Lynn, I hope you and your loved ones are well and are finding a way forward in this time. I am writing to you today as someone who is more than a friend to Jussie Smollett. I am in my 60th decade, and when he was a young teen, as we worked, and we met when he was a young teen, as we worked together to bring shelter, health, and education to South Africa's AIDS orphans. Jussie referred to me as Mama Alfred.
Oh, Mama Alfred. Oh.
Jussie was convicted of a class 4 felony. I know
just wrap it up.
Severe category of
I'm sick of this.
I also prefer it is a well-established practice in your county as well as around the country to sentence class 4 disorderly conduct cases to alternatives to incarceration, including second chance probation, or deferred prosecution. I respect that an important aspect a trial judge must consider when sentencing someone is the potential for recidivism.
Oh my God, she brought water. I mean, reading 2 letters, you kind of have to bring water.
Communities in need is a strong signal that he carries no risk of recidivism. For years, I have been at his side as he's lit up rooms full of elders, men and women battling and living with HIV and AIDS, and playgrounds where the children of those who lost the battle reach for the kind of joy that Jussie brings. Now, some conscientious people reach out to those without access after they achieve success in their given fields. Jussie has been a compassionate presence and advocate for those without means since he was a boy. His dedicated work as an artist brought him success and allowed him to bring his natural impulse to be of assistance to an even wider field of effectiveness. Jussie has kept his heart, his wallet, and his schedule.
Let me know when the
wide
filibuster is
open
over. Jesus Christ, I hope it ends at some point. I'm tired of hearing about this.
I know.
I'm tired of hearing about all these letters.
Quote unquote. In a situation.
I'm tired of hearing
that
about how
causes
everybody feels.
Quote unquote mamas to lower their eyes. But I must tell you, I am proud of this man, who I have known to be an exceptionally kind human being. It is an honor to write you on his behalf because I get to sit and think on Jussie this afternoon. It brings up wonderful thoughts.
Don't look at the camera.
My dear friend Jussie Smollett has been convicted of a non-violent crime. He never has been, and certainly is not now, a public safety risk.
Stop looking at the camera.
He has carried himself with dignity and self-control throughout this process of the last few years.
I can't tell. He just all out crying.
Spiritually in self-realization to come through a vicious public excoriation that would have crushed or inflamed lesser men. The punishing has been relentless and has left nothing to be taken away. He has
Public
already
embarrassment.
paid
Remember that.
and personal price that few in real power have even for crimes against the health and safety of millions.
Stop looking at the camera.
Jussie has stood like the good man I know him to be. Bottom line, if he is incarcerated, I fear for his safety. I fear for his safety. Judge Lynn, I've heard you characterized as a fair man. It is your fairness and your discernment that my hope is reliant upon in this matter. You hold the keys to the freedom and the future of a great giver, Jussie Smollett, to keep his commitment of bringing joy and hope to people whose everydays depend on
I don't know why you said this up 15 seconds, because she got one more letter to read. She's not done.
So the last letter is from Derek Johnson, who is the president and chief executive officer of the NAACP. Dear Judge Lynn, I write today in my capacity as president and CEO of the NAACP. Formed in 1909, the NAACP is the oldest and largest civil rights organization in the United States. In this nation, Black people are incarcerated at more than 5 times the rate of whites and frequently receive disparate sentencing. In Illinois, Black defendants convicted of a felony were more likely than white defendants to be sentenced to prison at a 57% and 39% rate, respectively. A mainstay of our organization continues to be advocacy for fair treatment of persons of color by the criminal justice system. This brings us to the subject of the upcoming sentencing of Jussie Smollett. It would be an understatement to say that an inordinate amount of attention has been given to Mr. Smollett's case. This case involves no drugs, no theft, no sex, no property damage, and no physical injury to anyone other than the defendant.
I heard something about race.
Despite the attention paid to it by the media, at its heart, this case involves a low-level, non-violent offense. We urge the court to keep this truth in mind when sentencing.
We gonna keep doing this every time they bring up race.
By way of background,
We just here for it, baby. It's gonna last a long time, baby.
Mr. Smollett personally donated more than $500,000.
I don't care about his donations.
And gave $125,000.
I don't care what he's donated. What they gotta do with this? What does that have to do with any of that?
Black, LGBTQ+, and women's rights, including the Black AIDS Institute, which provides high-quality, direct HIV services to Black people, the Flint Kids Fund, which funds programs aimed to address and mitigate the impact of lead poisoning and the trauma suffered by children in Flint, Michigan, the Trayvon Martin Foundation, whose main purpose is to provide emotional and financial support to families who have lost a child to gun violence, the Know Your Rights Camp, whose mission is to advance
Children losing their lives to gun violence.
well-being of Black and brown communities.
Sounds like that needs to be something that needs to be talked about more.
Empowerment, mass mobilization, and the creation of new systems that elevate the next generation of change leaders. In
You know what?
2018,
I've turned the corner.
Mr. Smollett
Jussie is innocent.
surprised
Can't you
6-year-old
tell?
double
We've sat here for the
OT
past
with the wheelchair
3
accessible van
fucking
after learning
hours.
that the child's school
He
district
is innocent.
did not own
Everybody.
Mr. Smollett has been a recognized supporter of the
He's a
human rights
famous man. He's donating
civil rights
money.
organization
How can we sit here and look at this man and
strives
claim he's
discrimination
racist?
against LGBTQ+ people and realize a world that achieves fundamental fairness and equality for all. Lest there be an argument that such donations and activities were made as a part of any PR damage control, such acts all preceded the 2019 events that resulted in charges being brought against Mr. Smollett. In 2018, after learning that Bennett College and all
yes, I agree. Thank you for the $2.
historically Black college and university,
All these letters
was
are
on
the
brink of
exact
losing
same.
accreditation,
They've talked about
Mr.
the same
Smollett
thing.
and
He's
his brother
donated
helped
money.
institute raise
He's
the
a
funds
good
needed to
person.
retain it.
I knew him from
In
this.
fact,
I knew
the
him
college
from that.
needed
We
only $5
get
million.
it.
Mr.
Like,
Smollett and his brother
we got
campaign
it. We
who
got
so
it.
successfully raised $8 million. Mr. Smollett's civil rights work began when he was a child who served as an NAACP youth volunteer. In 2016, Mr. Smollett won the Chairman's Award at the NAACP Image Awards. The Chairman's Award is given in recognition of individuals who have committed themselves to acts of public service while using their platforms to create effective change. In short, Mr. Smollett has demonstrated a long-standing commitment to helping others. We believe that incarcerating Mr. Smollett would be solely punitive and would serve no purpose. As this court may know, in 2015, Illinois Governor Bruce Rauner created a criminal justice task force to identify areas of the criminal justice system that could be reformed that will result in a 25% reduction in the prison population by 2025. One such proposal for reform was reducing the incarceration rate of persons convicted of Class 4 nonviolent felonies. This is precisely the type of offense of which Mr. Smollett was convicted. Finally, Mr. Smollett does not pose, nor has he ever posed, a threat to anyone. Thus, we respectfully ask Assuming this court
What is this
confirmed,
about?
sentence Mr.
Oh
Smollett
man,
to
you
any
wanna know what it's
other
about?
than a
It's
monetary
about
fine
covering
or
ass.
suspended sentence.
Jesse
That the court sentenced Mr. Smollett
desperately
to
needed his
probation
ass
and
covered,
community
and this is the only way to do it.
Respectfully submitted, Derek Johnson, President and CEO of NAACP. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank God. Is it finally over?
We wish to publish no further letters, Your Honor. We incorporate other letters into the record.
They will be incorporated, no further letters. I'm ready to keep going. The lawyers need a break. Are you ready to go?
Maybe, can we have a short break?
Yeah, sure you can. Yes.
Very short.
5 minutes. 5-minute recess.
Jesus Christ, now they going on break. Man, give me a fucking break, cause ain't no fucking way, dog. This is ridiculous. Like, just think about it for 1 second. All this entirety of the past like hour and 40 minutes, however long this was just to get this man some fluff. They didn't give no evidence, no nothing. They really sat there and read off letters, read poems, sang kumbaya, did all this. And this is supposed to make somebody look at this and say, not only he's innocent, but he shouldn't face punishment. Or he shouldn't face any jail time. And honestly, if he don't, even though I'm sitting there saying all that's gonna happen is he's gonna get a big fine, the grandma sealed the deal. Like, y'all can't deny it. The grandma legitimately sealed the fucking deal. And there's no way anybody can sit there and contest that. She did look at the camera and say, y'all not doing a good job at this. Y'all not doing a real good job at this. She really pointed at the judge and said, you send him to jail, send me too. What? Braggadocious. Just braggadocious. Just straight off the rip, just braggadocious. Oh man, I think 1,064 people in this stream. Thank you. It's been a long one. I honestly think this has been my longest stream. Like, in the history of me doing this, I think this is without a doubt my longest stream, quite possibly. Matter of fact, let me check my stream log just to be certain. Just to be a wee bit certain with myself. Oh, I just streamed for 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours. Oh my God. Yep, this is definitely my longest stream. Yeah, by leaps and bounds. Because I usually stream for like an hour. On a rare occasion, I stream for 2 hours. This might touch 4. And if you do, I'm going to be very, very shocked. You made a lot of money on this one? I don't even know if I did. And radio, I see you in this motherfucking because you like, oh, you should stream long. I remember you once saying, oh, you should stream for 4 hours. And I was like, hell no. But it might end up being that the way it is going. Because if they just read all them letters, I wonder what they about to do. Because anybody who's paying attention knows that what they just did is actually smart. What is this? Thank you for the 5. This is making me want a harsher sentence. The hubris is the perfect person, obviously. It's like painting this dude as this savant who's done nothing. And it's like, I think this is going to be something that ends up turning into, okay, we're going to continue this tomorrow. We're going to check out my super chat. Yeah, you're like the 5th person saying check a super chat that I didn't see. Am I the bad? Did I miss something? I only see one super chat, and that's from PJ. He will walk, 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 he will walk. Yeah. Peanuts, popcorn. I heard Chisel Adonis is up next. Oh my God. Y'all suck. Yes, it's smart. We'll never get that treatment. Who is we? Who is we? Everyone's saying, what is the point? So is the jury. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Because the jury already found him guilty. 10 GBPs. Keep being awesome, Leon. Thank you. Y'all hit that like button and jump in the Discord. No, do not jump in the Discord. God. Radio. You wasn't in here when I did it. But I posted like the permanent link. And these motherfuckers went insane. Like I kept getting like the notification sound like bloop, 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 bloop. It's like, Lord, y'all be on Discord, don't y'all? Shit, man. No Discord. Apparently we can't be on Discord no more because Discord like infringes upon speech or something like that. Some shit. And I'm like, whatever. I never cared. Super chat. Smuggler never watched Rosewood 1997. How damaging a lie can be. Just wish they just hit him with a fine, but prison time would be funny. I'm saying, like, give him the fine. Like, again, I've been saying it like the entire time. Just get a man the fine. I'm not here hoping jail. I'm not hoping for that. I'm not even expecting that. I'm expecting a fine. And from what the judge said, it would end up being $130,000, maybe even plus tax, all that shit. They denied the motion to mistrial. Is that the right word? I think it is. They denied his motion to like prove like all this was hokey. So that's still the feather in the cap. Let me see. Oh, they back in. Hold on. They back in the room. Unsub. Bye. Don't let the dough hit you where the good Lord split you up.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Mr. Webb, I will hear from the Office of Special Prosecutor, arguments and aggravation.
Thank you, Your Honor. As Your Honor knows, this is the sentencing phase of the case where we,
Send them
Special
to
Prosecutor's Office, get a chance to kind of sit back and reflect with the court for a bit and talk about whether there are aggravating special circumstances in this case that we want to call to Your Honor's attention so you can consider or focus on them if you choose to in rendering sentence in this case. There are three. There's three I want to talk about. Number one, I do want to talk about the underlying serious criminal misconduct that Mr. Smollett engaged in and that he was convicted of by a jury after they heard all the evidence, and they, the jury, made the decision that he was guilty of 5 felony offenses. I want to talk about that. We've heard a lot about that in this sentencing hearing, a lot of talk about how it's kind of a low-level thing, not a big deal. I want to talk about it. Number two, another aggravating circumstance that I think is a big issue is that during this trial, Mr. Smollett made the choice, sitting here in front of a jury, listening to evidence, he decided to beat the case and go in front of a jury and take an oath to tell the truth.
I see what y'all just spammed in this chat, and I'm not for it.
And lie to them for several hours. It was an effort to obstruct justice in this courtroom, to try to convince a jury to
y'all ain't slick.
Ignore evidence and accept his lies, and they didn't do it. They rejected it all, and after, 2 or 3 hours of deliberation, found him guilty of 5 counts. So I want to talk about that. The third is the issue of contrition. As far as I know, as I stand before Your Honor, in the 3 years that this case has been pending, 3 years,
Dover,
Mr. Smollett has never made any statement, publicly or in a courtroom or in a court pleading, to ever accept any acknowledgement that he's responsible for what happened to him, to admit that he in fact engaged in wrongdoing, to apologize for making mistakes. None of that has happened. Not a single act of contrition has happened so far in this case, and I at least want to talk about that as a third factor. Let me go through them one at a time. On the first one, on the seriousness of misconduct, I know we've heard a lot about this, and it's a low-level offense, but I want to talk about it in a minute, because what I believe, if you look at the evidence that was introduced during the trial, what you see is that Mr. Smollett actually engaged and a very well thought out plan, a calculated plan for him to fake a hate crime to benefit himself because he's black and gay. He made the choice.
Pull the
He
race
didn't want
card.
to fake an automobile accident.
There you go. I heard the race card.
He made the choice. He wanted to fake a hate crime to benefit himself because he's black and gay.
Oh,
and
he did it
then
again.
made the choice. He made
Highest
the choice
twins, I gotta make that
to
gay
falsely
card.
reported
That's the money right there.
to the Chicago Police Department because he wanted public attention to it. The only reason the brothers had nothing to do with that decision, that was Mr. Smollett's decision. He actually wanted public attention, called to the fact that he was reporting a hate crime. He wanted it to be made public, and that's why he reported it to the Chicago Police Department. He's the one that made that choice. Remember, he actually, when he planned out the fake attack, he wanted it to be put on a camera. There was a police camera overhead near his apartment building. He wanted that filmed. In fact, that's why he told the brothers where to do the attack, because he's the one that wanted a great deal of public attention called to this because he thought he would benefit from it. And then he made the decision. It wasn't like he sat down with a policeman for 10 minutes.
I got 1,100 people here.
He spent hours talking to police officers, going through details that were all false, to convince them that there really was a real hate crime, and he lied to them over and over and over again. And the idea that lying to law enforcement, taking their attention away from other crimes and criminal activity in order to benefit himself is some type of low-level, insignificant activity, I respectfully reject that as not being consistent with the evidence. And, respectfully, to what I heard from others here today, there were consequences to others of what he did, and that's something the court is allowed to take into consideration. What Mr. Smollett did in this case is he denigrated, degraded true hate crimes, and he marginalized the people who are true victims of hate crimes.
This man watched my YouTube videos? I said this. I've been saying this.
He knew exactly what was going to happen.
What he just said, I just said, I've been saying. I say it about all of them. You are doing a disservice to real people, you jackass.
In true hate crimes being denigrated, degraded, and true victims being marginalized. We know, in fact, it's in the Chicago Police Department report, that the hate crime victims of hate crimes are frequently minorities, whether it's based on race, religion, or sexual orientation. And studies show that that group of people are reluctant to report criminal activity to police, hate crimes to police. And that was discussed in the Chicago Police Department report. There are studies that support that. It takes a tremendous amount of courage on behalf of someone who's been truly victimized of a hate crime to have the courage to come forward, to go through the process of reporting it, to go through our criminal justice system as a witness. It takes courage. And what Mr. Smollett did in this case clearly would have a marginalized, discouraging influence. It hurt the effort to have people come forward and report hate crimes. And that
on the
is
verdict
wrong.
time.
That is serious
Place your bets.
misconduct.
We getting a verdict today, or we getting a verdict on tomorrow or on Monday? Because I don't think they're gonna do it. I don't think they do it over the
I want to
weekend.
go back to that time period. That's
Wait,
a time
today is
period
Thursday.
where
What am
there
I
was
talking
a lot
about?
of
I thought
racial
today was
tension.
Friday. So much time is
devices.
going by.
Hate crimes are becoming far too common, and police were accused of not paying enough attention to it, and that society was trying to find a way, at least this is my view, of trying to find a way to make it clear that that's not, that needs to be reported.
I'm seeing
Hate
some
crime
people
needs
say
to be
today, I'm
addressed
seeing some
by
people
law
say
enforcement
tomorrow.
machinery in this country. And
One
what he
for
did,
today,
Mr. Smollett
2
did,
for tomorrow.
to marginalize that, to discourage people from coming forward, I respectfully suggest is wrong, and that and was a normal consequence of what he did in order to benefit himself. Remember what the facts are. He made the choice in January of 2019 he felt that Empire was not paying enough attention to a hate letter.
I'm seeing one. Oh, damn, y'all split. I'm seeing ones. I'm seeing twos.
Wasn't getting enough attention.
I don't know, man. This
It's
it's about to be 6 o'clock.
He wanted
my
to
time.
benefit himself.
Which means
That's
in
why he
Chicago
did
is
it.
probably about to
And
be
he
5.
had the plan. And Your Honor, he did it all. Nobody else did any of this. I know you know
Maybe
that.
today.
He did it all. He planned everything out at that time. He recruited the brothers. He went forward with this plan, and even to the point of trying to work out where they would actually do a dry run, so that the brothers would know exactly where to do the attack at. All of that, he told them what to buy, what derogatory, homophobic, racial slurs to utter, to try to pretend as if there's whites involved by yelling out mega country. He owned every bit of the plan, and he worked hard on it. He planned it out, and he executed on it, and he owns that for doing that. And so
they can go to 7
yes,
p.m.
it is serious misconduct.
I hope they don't.
And
I hope they
the
don't.
true victims are, of course, number one, the true hate crime victims that are not going to report these crimes. They are the true victims.
I truly hope
The
they
police
don't.
department, though, is a victim, and I'm going to talk about that. Because sometimes the Chicago Police Department gets criticized for not doing things the way maybe people think it should be done. I'm not here to defend the Chicago Police Department, but I'm telling you, in this case, this Chicago Police Department shined. When this, and then we hear in this courtroom, the police department paid too much attention to it. They shouldn't have invested, they shouldn't have spent so many hours investigating this misconduct, and they argued last night in the filing with Your Honor, they argued, well, we shouldn't have to pay restitution for all that because the police department spent too much time on it. My Lord, I wonder what would have happened if the Chicago Police Department took this hate crime, which on its face, by the way, is a heinous, serious,
Leon,
awful,
do you live in NY? Nope.
awful,
But I live in Eastern time.
Rolls, lynchings,
Not gonna
gasoline.
well.
It clearly called out
There's
for
no
a
one I'd
thorough
rather watch the service
investigation,
with than you,
and
Leon.
that's
Oh,
what-
thank
and
you.
We put 5 police officers on the stand.
I hope I've been
We testified
entertaining
in great
enough because I
detail
didn't want to just sit here and let this thing play out.
4 different occasions.
We had like a
when
brief
Mr.
moment
Smollett
where
lied
like,
to
a
them.
random woman
They
was talking,
described in
where I
detail
talked about the Broncos because the Broncos are going to Super
3,000
Bowl.
police hours, Your Honor, were devoted to this case instead of being devoted maybe to solving homicides or other cases. And therefore, Your Honor, I believe that the effort of the Chicago Police Department here, and when you look at the evidence, the fact that this police department, within, I think, 15 days, figured out what happened here. I mean, if you remember, what they were able to do in this case, I think was truly amazing because what they did is that they were able to locate some surveillance tapes of these 2 suspects being dropped off around 1:15 in the morning in the Streeterville area. They traced it all through that area of where the suspects went. They traced that cab back to where the Osendero brothers got into it in the, I think around Wells and North, and they solved the crime. They figured out what happened here. And that the point of that is that, and by the way, they did it.
Police officers involved in this?
They did that as an incredible effort on their part. When we now know from the evidence at trial, that Smollett, while he was reporting a hate crime, he actually was trying to obstruct the police. He didn't want the police to actually find out who the culprits were, because he was afraid
It's
they
one
would
OM.
turn on him.
One
Testify.
what is one
So
what
he
in
refused
England?
to
And
produce
you've been
a
here
song.
since what?
You heard all the
Oh,
evidence.
you
He
poor
refused
dude.
to produce it because
I
there's
bet
50
it, dog.
contacts on there with Abel Osendero that he didn't want them to find, so he just refused to cooperate. Number 2, he
Oh, it was
refused to
3,000
let
hours.
the police
Okay, that makes a
look
little
at
bit
his
more sense.
Northwestern
My
medical
bad.
records the day that he reported the
My
crime,
bad,
because
sis.
he knew that he wasn't seriously injured, and that would not support his argument about the attack. So he refused to cooperate, and then he wouldn't even do a 3-second DNA swab when he had reported this, and reported that the rope may have the DNA on it of these culprits. the police wanted to eliminate his DNA, and he wouldn't do it.
Can we,
So while
no,
he's
wait,
reporting
that's
this,
not the one I
as
want.
far as you considering whether it's a serious crime or not,
Can we admit
I
Dave
respectfully
Chappelle is a
suggest
prophet?
that
Yeah.
the fact that he not only planned out to falsely report it, but then to obstruct the police investigation. And yes, the issue about whether it's serious, and I've heard a lot about, well, no one pays attention, no one goes to jail. That's not true. Every case, Your Honor, if anyone knows better than you, each case is decided individually. But I did go out and do some research because I was curious about all this stuff I've been hearing that, well, no one goes to jail for this. That's just not true, by the way. There was, in fact, I think there's 6 cases in the last 5 years that we found in the research of people in Illinois going to jail for this very conduct of falsely reporting crimes to police. It is a serious course of criminal misconduct.
10 a.m.
to
in
do
where?
it. It's a felony, and
in Sydney.
I think there was
It's
one
in Sydney. 7 where
decided
I
by
am.
appellate court 4 months ago, which
Give us the
involved
state. No,
reporting
mind
to
your
the
business,
police,
you bastard.
that the person
Wait a
was
minute.
hit by a police car.
Somebody gave
and they had-
100 USD.
I think what
That's
happened
for all
here
you
was
do
a
that
lot
when you
worse than
channels
that,
that
and
engage in
that
honest
person
story
got
videos
14
are
months
hilarious,
incarceration.
everybody is
for filing a
possessed
false
by
police report.
predictable ideology. You inspire me to make content.
So yes,
Go ahead and
I
make
do
it.
believe that
Go ahead and make some content.
this conduct is serious.
Do it.
And I respectfully suggest it's a
Get up off
important
your
factor to
ass and
consider.
do it. If you
Aggravating
really
factor
want to.
number 2.
Guinea
lying
pigs are
under
awesome.
oath.
You should get
I'm not
one.
going to go through it. Your Honor
I'm not
heard
a
the
pet-
testimony.
I'm not a pet caretaker
He
myself.
made a choice.
I want
By the
to
way,
get
I'm
better.
a defense lawyer, Your Honor. Yes, we all
I wanna
get
get better
choices
at
to
taking
be
care of
made,
pets.
and defendants can make choices. But he made the choice. Mr. Smollett made the choice that he could deceive that jury and would understand and lie to them about so many different things. I'm not even going to. I was going to summarize some of them, but I don't even want to. I don't need to.
I didn't even see the last part of this. They said, keep going, man. Here's the 500
Testimony
kids
that he
sub.
went out and
Hopefully.
2 o'clock in the morning to buy eggs from Walgreens when the Walgreens was not even a 24-hour Walgreens. It was a ridiculous
You
story.
see how he flipped that page?
The fact that one of the
24 hour-
attackers is white.
That man was like
didn't even know
24
who
hour
attacked him
Walgreens.
was ridiculous. The fact that the
what
brothers
the hell
had
is
no
that?
foreknowledge and just happened to stumble over there into a street.
Damn,
of people that they
CBS
didn't live
Chicago,
in.
fix your
They happened to be
screen.
There at 2 o'clock in the morning when he was out going
That's
through
not
that,
me.
in that,
That's not me.
area.
That's CBS
All of
Chicago.
that were
CBS
intentional
Chicago need to fix their screen.
lies. And
There you
by
go.
the way, people do not.
Good job, CBS.
Going in front of a jury and deciding to lie under oath to see if you can beat the case and obstruct justice is a serious course of criminal misconduct that I think should be taken into consideration. I also will tell Your Honor that the issue of lack of contrition here, I do think is an important issue, and Your Honor can decide how much to give to that. But
Because they were the $2
the
crimson
reason
do it.
I
Don't let your
went
dreams
and
be
did some
dreams.
research on this, Your Honor, because I wanted to make sure I was handling this issue properly before Your Honor. And so I went and did some research. And the Illinois Supreme Court has made a big deal out of the fact that sentencing judges absolutely can consider that someone has shown no contrition whatsoever, particularly after they have been convicted of a crime. Now, it may be, I could be here when I'm done talking. Mr. Smollett will.
Please do a
speak to
reaction
the
video to
court
John Ward,
and
the
explain
100%
how
factual
he's accepting full
recreation
responsibility
of the Jussie
for
Smollett hate
criminal
crime,
misconduct.
then
He may do
101%.
that. That's fine.
Is that a
Let's see
real
if that happens. But at least at this point, that has not happened. And there's an Illinois Supreme Court opinion called People versus Ward, in which I'm going to quote. The Supreme Court
Get on
told
with this,
sentencing
judge's
judges,
mind is made up.
a
Who knows?
continued
He could have been
protestation of
swayed.
innocence
You know? He could have
and a
been
lack of
swayed.
remorse may convey a strong message to the trial judge that the defendant is an unmitigated liar and at continued
Oh my God.
war with society.
Everybody.
That's the quote
We've
from
passed the
Illinois
4-hour
Supreme
mark.
Court. So I do think it's at least a factor for Your Honor
Like,
to consider during the
We've
course
passed the
of
4-hour
your
mark. We're at 4 minutes.
decision-making.
And in
So,
the next 3,
let's go through the
2,
different issues of
1,
sentencing and just
0.
talk
We
about
have
them
4
briefly.
minutes. We have 4 hours
Term of
and 2
imprisonment,
minutes.
yes.
Jesus
We are
Christ.
recommending to Your Honor
Radio, if you're
that the
still here, you
seriousness
finally
of
got
this
what you
crime
wanted. A 4-hour
should
stream.
result in a period of incarceration.
You got a 4-hour stream.
For all the
out of it.
reasons
So
I just
congratulations.
articulated to
The
you.
only person who
As
can
you
bring
know
out
that
is
each of the
Jussie.
counts, the felony counts, 3 years times 5,
What
he
happened to
faces
your Twitter,
15
Leon?
years
I got
in
banned.
jail. And Your Honor
You know
knows
what, ever
that
since I got
Illinois
banned, my
law
life was
provides
more
that
peaceful.
you have the power to impose a term of imprisonment if you find that probation would
You've been
deprecate the
entertaining this whole
seriousness
for. I have.
of the offender's
Oh,
conduct
thank you.
and would be
I tried,
inconsistent
'cause
with
this
the
is
ends
boring.
of
Like-
justice. I'm not going to suggest
I
any
can't
amount
lie.
of time
Like, if
because
I-
if there
like,
was
if I
ever a
was just
judge
sitting here,
that had
like-
the ability to understand what
Not
to use
saying
discretion,
nothing? Like,
whatever
bro,
you decide is your.
I don't think this would
just
be a
say
good
this.
day.
Your ability to decide based
I
on
think
all
I
your
think
years
I'd
of
have been
experience
cut this shit off
and
and
your years
just
on the
like
bench.
bowed
We
out.
accept
Like
that.
whatever the
and
verdict was gonna be,
whatever
it was
you
just gonna
decide
be
on that
that.
issue,
I ain't
you
I wouldn't
decide
even give it
that.
there.
But we do believe that it is a serious criminal misconduct that warrants an appropriate amount of prison time. Number 2, restitution. The Illinois restitution statute covers class 4
Did I
felonies.
catch the stream?
It says
Duh.
that
Like,
you shall
you in the
determine
stream!
whether the defendant should be required to
Thank you
make
for the 50 and
restitution
okay.
in
At
cash
least a year
or
in
out-of-pocket
jail. Spend
expense.
this on some subway.
You've heard the evidence. It's $130,000.
Yeah, I really want it. I like the one that's like, well, here's, I like the
And
one that
on
was
that
like, here's
issue,
some
Your
gas
Honor,
money.
we
Here's
believe
a
that's
free
the
Subway
appropriate amount of
sandwich. I like
restitution
that.
to
That was funny.
order. Now, I will say that first Smollett case, which led to a $10,000, it's called a forfeiture in the record, okay? It was some kind of forfeiture to the city of Chicago. It was not restitution. The city of Chicago did not claim, was not trying to get, that was done by the state's attorney's office with no agreement by the city of Chicago.
4 hours.
But
I
he
know
did
it's not
pay,
true, but
okay?
most of it
So
seems
at
to be
least
his
our
lawyer droning on.
thought is
I ain't gonna
that
lie.
that would be deducted. That the order
Majority of this
restitution
has
would
been
be
a lot of talking.
130,000. That's the right order. but
Dan
he
Webb,
does
who
get
this
credit
is, I believe,
because
has
he
been
did
talking
pay it under
for a
what's
long
called
time.
confusing in the
I'm not here to play
unusual
favorites because both
circumstances.
sides
I
talked
talked
for a
about it in
long time.
another report, and I'm not going to talk about here. Probation.
Hydrate.
Your Honor knows
Thanks for
under
the $2.
Illinois
You
law
want me
for
to hydrate?
class
Got a
4
little bit of
felony,
water left.
You can impose a period
Got a
of
little bit of
probation
water. I'm
not to
using it wisely.
exceed 30 months, but you cannot impose both a term of imprisonment and a term of probation on the same
I got
class
no
4
water.
felony convictions
I'm out.
under the case law.
Bottle of
So
water.
that our recommendation to Your Honor is that you have the authority to impose imprisonment
I'm out of water.
on one of the
I'm
counts
waterless.
that he was convicted of. One of
I'm
the
waterless.
5 counts he was convicted of, and
I
then
ain't got no
on one of the other 4 or more than the other, you can impose a consecutive term of probation to follow. Now, why do I talk about that? Okay, why should that be? Because he's not a violent crime, etc. Your Honor, in 2007, Mr. Smollett had a prior conviction in 2007 in connection with a DUI arrest in California for providing false information to a police officer.
Is he?
Mr. Smollett reflects that this case today is not the first time he'd lied to law enforcement officials, and so I
Is he
believe
bringing
as a
up
result,
the
Office of Special
when he
Prosecutor
like lied
believes that
about
an
his
appropriate
identity? Oh
term of
my
probation,
goodness! This
whatever
dude
you
watches
decide
my
in your Honor's
videos.
discretion, should follow an imprisonment term. Next, criminal fines. Again, this is in your
Because he
Honor's
did
discretion.
lie about something in
You
like
can decide a
2007.
maximum is
And I made a video on that.
$25,000 for
And I
5
believe if I
counts.
remember off
That
the
would
top of my
be
dome,
$125,000.
he could lie about that. He
for
could lie
each,
about
for
this.
the totality, we recommend a reasonable criminal fine to be imposed by your Honor based on your judgment about it. Community service. Let's talk
I'm
about
not gonna
community
lie,
service
David
because
Young.
There's been
You might be
defense
right.
has asked
Like,
that you should consider
because I
community
don't
service,
just look.
and we
4
agree with
rounds.
that, but it
You
should be
can't
a
say I ain't
condition
give you what
of
you wanted.
probation
You can't say I ain't go all out
following
with
a term
bang.
of time in
Like, you
jail,
can't do
and
that.
following a term of probation, but as part of the
So it
probation,
might be the only one you get this year.
you have the authority, as your Honor knows, to perform. He can be ordered to perform 30 to 120 hours of community service
Like, this might be
as a
the only
condition
one.
of probation under Illinois law. We respectfully ask your Honor to impose and to at least consider, maybe it should be devoted to an appropriate black or gay community service organization
he said it.
that
He
can
said
benefit
black.
from Mr.
Race
Smollett's
card, you know what I'm
hours
saying?
of
Race
community
card.
service. And so, Your
Get
Honor,
yours at the Hodge
I'm gonna
Twin
conclude.
store. Don't ask me
You
the
know the
website
case
because I don't
very
know. I
well.
bought this months ago.
I was appointed as special prosecutor.
I bought this
as Your
months
Honor's
ago.
already pointed out here
And
today,
honestly, it was
because
so
Judge
funny when I
Tooman,
got it.
after looking at the unusual way that Smollett 1 was resolved by the state's attorney's office when the case was dismissed completely with absolutely no term of imprisonment, no criminal fine, no restitution, no probation, no supervision, nothing. That Judge Truman found that to be what he described as to be a significant mistakes by the state's attorney's office, and he believed that the public's confidence in the criminal justice system should be restored. I will tell you, at least as a trial lawyer, I believe this trial in this case has already done that. I believe, okay?
Wait, I got apparently from the people who got like the little YouTube browser thing that let you still see dislikes. I got 2,000 likes and 9 dislikes.
Hear the evidence.
That's a good ratio, my sons.
You brought that to happen at the end, well, almost still in the middle of a pandemic. You made that happen, and absolutely, Mr. Smollett got a fair trial here. There are some ins out there though that relate to punishment, and I respectfully suggest that the confidence in the criminal justice system can be restored as a fair and proper sentence is imposed in this case. I have nothing else to say unless Your Honor has questions of me.
Thank you. I have no questions. I'll hear arguments in mitigation. Ms. Duce.
Is that Ben Crump?
Mr. Webb, Judge Lane, may it please the court. Judge, the defense is respectfully asking that you, as a starting point, consider the following. The extraordinary media publicity surrounding this case, the intense negative backlash against my client, Mr. Smollett,
Public embarrassment, not negative backlash.
his career, his livelihood, his family, who's been in court all the time, and perhaps more importantly, his reputation. All those things taken together in of themselves.
But why is his reputation shot? Like, why?
Are not just unique, but indeed eternal enough punishment. And some will argue more than enough punishment for a low-level class 4 felony in this state, and I dare say in any state in the union. I begin by quoting a judge. I am trying to treat this case more like other cases, not differently than other cases, but more like other cases. That was you, August 26, 2021. You made that statement to us while we were discussing jury selection and procedures. And so I begin by asking you to treat this case like any other low-level class 4 felony. Somehow this case has turned into a sheep in wolf's clothing, a misdemeanor dressed up as a felony, essentially. And how do I know this? Mr. Webb spent the entirety of his argument talking about the time wasted by the Chicago police force, time wasted by the city of Chicago. He also spent time talking about the impact this could have on the LGBTQ community. But there are problems with that, of course, Judge. Because I searched the disorderly conduct statute, the entire team did, and I was searching to see if there was any aggravation or enhancement ladder that our legislature in Springfield put in place for class 4 disorderly conduct. Did they meet during the discussion of the bill that they passed to say anytime anyone wastes more than $30,000 of resources, it becomes a class 2. Anytime anyone wastes more than $500,000 of resources, it becomes a class 1 or maybe a class X. No, it's not there. I searched for it. But what we do have is an enhancement ladder that does exist in the disorderly conduct statute, and it's right here. If you call falsely 911 or the police to claim that there's a bomb threat, any terrorism-related issue, you get a class 3, and that's the only enhancement ladder. And I trust that our legislature has the common sense to think about time wasting and money, but it's already infused in the class 4. That's the whole point of a class 4 disorderly conduct. Mr. Smollett is not being accused of screaming fire, fire, or bomb, 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 which will cause a public safety concern. That's why the legislature put that in there. Because they were thinking of a situation where someone comes into a movie theater, screams bomb, and there's a stampede and people could possibly die. So there's a public safety concern.
So is his argument that he didn't say anything that's a public reason to be outraged or upset or concerned about anything?
Money or time wasted because it's already in the statute, it's already accommodated for in the Class 4 statute. And we know they think of these things when you look at the statute, the armed robbery statute. If you rob someone with a gun on top of the Class X enhancement, what happens? You get 20 years added to your sentence. You rob someone with a gun and you discharge that gun causing great bodily harm, what happens to you? 25 to life, enhancement on top of the Class X. Even down to your basic speeding laws. You're driving 26 miles per hour over, now Class B misdemeanor. You're going 35 miles
CBS
per hour.
Chicago, can you fix your screen?
The legislature thinks
y'all see it ain't me. Y'all see I'm perfect. It ain't me.
Wants you to legislate law that doesn't exist in our statute, and that is not for the courts. The $130,000 they talk about, well, there are problems with it. We can't take it as face value. Judge, you have the victim impact statement in front of you. If you look at the first 2 pages, there are no dates on them. If you look at the second 2 pages, highlighted are entries with dates, and only 4 of those entries are before February 15, 2019. Why is that important? It's important because on February 15, 2019, the Oshundaya brothers, according to testimony, confessed allegedly to this incident. And that was the day detectives let them go and began the investigation on Mr. Smollett. So why do we now have charges, most of which are after 215? Judge, the second point I'll make is we're asking you to adopt the previous sanctions. Mr. Webb tries to dress it up like a forfeiture, call it what you want. Mr. Smollett was fined $10,000. Black Laws Dictionary, that's a fine. You can't punish a person twice. And I know you denied the motion, that's fine, but that's not why I'm bringing it up. Because there is an 8th Amendment issue here, cruel and unusual punishment. Punishment that is too severe for the offense. And how do we know this is too severe? Assume, oh, the jury found him guilty, okay. But Smollett won. To 2019, they made him pay what? $10,000 fine, which has never been returned to him. The sovereign of the state of Illinois, through their agent, the Cook County State's Attorney's Office, said, Mr. Smollett, we're taking your $10,000 bond, we're giving it to the city of Chicago. Bye-bye, he's never seen it. That is a fine. Then they made him do community service, which he cannot undo unless we had a time machine. So those 2 things are punishment.
So is he mad that he got punished?
Sanctionable steps. And now Mr. Webb has come here to ask you on top of those 2 things which he cannot undo, nor can anyone. You can deduct it all you want from the fines or the restitution. It's still a fine that occurred. They're now asking you on top of those 2 things, we want you to give him community service and jail time. He doesn't say how much jail time. And jail time. And by the way, while you're at it, for the restitution that has no dates on the first 2 pages and the other 2 pages, there are only 4 after 215, we want you to give him that too, $130,000. It's overkill. It's called beating a dead horse. And that is not justice. That's retribution. That's punitive. And that has no place in the judicial system. Why should Mr. Smollett get probation? You've heard from the witnesses. I'm not going to rehash the testimony. And you specifically heard during the trial from someone who was in here today, Pamela Sharp. She talked about how Jussie gave most of his payments, his earnings, his salaries to charity. How many people do that? I haven't done it. But maybe I've learned something from Mr. Smollett. How many people at the age of 16 were taking a bus to go do community service and charitable foundation work for other people in other countries that weren't even here? How many people do that? Most kids at 16 are playing video games. I did. And that's the type of person we want to crucify for a class 4 low-level misdemeanor type felony and slam him in jail. That's what we do to people like that.
I don't know if it's just me,
when according
but
to
like
the jury,
oh,
they made
this
a
person
mistake.
does all this good,
Lock him
so
up.
why are we trying to lock him up argument? Or why are we trying to punish them argument? That never
There's
sounds
no
good.
violent crime, no
Like,
felony.
that never makes
That
it
is above
sound
a
good.
class 4 alleged. He has no felony conviction in his record. Mr. Webb brings up the DUI, but conveniently left out the fact that it was a misdemeanor. And he was drunk. When people are drunk, they say silly stuff. Let's not forget that. And he was 24 years old. He was a young man.
Isn't it convenient how people bring up the drunk, you say stupid
Your Honor
things in the
doesn't
drunk
seem
argument
to-
when they have to make it sound like
If
a
Your
bad
Honor,
person?
somehow, and I don't know what's in Your Honor's mind, thinking, Mr. Uche, that's just you as defense attorney. Of course you're going to ask for probation. Well, the adult probation department here in this building that has been around forever gave you a probation report, Judge, and what did they rank Mr. Smollett using the Ohio risk scale assessment? They ranked him a 7. And when you compare that to the scoring system, 0 to 14 is considered low risk. So Mr. Smollett is not just low, but he's low within the low risk standard. 15 to 23, moderate risk.
It's still
24
going.
to
Yes,
33,
it's still
high
going.
risk.
We've been here for
24
4 hours!
Very high. What do they recommend for a low risk?
If this is the
individual?
YouTube grind, I'm not
Minimal
for it.
supervision. Non-monetary
Quite
supervision.
honestly, I'm not
That's what
for
he
it.
told you. Point 4.
Hit the like button, people. Remember, we're here all day.
Mr. Smollett's conduct, and that's offensive. He's a black man. He knows.
Oh, there you go. He's a black man. You know what that means? Bayow, race cars. He's a black man.
And Mr. Webb got up here and said, well, Mr. Smollett, what he's done, because remember, they're trying to give you an enhancement that doesn't exist. What he has done, Judge Lynn, and this is what Mr. Webb is telling you, is he's now negatively impacted members of the gay community
Yes.
who would not want to report. Where are the statistics? Who said that? We still haven't got past the part that his case was dismissed and he paid a fine. And that's some serious constitutional issues. But what we do know, statistically, in an era of partisan tribalism,
How they
and
stretched this 4 hours, I
tribalism,
couldn't tell you.
political tribalism,
Whoop, whoop.
there has been bipartisan agreement that there's disparate treatment of black men and minorities in the criminal justice system. This is no longer a controversial topic. President Trump, a Republican, pushed forward the First
Oh,
Step
Lord,
Act.
now they bringing up Trump.
President
Where the
Obama
Trump card
is known
at?
for his criminal
Oh,
justice reform. Governor Bruce Rauner
close enough.
put reform forward
Close
to
enough.
remove low-level, class 4
There you go.
nonviolent
Bam.
offenders from
White
custody.
privilege card trumps everything. There you go. That's close enough.
And Your Honor, we have to look at stare decisis precedent in this court.
Thank you for the 10.
Your Honor,
These should be
have
sentenced to the
multiple
max. He
class
caused
fours, and I
immense
listed
damage to
them
race
in
relations. Good
what I
people do
turned
not
over
commit
to
hate
you.
crimes and lie about them. He should be charged
Some including
the same as a
some
hate
level of
crime.
violence, domestic violence case number 19 CR 0139401 with a prior. He got 2 years probation for class 4, and I'm sure Your Honor has absolutely every reason to have given that. DUI, serious offense involving public safety, 24 months probation, case number 21 CR 0059101. And I list a bunch of cases, 6 more, class 4 felonies. And I bring this up to say, Your Honor has absolutely always been on the right track. And I do not mean to be condescending. I hope I don't come off as that. But this is an important issue.
He's hitting all the victim boxes, isn't he? Yep.
NAACP letter.
Gotta try, gotta try, gotta try.
And they all say that there's disparate treatment of black men in the criminal justice system. They get punished.
He played the race card again, but I don't feel like reaching that card. Y'all see the card?
Compared to white
yeah, right
That's
there.
a fact.
Y'all see it. Hit the like button.
Mr.
Let's
Webb
become
was
the
appointed
voting
special
majority.
prosecutor almost a decade
Yes,
ago
hit the
in
like
a case
button.
involving involuntary manslaughter.
It's a great
That's why I was
YouTube thing
surprised
to
he
do.
was asking for jail time, because that individual, what did they get? 30 months probation, including 60 days in their house, home confinement, for an involuntary manslaughter, where someone died. Most, and I showed the statistics, Judge, I put it in the filing that I made. The irony of this entire thing, when Mr. Webb gets up to point out,
You realize that you had over 2K viewers?
Mr.
When the
Smollett
fuck did I have
disrespected somehow
2K
the
viewers?
black community or the gay community. The irony of this situation, and Mr. Webb quotes
I didn't see at no
statistics
point that I had
show that
2K
people are
viewers.
punished
I know I got
and
2K
falsely
likes.
reported. Well, most black men and most black people are falsely accused all the time. I mean, in the age of social media, we're inundated with reports about this. And what happens to those things? They go unprosecuted, underprosecuted, and not prosecuted at all. So why are we jumping up and down and acting like this is a murder case? It's not.
This stream is not gonna be no
Mr. Smollett's, one of
I'm
Mr.
gonna let that be
Smollett's
going now.
gets the
I am
big
not gonna be
picture.
here all night. Because
This-
they
those
gonna end
jurors
this at
from
some
the
point.
Chicago Sun-Times,
This
the
not
day
gonna be
after
till
the
no
verdict,
midnight
what
day,
did they
because
say?
I'm gonna go
Quote,
to
we didn't
bed.
know what the penalty will be. Are we sending this guy to jail? She said. The juror said she hopes Smollett gets probation. They were the ones that sat down through the evidence, and even her gets the picture, or he, whoever this juror is. They get it.
24-hour stream, radio, you out your finger licking mind. Yeah, never happen.
What is jail?
I don't have enough time in my life to do a 24-hour stream. I do a 24-hour stream.
Mr. Webb is
I'm
asking
going
for
to rest in peace after
incarceration
that.
for a low-level class 4 felony. Well, Your Honor saw the submission from a medical affidavit. The jails are inundated with the pandemic. Illinois had one of the worst cases in the world. Sending Mr. Smollett to jail is almost like a death sentence.
Leon, does this
Yes,
mean you won't be
it
covering
is.
the midterm elections? Huh?
Because anything
Fuck no.
medically can go wrong.
Are you crazy?
And
Did
everyone
you
reacts
see
to the
me turn
COVID-19
around and address
infection
Biden and his
Now, he hasn't got it yet, thank
mid-year
God. But I
address,
don't know what
State
will
of the
happen to
Union
jail,
address?
where
No.
I showed you studies show, unfortunately, the guards in the
Hold
jail,
on.
unfortunately for them, and it's wrong,
I gotta go get
are
some.
always the last to get medical treatment, including booster shots, which as of January, they haven't even received. So we send Mr. Smollett to jail, he dies of COVID and what, for a class 4 low-level offense? Mr. Smollett is a high-profile individual. There has been negative backlash against Mr. Smollett. I'm not complaining. We're the defense team. It comes with the territory. Each and every one of the defense lawyers has received racist or sexist attacks after this case and during this case. And that's okay. We take it. We're defense attorneys. That's what we do. So now imagine the attacks that Mr. Smollett has to live with for the rest of his life.
So wait, is he trying to
That
act
is
as if
punishment
like
enough.
the prosecution
Mentally.
ain't the only one? It didn't get any of that?
The last point I'll make is public policy. There's public policy against retribution. Politics has no place in a courtroom. The courtroom is a graveyard for
Politics got no place in the courtroom. You brought up Trump.
And they can get up here and say that the pride of Chicago was offended. That's fine. And time and money was wasted. And I heard Mr. Webb state to this court something I couldn't really decipher during the trial, that Mr. Webb did it for himself. The problem with that is we've all heard testimony from multiple people say that Mr. Smollett does things for the community. And moreover, let's not forget, everyone testified unimpeached on their side, or on our side too, in terms of this particular issue. Mr. Webb, in terms of deciding or trying to figure out what drove Mr. Smollett to do this, started off by saying he wanted more money, then it became attention, then it became because of the letter he received. They haven't even up until now stuck to one issue. So I push back on that theory that Mr. Webb states to this court that Mr. Smollett did this because he was somehow benefiting himself. There was never a clear picture coming out of that, for that. Judge, we ask you, at the end of the day, you are the one who decides the sentence of Mr. Smollett. But we ask you to decide it based on the law, not on the time wasted, not on a sprawling investigation. It's not here in our law. It's not accounted for. And there are many things you can do to make this a teaching moment. Here is someone that is a star. He's well known, people like him. After this case, or during this case, I doubt that anymore. But at the time, he has suffered. And we see it every day as a defense team. He has suffered, and it's enough. It's really enough. And I'm not asking you, Jan, I'm not in front of you, and I've appeared in front of you on other cases. I'm not here telling you, Judge Lynn, give him a break, let him just walk out and forget about this. I haven't asked for that. I haven't told you to dismiss this case right now in this argument. But I do implore you, and I ask you respectfully, to focus on the law and to tamper justice with mercy. We've all made mistakes, Judge, in this life, and I'm speaking from your point of view. There was a conviction in this case. But what I'll leave you with,
thank you, leave, because I gave you, take it forever.
He that is without sin among you, let him cast the first stone. Everyone, a lot of people jumping around on social media, crucify him, how dare him. Everyone's made mistakes. And so, Judge, I'll be asking you to follow your precedent and follow, some of the recommendations. A lot of organizations.
While it is true, we all got skeletons in our closet.
And that's really
everybody hasn't faked a hate crime.
Minorities, black people. I've gotten so many letters. A letter Mr. Allen and I got yesterday from a lady complaining, how is a police officer who shoots a young man 16 times getting out of jail for 3 years, and someone might be suggesting incarceration for Mr. Smollett? That's a letter we got. So people are watching, because people think in the black community that there is a double standard, and there is. But Your Honor has been one of the few people in the United States in terms of dispensing justice that has stuck to the letter of the law.
Coward, no.
And has treated class 4 felonies the way they ought to be treated. And so, Judge, with that, I submit my client to your hands, and I ask you for mercy at this time, and I ask you not to allow a political stoking to influence your decision, which I know you will never, and I ask you to focus on the law and the fact that there is no enhancement ladder for time wasting and resource wasted. And so, Judge, one more thing I would say, Mr. Webb talked about the restitution. Now, Your Honor has the power to give restitution, and we concede that point at this time. But, Judge, what I would remind you is, if Mr. Smollett has to pay that amount or any amount Your Honor deems fit, he's lost nearly everything. He's had a very negative, significant impact on his career and his finances. So I would just ask that if Your Honor is going to give him that restitution order, you give him some time to pay. And I was shocked Mr. Webb was asking for incarceration, because for a second I wrote out my notes thinking he was going to ask for some sort of suspended jail time, which will in a way be a middle ground. And I disagree with it. To say, Judge, maybe you give him a suspended jail time to allow him to pay. He doesn't pay the fine within 6 months, he gets 6 months in jail.
Will it touch
I thought that's what Mr. Webb
That's
was
all
going
I
to say,
want to
but
know.
of course, I'm not the prosecution. So Judge, I would ask you respectfully to give Mr. Smollett probation, and in fact, I would be asking for no fines based on the fact that he's been fined before. Thank you, Judge Lee. Thank you for listening to me.
Well,
Mr. Smollett, you're about to be sentenced in this criminal case. Is there anything at all you'd like to say?
he's about to be sentenced.
You want a break? We'll take a break. 5-minute recess.
Oh, they all recess. He said he's about to be sentenced, so I guess after the 5 minutes, he's getting sentenced. So, final bets, everybody. Place them. 1, type 1, if you think he's getting jail time. 2, if he's getting a big ass fine. 3, nothing. Let's go with a 4th option. He's gonna get the fine and jail time. Place your bets. We got about 5 minutes. I'm seeing 1.
You've been listening in to the sentencing hearing for Jussie Smollett, and the judge has now called a 5-minute recess. So in the meantime, we want to bring in our legal analyst, Irv Miller, who's been with us since noon when we started our coverage. So, Irv, if you can hear me now, all right, so we've gotten to the point where we've heard from just about everyone. There's one main person that we haven't heard from yet, but the last person to speak here was Jussie Smollett's attorney, Inye Uche. As you've been able to listen into some of the final speakers here, Dan Webb and Inye Uche, what are your thoughts?
I'm very disappointed that Mr. Uche gave an argument that may give the judge some pause about what to do. If I were the defense attorney in this case, I would try to minimize the consequences for my client. The last thing in the world anybody wants is to be convicted of a felony. There's a provision in Illinois called second chance probation, which is probation, but it doesn't result in a conviction, and down the road it can be expungable. I would have been talking about second chance probation the entire closing argument, rather than talking about tempering justice with mercy. So I think Mr. Uche missed a great chance to try to ask for something that wouldn't harm his client for the rest of his life, but decided to roll the dice and see what's going to happen. Saying probation is different than asking for second chance probation.
I really know.
So where do we go from here? Because we've heard from so many of Jussie Smollett's supporters through letters, of course, and then through his family members, his older brother, and then his grandmother, who spoke very pointedly to the judge about taking her to jail if he goes. So what would you say are next steps?
Well, it's my understanding, and I could be wrong, but I think there was some statement at the very end that Mr. Smollett was not going to make a statement. If that's the case, then after this little break is over, the judge is going to come out and pronounce the sentence. Knowing Judge Lynn the way I do, he's not going to be talking for a long time, but he will give his reasons, and he will impose the sentence, which I suspect will be probation, and the only question is whether or not there will be some Cook County jail time. Under Illinois law, he could give him up to 6 months in the county jail as a condition of probation. Also, he has the right to order that $130,000 of restitution to the city of Chicago. I think that would eliminate the federal case because he would have to pay it as a condition of probation. So my guess is he'll give him 2 years probation, he'll give him X amount of days in the Cook County jail, order restitution. I don't think he'll fine him like Mr. Webb requested, and he'll give him his appellate rights, and I think this case will be headed toward the appellate court.
So Irv, my colleague, co-anchor Brad Edwards, back with us now, so we want to bring him into this conversation.
Yeah, just slipped out quickly. Irv, back. So what is your call then? How much time do you think Jussie Smollett then could go to jail for, which would be a short stay?
I see why I don't do this shit.
Guesstimate the time,
I see
and
why I
then
just
really
make
by the
videos.
time
All
this
this
thing is
streaming
appealed,
shit
it will
for
be
boys.
moved. Jussie would have
All
already
this
served
shit
the
for
time, right? Because if Jussie's going to go to jail, he's going to need a toothbrush tonight, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
If the judge sentences him to probation with X amount of days in the Cook County Jail, he could take him into custody to serve that time, and whatever number the judge says, Mr. Smollett would only do half of that. The other thing is the judge could sentence him to the Cook County Jail, but stay that pending any appeal or any particular amount of time. He doesn't have to impose it right away. He could say, I'm going to wait till 6 months from now and see how things are doing in the county jail with COVID, and we'll re-examine it at that time. That's a possibility.
So, Irv, I know when we were talking to you before we began our coverage, you were making the comment that this could be lengthy just because of the sheer number of people that would be speaking and the fact that they started by calling for a motion for a new trial. But here we are, you know, our coverage started at 12. The hearing commenced probably about 1:30. At 5:30, do you feel like this is right on time in terms of how this judge runs his courtroom and all the pieces of this fall into place?
Well, I'll tell you what really took a long period of time, which I didn't factor into my equation, was the judge allowing all these letters to be read in open court. These letters were submitted to the judge a couple days ago. He's read them. They were read in open court for the benefit of the media, not for the benefit of the judge. So that took a long period of time. And Erica, you're an attorney. Lawyers like to talk. So.
That we do. Yes. And we like to write long briefs and continue.
Yeah,
lots
of words.
I ain't gonna keep this going.
One word we didn't see today from Camp Smollett was contrition.
I'm out of here.
Absolutely no acknowledgement of what the jury found him guilty of perpetrating. Surprised by that?
I am, because, you know, leaving the decision about your freedom to a judge is very important. And they say that that first step towards rehabilitation is admitting what you did wrong. And I think Judge Lynn was looking for that. And as he's sitting in chambers right now, he's saying, I really wish I would have heard from the defendant, although he won't hold it against him. That's not the proper way to do it. But typically, you just want to hear from the defendant in a case like this if you're weighing freedom versus incarceration. That's a tough call for anybody. And Judge Lynn, let me tell you something. He's a good judge. He's a fair judge. He has a conscience. He's going to follow what he thinks is the law, but he's also going to, I think, put a little mercy with punishment, to be honest with you. So I don't think he's going to send him to the penitentiary. That's not even what Webb asked for. But I do think that he may give him a little jail time, just because he committed perjury. He lied to the jury, he lied to the judge, and I think there has to be a price for that in the judge's mind.
Thank you
So
again.
if we look at some of the key witnesses, family members who testified on Jussie's behalf, and I know we've been talking about this earlier, even the body language did not come across as meek or remorseful. There was a lot of finger pointing, while the older brother said he didn't want to dwell on the fact that he was innocent. He still pounded it in and saying that he was. So what do you think should have been done differently if they wanted to get this outcome of no time in jail?
You know, talk about your brother in not the fact that he's guilty or innocent, but to talk about your brother, what a good relationship he had with him, maybe throw in a few episodes of doing things together while they were growing up, or the fact he's so proud of his brother for what he accomplished in, you know, with the entertainment world, that he's, you know, he lost his livelihood. He had a great future ahead of him, and now does not have a great future. And then when his grandmother got up there and she started to blame the media at the beginning of her statement, I'm sure Judge Lynn was shaking his head at that point in time.
I mean, because Jussie Smollett really used us as the media to get the story out there. I mean, he knew where to hit the third rail, and at that point in time, he hit a story contrived, completely out of the park. Never seen anything like it. Irv, I don't think you've probably ever seen anything like it. Just the police resources, so on and so forth.
Absolutely, Brad. And you know, the judges arguing with himself right now in chambers as to what to do. It's one of these situations when you have aggravation, you have mitigation. I don't think Uche did his client any favors today by his last remarks to the judge. You're talking, it's a class 4 felony. It doesn't mean anything. My God, it's a felony. It's not a misdemeanor. The fact that he's challenging the city of Chicago overtime remarks, where the city of Chicago said, we don't even want to get paid for just the regular time of our police officers. We just want to get paid for our overtime. And he challenged the amount of money that the city wants. In a sentence hearing, that's not what you want to focus on. You want to focus on your client, the good deeds that he's done, the fact that he's lost his livelihood, the fact that this will stay on him for potentially the rest of his life if he's potentially given probation today. You got to look at what's important, and I don't think his lawyer did that today.
So, Irv, now we're still waiting for the sentence, but the fact that Jussie Smollett was convicted on this Class 4 felony and some of the political touch points that we saw would say the state's attorney and then deciding not to prosecute and then bringing in the special prosecutor, the charges being dropped at different points before that. What do you think the message or the precedent that this case is setting, what do you think that sends to the legal community here?
As a former assistant state's attorney, and after speaking to other former assistant state's attorney, we all took this case personally because I think we felt that what was done at the initiation of this case wasn't right. It's not something we ever saw before. We hope the state's attorney's office does well. We're proud to be members of that office. When I was sworn as an assistant state's attorney many years ago, and I had to raise my right hand, and the person who swore me and said, we have one rule in this office, and that is you do the right thing. And I hope that the state's attorney's office gets back to that, because that's what a prosecutor's office should be doing.
And that was part of Dan Webb's damning assessment here. Dan Webb.
Is it over? No, but
when you're a guy like
we're
Dan
in the finish
Webb,
line.
You got a CV, a resume that could really choke a shredder. You take a case like this on, as you don't take it on for money. So you take it on for the clout.
I won't have
your assessment of his not only performance, but logistically how he handled things. When you looked at the report that he put together,
5 minutes. I've never been a part of
showing the flaws in the state's attorney's initial handling of this case to what should grade him for us.
In this particular case, I think he did a great job. I read that report. I listened to his press conferences. You have to understand something. Judge Tooman could have appointed, one attorney to do this, but he picked Dan Webb not only because of Webb's reputation in the legal community, which is good, but also he had a huge law firm behind him, Winston Strawn, to help out with the logistics of the case. I think it was very smart by Judge Tooman to do that. And when you read the report and you see the way this case was presented to this jury, and you see how the post-trial motions were presented today, that's something that, as a lawyer, I think was very good. I think they'll use this case in law schools to try to show how a high-profile case should be tried in the future.
Irv, you've been with us from the start of this day when we were awaiting Jussie Smollett's arrival, and I know you said at the time, and it didn't seem to factor in, just as you said, that his late arrival would in any way influence the judge, at least not publicly, if the judge had anything to say about it. But for that to be the start of the impression that Jussie Smollett gives on a day when there's one man who decides your fate, talk to us about that.
Certainly not a smart thing to do to show up late. Do I think that will influence the judge's decision on jail time?
And you showing up late?
One thing I have to tell you, in the court systems under COVID, nothing runs smoothly. We don't know what excuse he may have had for showing up late. Frankly, if I was Mr. Smollett's attorney, I would have said, I'll meet you in the cafeteria 2 hours before the court appearance so we could talk about the case, and so we'll be there in front of the judge 20 minutes early. That's what I would have done. But I was not Mr. Smollett's attorney.
Yeah, speaking of Mr. Smollett's attorney, do you think he was operating independently? Do you think he was advising his client, or in watching how things unfolded today, Do you think
How do you show
his
it to
client
your own
was
bro? I
in
have
control?
no
Do you
idea.
think his
I
client
don't think
said,
that was a good
my
move, like,
grandmother and my brother will get up there
Who thinks he'll walk?
defiantly
I mean, a couple people
defending
do.
my
Like, a couple
honor,
people
saying
think he's
this
gonna walk.
did not
And that's a fair
happen. Well, they
thought.
say we're not going to
Like, I'm not gonna
relitigate
sit
it. That's
here and
exactly
chastise
what
nobody
they
for thinking
did.
he'll walk.
Do you
Because
think
I hold the opinion
the
he's not
council
even
was in
gonna-
control, or do you
all
think
that's
this
gonna happen is
was
he's going
Jussie
to get a large
Smollett
fine.
controlling the
Getting a
string?
large fine
There's
is
no
around
doubt in my
100,
mind there was one captain of the
30?
ship, and that was not the lawyer. That was Mr. Smollett. I think Eric would agree with me when I say that, you know, you're a lawyer.
think
You
he'll
can
faint
only
if he's found-
advise
if he
your
gets
client.
jailed out?
You
No,
can
but I
tell
think
your
his
client,
grandma
well, this is
will.
door number 1, door number 2, door
His
number
grandma
3.
is
I
passionate
recommend
on
door
that
number
speech,
3.
so I think she
But
gonna
if the
be the
client
one to
takes door
react
number
loud.
1 or 2, that's the client's decision. But it's the lawyer's obligation to give their best legal advice to the client. But in criminal cases especially, the bottom line, it's up to the client, because it's not the lawyer that brings the toothbrush into the county jail, it's the client.
Yes, I do agree with you on that, Irv. If you could stand by for just a moment, Irv, I believe we also have Dana Kozlov. She has been with us since Jussie Smollett walked arm in arm with his family through the Layton Criminal Court lobby thereafter going through security. So Dana, we just want to touch base with you. Here we are, what, 1:30 for three plus
Facts,
hours
we didn't reach
into
10
this,
minutes.
almost
Wait a
4,
minute.
if I'm counting
These are the
correctly.
longest 5 minutes I've ever been
Just set the
part of.
scene for us out there.
Actually,
I know.
more than 4.
1:30, 2, 3, 4. This is
It is a blur.
journalist
Yeah,
with math.
yeah,
Here we
right,
go.
Right. Get on my advocate.
So, from your vantage point as we are right now, I know it's definitely quieter down there than what we've been seeing in the courtroom, but just give us your perspective.
It really, you know, as we have been since 11 o'clock or even earlier for some people all day, it's really in just a wait and see mode. And that includes obviously waiting for the sentence to be handed down by Judge James Lynn. But then what we do after that, we're set up so that if anybody wants to come down and make a statement, we're ready to do that, or we're ready to listen in and get that back to you. That's always optional. We expect that Dan Webb would make some sort of statement. He did after Smollett's guilty verdict was handed down. We also expect Smollett's attorney might also make a comment, as he did on the day of Smollett's conviction. And I know that the attorney for the Osendero brothers is here with one of the brothers, and I had asked her prior to her going into the courtroom if she would be available to speak, and she said she would as well. So we're set up for that, but we're just in a wait and see mode to bring you well, we don't even have to do it because you'll see it in court, but we're just here and we're waiting to talk to folks once that sentence is handed down. Brad and Erica.
Okay. Dana, it has been a long day of waiting and seeing, and the waiting continues. We appreciate your work down there. Let's go back to Irv. Irv, I mean, you believe that anyone would believe that the judge, knowing sentencing guidelines, he probably knows what the sentence is. We're told 5 minutes. Now it's 20 minutes. We know, you never can hold people to exact time frames. But is there, what could the holdup be here?
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, the judge could be looking at the clock and saying all the national news is on the various networks, and I may want to wait till 6 o'clock.
You think like we think, Irv.
I'm just trying to give you an honest answer.
No, I mean, that absolutely could be it. Because, he wants this thing on live on broadcast, of
He
course.
is, in fact, the one who granted the request then, right, to allow the cameras in the courtroom.
And there's an old expression that a judge is never late. It's only people who show up after the judge that are late.
Yeah. Any guy in a black robe. There's something about black robe syndrome, right, or something like that.
Exactly.
So let's talk about the precedent, though, and although it was mundane, people are used to seeing highlights from court. Sometimes when they see the actual minutia and they see the weeds that are gone through in a hearing, you can lose some people to it interest-wise. But it was interesting to see a camera in a courtroom for sentencing in the state of Illinois. Do you believe this will be something we see more of now that it does happen here? And it's long happened in other states.
I swear,
Illinois was just for a long time had a moratorium, no cameras in courtrooms. Do you think this is something we will now see?
I do, and you know, it actually started a few years ago, and
also,
particularly Judge Gahn and Judge Burns in 26 and Cal were in favor of cameras in the courtroom. But the one thing I have to say is the problem area is not the state court; it's federal court. There's no cameras in the courtroom, and basically reporters have to stay in the lobby; can't even broadcast from the floor of the courthouse.
All your RC would do it.
Irv, I was just going back through the timeline here, and I know we have a lot of this online from Charlie DeMar breaking this story, but we're talking about 3 years. And boy, what have we have seen in the three-year period. But in terms of it happening during a pandemic, there being quite a few delays because of motions and everything that might come with a case like this from both sides. The timeline for finally getting to sentencing, Irv, do you think that this is what
streaming on Twitch.
Every defendant wants a right to a speedy trial? Do you feel that this went along with what we usually see in the Illinois court system?
Well, a defendant who's facing jail time does not want a speedy trial. A defendant who's looking at either an acquittal or probation, they're more in favor of a speedy trial. And, you know, you have to figure in the pandemic into this. That just almost put the court system to a halt. And frankly, I don't know how the court system would have functioned if it wasn't functioned at all, if it wasn't for Zoom recordings.
Irv, don't mean to cut you off. Never want to cut you off. But
No, we back. Come on, cut it. Cut this. We back at it. Come on, cut it.
Constitutional, technical issues, and many more issues, substantive issues with this case. As a result, I've advised him not to make any allocution based on his appellate rights at this time.
Well, you may give him advice, but I need to hear from Mr. Smollett directly because it's his decision. So this is, do you want to say something or would you rather not say anything? That's fine. All right. All right, we're at the end of the road here. This matter has been pending in the criminal justice system for 3 years, approximately. It's been approximately 2 years on this particular docket. We have an original indictment that was returned by the Cook County State's Attorney's Office. There was a quick dismissal that occurred in this case that caused tremendous consternation in the community, and to this day is a basis of great confusion and misunderstanding and mistrust. In any event, some things happened after the first dismissal, the only dismissal on the case after the first indictment. People were very upset. One person came forward in particular, and that person, of course, is Sheila O'Brien. Sheila O'Brien is a former retired appellate court justice in the state of Illinois. She came to court as a common citizen, without credentials, just by herself. And she said she had a grievance, and she wanted her grievance heard. And she thought that with the handling of the case by the State's Attorney's Office of Cook County was so upsetting that she was losing sleep. And she explained in her petition all the reasons that she thought that a special prosecutor had to be appointed, not to necessarily indict or do anything in particular, but just to look at this and give it a fresh look because something appeared to be wrong. The case ultimately got assigned to Judge Michael Tuman. And I can say that among his peers, among his fellow judges, Michael Tuman is considered cream of the crop. He's a long-standing veteran judge, been a judge longer than I've been a judge. He sat in this building for many years.
The audio is off.
He sat on the appellate court of Illinois. He's the current head of the juvenile justice system. He has been a long-standing judge.
The volume is at max.
For knowledge, integrity, honesty, and always knowing what the right thing to do is. He took this matter under advisement, and hearings were conducted. And after all these hearings were conducted and listened to both sides, he heard from the State Attorney of Cook County, he heard from Ms. O'Brien, he recognized that there was confusion in the public, there was concern that the confidence in the criminal justice system locally here was at risk and may have been damaged, and that the case required a second look. And Michael Tuman, in his wisdom, sought out the proper, what he thought to be the right person.
Come on, big fine, big fine, big fine.
Winston Strong law firm as the people that might be able to take on the task. Dan Webb and Winston Strong agreed to take on the task, and as they already indicated, they did this pro bono, which means they did it for free. I don't know that at the time they signed up for this, that they had any idea that it was going to be as work-intensive as this case has become. This case took several years, and we were slowed down by COVID a little bit, but the amount of pretrial motions that were filed were exhaustive. I have never, other than death penalty cases, which I used to preside over, seen anything like the extent of filing pretrial motions. And I'm not faulting the defense for filing many motions. I would just say that this case received as much attention and has gone over every little bit of it by a fine-tooth comb.
4 more minutes for until 5 hours.
Any case I've ever seen before. The stacks of pleadings are high. I've got stacks on my desk that are unprecedented. And we had to wade through all of them, and it took a long time to do that. And there was a tremendous amount of attorney manpower and billable hours that were lost by the Winston Strawn firm. And they did it selflessly. They did it because they thought they needed to do the right thing. All I can say is, as a member of the judiciary, thank you, because that was very, very extraordinary. And I have no idea what the amount of billable hours are. And I can only imagine, but I think it is huge and truly significant. The other thing, what happened here is that after Mr. Webb in the case, they had several assignments, one of which was
I'm about to say, what the fuck was that transition?
The Attorney's office, and they returned a report to Judge Tooman about that, their findings about that, another about the Chicago Police Department and their handling the case. They did that. But what's relevant here, of course, is that they went to another grand jury and they returned a second indictment. And the second indictment, ultimately by random, got assigned to this particular court. And we came here. We've been here for a couple of years now. Well, the pretrial motions have been resolved. A trial by jury was held. The defendant was found guilty of 5 to 6 counts of felony disorderly conduct, class 4 offenses. Our post-trial motions have now been resolved. The pre-sentence investigation.
You're watching the CBS 2 News at 6 with our special coverage of the Smollett sentencing. Let's listen in to the judge.
That sentencing. Let me talk first about the sentencing range, because I think there may be some misunderstanding, at least how the court assesses the sentencing range. This is a class 4 felony. This is the lowest class felony in the state of Illinois. I will note that legislatures throughout the country, in Illinois in particular, have constantly cut into judicial discretion and forced us to have mandatory sentencings under different circumstances. We have to do this and we have to do that, and try to have some kind of cookie-cutter justice. But that does not exist in this case for me. I am left unfettered. Under Illinois law, the range of sentence in this case is as follows. Mr. Smollett is looking at a probationary term of up to 30 months. He can receive time in the county jail as a condition probation of up to 180 days. He can be ordered to perform community service, ordered to participate in behavioral classes, ordered to pay restitution, ordered to pay a fine. He's also subject to a penitentiary sentence of what I find to be 1 to 3 years. Now there's talk about, well, what about 5 counts? Shouldn't he be at least eligible for a 15-year sentence? There are ways to analyze Illinois law and say that in a case where there are 5 counts, that consecutive sentences might be required or might be at least considered. I don't believe that I could ever make the findings that are necessary in Illinois law, and I'm not going to have a long dissertation about it, but I don't think those findings would apply. I don't think Illinois law, for the facts I have before me, would allow for consecutive sentences. So as far as I'm concerned, the penitentiary sentence, should there be one, would be 1 to 3 years. I'm mindful that there's acute public interest in this case. We have television cameras. They want to be here, and they are here. People are watching. People seem to care passionately for varieties of reasons about this case, and the reasons are many. And let me be clear that the sentence that I put down today and render down to Mr. Smollett is not in any way, shape, or form to assuage any public sentiment in any form at all. I'm listening to things that were brought to me in court today, people that have participated in the aggravation and mitigation portions of the presentation today, but this is not for the public. The sentence that's going to be rendered today is going to be strictly for Mr. Smollett. It's going to be fashioned for him. And when a judge sentences somebody, and I've been doing this for quite a while now, you have to look at both the crime that was committed and the person that committed it. How did the person get here? Who is this person? What is the crime?
I had to pee.
Put them together. You look at the sentencing range, and you try to find something that is just, that fits, It makes sense, and that is right. And that's what we're going to do. Let me tell you, Mr. Smollett, I know that there is nothing that I will do here today that can come close to the damage you've already done to your own life. You've turned your life upside down by your misconduct and shenanigans. You've destroyed your life as you knew it. And there's nothing that any sentencing judge could do to you that can compare to the damage you've already caused yourself. So who is Jussie Smollett? Who are you? And how, out of all people in the world, did you get to be here, sitting in the courtroom of Chicago at a sentencing hearing, convicted of faking, hoaxing, racial and homophobic hate crimes? How in the world did this happen? Well, there are ironies in this case, and the ironies are many and they are profound. And I'm talking about the testimony I heard under oath from Mr. Smollett, corroborated in large part by the pre-sentence investigation. Mr. Smollett chose to take the witness stand, which of course is his right. He took an oath and he got on the witness stand, and the first thing he did was to introduce himself to the jury. He wanted the jury to know who he was, where he came from, what he was about. And I heard it on the witness stand, I heard it corroborated today by the witnesses that came and testified on his behalf. There's no question, Mr. Smollett was born into a mixed-race family. His mom is an African-American woman. His dad was a white Jewish man. There were 6 siblings. And if you can say anything about this family, and we're talking about a very, very tight-knit family, a village that was always in sync with each other, that cared about each other, was completely, wholly supportive of each other, you know that this family knew about matters about social justice more than anything else. That's what the family stood for. It is part of the fabric of their existence. I know that Jussie Smollett grew up knowing to be sensitive to matters about racial discrimination, any kind of discrimination, any kind of social injustice. As a matter of fact, I'm learning more about it as we're going on in the letters I've been receiving and the testimony I've heard today. He's been doing this all his life. He doesn't just talk the talk, he's walking the walk. He's out there, he's advocating. He's involved in the community. He cares deeply about social justice issues. And for you now to sit here, convicted of hoaxing hate crimes, racial hate crimes, and homophobic hate crimes, the hypocrisy is just astounding. I don't know where to begin. I will remember one thing that will always stick in my mind, and I've been involved in so many trials over the years, but something happened in this trial that it was remarkable. And it talks about your sensitivity to issues of social justice. You're on the witness stand. You're being cross-examined. Your liberty is at stake. It is your criminal trial. Mr. Webb is winding through some things on cross-examination, and he's going through some social media communications, and whether it was Instagram or chat or text, a little quibbling about that doesn't matter. But Mr. Webb found a line that he wanted to confront you with, and he said, "Didn't you say," and he used a word starting with the letter N, "meet me at this place at this time," and I'm paraphrasing. And rather than just answer the question, which is what a witness is supposed to do and expected to do in their criminal trial, you stopped the proceedings. You said, "Mr. Webb, out of respect for all the African American people in this courtroom, you should not be using that word." And I was amazed. But it showed, and I'm not talking about the parrying and the gamesmanship that may go on between a prosecutor and a witness on the stand. That's not why I'm telling this, recalling this event. But what I'm talking about is how sensitive you were to any kind of slight, that anybody, if the wrong words come out of somebody else's mouth, you're going to get up and speak up and complain about it. And make sure that they know that they're not behaving the way you're supposed to behave. So you know better than anybody else that these are serious matters. They're serious to you. They're clearly serious to you, and as your whole family. And for you to be here now, convicted of these hate crimes, it's just astonishing. Faking hate crimes. So why did this happen? That's a good question. I think that's the question on everybody's mind. There's some conjecture you did it for the money. Frankly, I do not believe that you did it for the money. You were making, the evidence showed, close to $2 million a year when this happened. I don't think money motivated you at all. But the only thing I can find is that you really craved the attention, and you wanted to get the attention, and you were so invested in issues of social justice, and you knew that this was a sore spot for everybody in this country. You knew this was a country that was slowly trying to heal past injustices and current injustices and trying to make a better future for each other. And it was a hard road. And you took some scabs off some healing wounds and you ripped them apart for one reason. You wanted to make yourself more famous. And for a while it worked. Everybody was talking about you. The lights are on you. You were actually throwing a national pity party for yourself. And why would you do such a thing? Why would you, I understand, you crave the attention so much, but why would you betray something like social justice issues, which you care so much about? The only thing I can conclude is that, and I acknowledge, there are wonderful sides to you. They're very giving and charitable and loving sides to you. But you have another side of you that is profoundly arrogant and selfish and narcissistic. That's the only thing that can be concluded. And that bad side of you came out during the course of all these events. Let me talk about hate crimes for a minute. I've been a criminal judge for many years. And I've heard many victims of crime testify in front of me. And any victim of a crime, no matter what the crime is, they are demoralized by what happens to them. It doesn't matter if you're injured unjustifiably, if somebody hurts you and it maybe cripples you or damages you in some fashion that's going to be long-standing injuries. If your property is stolen, your vehicles are stolen, people go into your homes, your property possessions are stolen, people do all kinds of terrible things. It is a demoralizing experience, and sometimes it's the worst experience that anybody can ever go through in their entire life. And then if it turns out that the motivation for the criminal to do something bad to you was because they hate you because of your race, because of your ethnicity, because of your gender, your sexual orientation, your religion, your age, your disability. If that was the reason for it, it is exponentially worse. There is nothing worse than to be a victim of a hate crime. It is the worst thing that can happen, especially in our country with all our history and all that we're going through now to try to get around some of these issues. Hate crimes are the absolute worst. And I believe that you did damage to real hate crimes, to hate crime victims. There are people that are actual, genuine victims of hate crimes that you did damage to. These are people that have a difficult time coming forward. They may be mistrustful. They may not want to bring it to the attention of the community or first responders. There may be some trepidation. I don't know for sure how much damage there was. I don't know how this is going to impact other people, if they're going to be hesitant to come forward because they're going to think that they're going to be accused of acting like you and doing a stunt like you pulled here. I don't know if first responders are going to be more doubtful and skeptical of people that come forward, real victims of hate crime, because of what you did here. I'm hoping it's not that way. Now I'll show one of the ironies in this case, and I find this pretty profound. I got letters from people that advocate about victims of hate crime their entire lives. They devote their lives to this. I'm talking in particular Derek Johnson, president of the NAACP. Reverend Jussie Jackson, he's an icon here in Chicago. No introductions necessary. They devote their whole lives to addressing issues about social injustice and hate crimes. And they are here today asking me to show you mercy. And I take that seriously. I find it profound. I take it seriously. And I know that they're in a better position than myself to educate the public about that topic, about the damage you've done to real victims of hate crime. And I am confident that because of all the attention that you've garnered here on this case, that they are going to seize the opportunity and they will educate the public and they'll be talking about this. And they'll try to mitigate some of the damage that you've caused to real victims of hate crimes, and they're better positioned to do it than I am, and I will defer. But I will acknowledge that you have done some real damage. I want to talk about your premeditation. Again, I've been a criminal judge for many years, and I know that people end up where you are right now, awaiting sentencing on their criminal trial. How did they get to court? How did that happen? There's some people that wake up in the morning. They have no intention of doing anything wrong. They're not looking to do anything criminal. That's the last thing on their mind. But there are crimes of impulse that happen. Road rage, a barroom fight, bumping into somebody. Words are exchanged that somebody finds insulting. And sometimes weapons are available. And the results can be horrific. And they can be permanent. And people are sitting here and they're wondering themselves, how did I get here? I wasn't looking for trouble, but trouble just seemed to find them, and crimes and impulse. And when I'm saying that I have to put the person and the crime together and try to mix them and understand who it is that committed this crime within the sentencing range, and that's part of my job to do, I consider how the person got here. So, but this is not a crime of impulse. There are also crimes of opportunity. Walking down the street and somebody they left the keys in the car with the motor running, and they take the car. Or they're in the department store and they see someone put the credit card on this side and they go to adjust their baggage on the other side and grab the credit card. Those are crimes of opportunity. They didn't wake up thinking they're going to commit a crime, but something just looked too tempting to them. They use very bad judgment, and then they get in trouble, they get caught, and here they are. But then there are crimes of premeditation. Mr. Smollett, that's what you are all about here. Crime of premeditation. You did wake up in the morning thinking you were going to do something bad and something wrong. And I know more today about this than I ever did before, that there are some wonderful things about you. And I know how people, they cherish you, and they cherish your relationships, and they cherish the good works that you've done. And they love you sincerely and deeply. And they're not faking, they're not lying when they talk to me about their feelings about you and the good things that you've done. But you had that dark side, and this is what happened here. You premeditated this case to an extreme that's amazing. You wrote a script.
Good news in the land of Lincoln. New DraftKings at Casino Queen Sportsbook customers now have two ways to get in. You can sign up in person at the casino in East St. Louis or download the app. Sign up, deposit, and bet from anywhere in Illinois. You could be at the stadium, your favorite deep dish, your couch, even your grandma's couch. As long as you're in Illinois, you can sign up and bet. Download the DraftKings at Casino Queen Sportsbook app. Get an exclusive offer when you sign up and make it rain.
Plan your summer getaway.
Y'all
at the Great
tweaking!
Sale with our spring
What the
forward
fuck?
You save up to 40% on outdoor dining collections, sectionals, fire
What the
tables,
heck?
and more.
What the
Save up
fuck?
to 30% on hot tubs, in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Splash away the summer in a family pool from just $29.99 installed.
What the
and
fuck?
Douglas pool tables for just $22.99. And sale prices on everything.
What?
for
Like,
indoor
what?
fun.
Stop!
Only
Stop!
for
What is this? This what y'all do?
All this heat around Jimmy John's new sandwich, Boss City needed to take some time to relax.
Come on.
Get his mind off the Zesty Garden Turkey Club.
Is that
You know what that is?
Try and forget about the pickled red
Oh my
onions,
God, what happened?
aioli, roasted
Oh, I'm back.
tomatoes, and the meats.
Stirred or shaken? Did you say turkey and bacon?
Jimmy?
What the? What? Can we cut the ad, please?
I'm gonna come get him. A little R&R, fix you right up.
The new Zesty Garden Turkey Club for a limited time at Jimmy John's.
Fucking Chicago, we're taking a quick break. Turn this. How do I turn this off? Holy hell! Turn off. I'm missing the fucking stream. Like, bro, you serious? Lord, come on. And now they showing an ad for like the Masters, which is like a golf tournament. Golf is the worst sport in existence. Man, get out of here. Y'all tweaking. Get out of here. Come on, man. Come back. CBS News Chicago, you're watching. All right, turn the fucking... We'll be right back. What the fuck? See? Now I need like an actual feed. Does anybody have an actual feed to this shit? I ain't never been so joked out in my life. I'm still waiting for the damn thing. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna just share the screen. I'm gonna show y'all what I see. This is the shit I see. And I can't play it because they got music. Why? Like, yo. All right. Your glasses are steaming up. Thank you, God. All right, they back. All right, cool.
Out on the street. And the reason you chose is
that's your beautiful.
Come up with the story that you needed to get some eggs at Walgreens at 2 o'clock in the morning.
That legitimately.
I'm attorney Howard Ankin. Injury law made personal is what differentiates my law practice from other lawyers you may see on TV. If someone you don't know calls you from a police report, what kind of lawyer are you going to get? I promise it won't be the type of law that I practice. When you call me for a consultation, you get a third-generation Chicago attorney, not an out-of-state attorney pretending to have my credentials. Put 3126 million in your phone in case you ever need me. Injury law made personal, that's Ankin Law.
What the backwards compatible fuck? Like indeed, what the fuck? Like dead ass. This is what we see here. You said CBS on YouTube? Hold on. Let me stop sharing this shit. Let me go see CBS on YouTube. YouTube. Oh look, it's my stream. Yeah. CBS.
Wait, you haven't checked your card?
Oh, they got another fucking.
Alright, so this is my
Hold on. Why ain't playing the audio? I can't hear nothing. Like through the audio of the thing. I can't hear nothing. I can't hear nothing. Subtitles. Of course. Of course, when I stream, see, this is why I don't stream, because bad things happen to me.
Your neck. You go into your apartment.
All right, here, hold on, I got one.
The police arrive. The first officer on the scene is Chicago police officer.
I got one.
In full uniform. The first responder of the first responders. His body cam is on. He sees you.
And now he sees that that noose is around your neck, but it's not.
Y'all see that?
You walked into the house, now the noose is up at your throat. You've maneuvered the noose, and you've made it look worse than
We
it was.
back, we got it, we good, we straight.
This is part of your plan. Officer Bay asks a simple question, what happened? And then you start to lie. And you haven't stopped lying ever since. You've been lying and lying and lying about this case, and that's why you're here today. You want to take the incident on the street, try to get some attention at work, try to have somebody else feel sorry for you. That would never have got you here.
Y'all hear it?
You lied to the police. And you caused all kinds of consternation. You caused a major investigation to take place, which got many people involved and caused great stress throughout the city and throughout the entire community here. And that's the problem. That's why you're here now. Those are the crimes you're convicted of. Not the shenanigans out there, but the lying about it, making it up, and that's why we're here now. You repeated your lies at the hospital. 6 counts were put together.
So can y'all see it on my screen or not?
One was a little bit different than the others, and I understand that. Let me say, from my vantage point, and I was obviously here at every stage of this trial, I thought the jury's verdict was accurate, correct. Holy crap.
All right, cool. Cause I keep fucking seeing it saying go here, go here, go here, go here. Fuck. Tell me if you see this shit or not.
That's the crime you're here for, lying to the police. Well, Officer May took this very seriously. He said that's a horrible thing that happened. And he started the process of a police investigation. Detectives got involved. You ended up at the hospital.
Full screen it, I guess.
We're starting to happen, and this word got out. And you're not just any person. You have a little bit of celebrity about you. You were known in some circles as a very competent actor, a really good actor in a very serious television production called Empire, and people knew about this. And
because you're a celebrity and because you've been so active in all these social justice causes. And this is what is so unbelievable about this case, that you of all people are here convicted of hoax and hate crimes. You who know better, who are out there in the world.
It is full screen. Shut the fuck up.
Something for the good in social justice causes, that you ended up here right now like this. It's crazy, but you know people in high places, elected public officials. They reacted. You knew mainstream journalists. They reacted. You became the first page, your front page news. You're talked about in the halls of Congress. People are talking about making laws to prevent what happened to you that happened to anybody else. People on mainstream media are decrying what happened. What kind of country is this? How could they do this to Jussie? We know Jussie. He's such a gentle guy. He's the guy that was described to me by all the family and friends that I heard from today. And I believe that Jussie exists. But you use them as your
Oh, shut up. I danced
They're
earlier.
giving you the national pity party you wanted. They're putting you on the front page. All the attention is on you. People talk about social injustice. Your name is coming up first. It's exactly what you wanted. But you use them. If anything, people in those positions, elected public officials, mainstream journalists, their credibility is everything to them. And you didn't care that you might be damaging it. You did damage to them because, again, there's a
Emperor of the Sith. $4. Oh my God, he just finished the Dark Knight.
You planned work, of course, until it did it. We're in Chicago. You lived here for 5 years, working on the Empire show. And you have to know, as well as anybody that lives in Chicago, that Chicagoans, they love their city. They're fiercely loyal to the city, and believe me, Chicagoans know we don't all agree with each other on a lot. There are all kinds of disagreements on what our city should be, what the vision should be for the future. There's even disagreements about what our past was like. But despite all the disagreements and all the things that are not right with Chicago, it's sweet home to Chicago to the Chicagoans. Chicagoans are fiercely loyal to their city. But Chicagoans have one thing in common that they agree on, that there's no misunderstandings, everybody's on the same page. And that page is crime is a problem. It is a major problem. Nobody disagrees. And we know that police resources, they are valuable. They're limited. Detective resources are precious. And they cannot be squandered. And what you did, because you were selfishly, arrogantly, and narcissistically bringing attention to yourself. It's the only reason you could have been doing such a crazy thing that you did, was you took away a lot of resources from other places, from other real victims of real crimes. You used up the police resources for your own benefit, and that's a big problem here. What you did is you created what we call around here a heater. What's a heater? A heater is a case that when it's reported to the public conscience is shocked to such an extreme that the public is demanding that the police solve this crime here, right now, right here, right now. Everything else has to take second place. The heater has to be addressed. And you created a heater. And boy, did they put on an investigation. And I know that I've been listening to Chicago police officers and listening about police investigations for many years. It's certainly not a perfect police department. It's perhaps unfairly maligned in some respects as well. I'll match the homicide detectives here against any in the country for their competence and thoroughness. Not a question about that. But what they did in this case is extraordinary. I have never seen, even in some murder cases, the amount of police work that went into this investigation. You did exactly what you didn't want to happen. They put so many police resources into this. When I say what you didn't want to happen is you never wanted this case solved. You thought that somehow you'd be able to skate by and nobody would ever know what really happened here, and you're going to walk away from this, and it didn't go down like that at all, of course. So they solved the case. And what happened? Turns out that you're not a victim of a hate crime. You're not a victim of a racial hate crime. You're not a victim of a homophobic hate crime. You're just a charlatan pretending to be a victim of a hate crime.
CBS Direct is much better. I don't give a damn. I'm not signing into all these different networks. Because you know what? I signed into the CBS Chicago account. I got ads randomly for the first time throughout these entire 5 hours. Just random.
Damage you've done to yourself. way beyond anything else that can happen to you from me or any other judge that would be sentencing you in this criminal case. You are now a permanently convicted felon. Your family who loves you and supports you, I don't even want to use the word forgive, because forgiveness is even necessary. They're with you so much.
He called him a convicted felon.
But you have to live with the fact that you really put them through a ringer. You've embarrassed your valuable friends in high places, elected public officials, people in the media. You've embarrassed them. You have to live with that. I don't know if those relationships can be repaired. You've become toxic in your own workplace. Your career future is uncertain at very best. It was really on a rocket ship to success, and now you've turned yourself into riches to rags, and it's so unfortunate. Your very name has become an adverb for lying, and I cannot imagine what could be worse than that. People talk about situations where somebody's lying and trying to manipulate and maneuver a story, and your name comes up. It's, oh, pulling a Jussie, something like that. That's awful. You're the butt of jokes. Comedians, mainstream talk show hosts.
Motherfuckers talking about how everybody's shitting on this dude.
Sketches about you. I can't imagine anything worse than that. Now, this is all self-inflicted. These are things you did to yourself. This is self-damage. Well, some people may think that what you did is funny, and that there's some room for humor or jokes about it. But I assure you this court does not. I don't think there is anything funny at all about hoaxing and faking racial hate crimes. Hoaxing or faking homophobic hate crimes. I think that is disgraceful. There is nothing funny about it. There's no humor in what you did whatsoever. All because you're selfish, arrogant, narcissistic. At least you have that side in you that came out through this case, and you kept doubling down and doubling down and doubling down. It's not funny. It's not funny at all. And I'm your sentencing judge, and I don't find it funny. So where are we at? We're at the end. You're convicted of a Class 4 felony. It's presumptively probationable, but we have some real serious aggravating factors here. Your premeditation, which I've described. The pain you caused to real victims of hate.
Why look like the chick on like next to Jussie about to cry?
The city of Chicago, I've heard. It's been talked about. I'm mindful of the city's request for restitution, and if I'm going to fashion that, consider that request, I have to fashion the sentence accordingly. And above all, the capper of all cappers, your performance on the witness stand. This could only be described as pure perjury. You got on the witness stand, you didn't have to, you did, you certainly have a right to, but you committed hour upon hour upon hour of pure perjury. And I find all those to be...
Chick next to Jussie is shaking her head like, no he didn't. Bald dude on the right twitching in his hands.
Any kind of probationary sentence would deprecate the seriousness of the offense, and you need to go to the penitentiary. The record is clear, and it would support it. But I'm looking at everything in its totality. And I agree. It's told to me today, you can't judge everybody by one bad thing they've done in their life. I don't know if it's the only bad thing, but it's the only bad thing that I'm concerned about now. And that you do have quite a record of real community service and quite a record of attaching with people. There is a lot of mitigation in this case as well. And I'm mindful of the pleas of mercy, particularly from people that are in the arena of dealing with social justice issues, that are fighting, seriously fighting, not playing around, not doing games like you were doing, but seriously fighting for matters involving hate crimes of all sorts. And they're asking you for mercy as well. So I'm trying to consider who you are as a person, how you got here, how somehow you strayed away from your family values. You let that dark, narcissistic, selfish, and arrogant side come out, and you persisted with it for years on this case. I'm fashioning the following sentence, and here's your sentence. I'm sentencing you to 30 months felony probation, and the probation is going to be to this court. You're going to be allowed to travel wherever you want. You do not have to live in the state of Illinois. You can report by phone.
30 months probation.
If you're going to try to make a living and do some of the things you do, you may have to go to other places, New York and Los Angeles. You can do those things.
There it is.
You will pay
30 months probation.
to Chicago, in the amount of $120,106.
Oh, that big money.
$25,000.
He got the fine.
And you will spend the first 150 days of your sentence in the Cook County Jail.
Oh.
And that will start today, right here, right now.
You got 150 days in jail?
If you're found guilty and I sentence you as I have, you have the right to appeal the findings and rulings to the court, or ask your sentence to be modified. To do those things, you need to file a notice of appeal in writing within 30 days. You may also file a motion to
Told
modify
y'all.
your sentence, which would have to be filed.
Told y'all he get fined. I wasn't expecting no jail time. But 30 months probation, they said, and 150 days in jail?
Provided free of charge. Do you have any questions?
No, I would just like to say to Your Honor that I am not suicidal.
What?
Okay.
I am not suicidal.
What?
I am not suicidal. I am innocent, and I am not suicidal. And it means that I stuck my fists in the fears of Black Americans in this country for over 400 years, and the fears of the LGBTQ community. Your Honor, I respect you, and I respect the jury, but I did not do this. And I am not suicidal. And if anything happens to me when I go in there, I did not do it to myself. And you must all know that.
Man.
I respect you, Your Honor.
No, he
I respect
didn't.
your decision. Jail time. I am not suicidal.
Mr. Uche, let me inquire, are there any post-sentencing motions you care to present right now?
Yes, sir.
Man, no, he didn't.
Wish to present a motion to reconsider
Oh,
sentence.
okay. And you know what?
It is time to file.
Thank you, Judge.
And let me say, I
Okay. I know why he said that. So I can't really sit here and get mad at him for saying that. But, man, you did not make yourself look good just now. And screaming innocence, after this judge spent about 40 minutes running your shit. Ooh, I don't know about that one, pimpin'.
You do anything standard, and are you going to be handling the deal?
Man.
Well, you have to commit to handling the deal. All right, those appeal may be filed. Charlotte, and now I need the prosecutors to work with Charlotte, the probation officer, to work out probation specifications with the conditions I just explained. 150 days in county jail, restitution fines, and also statutory DNA costs order as well. That's statutory. So you have to fill out the probation specifications, and I'm going to get somebody to help you do that. You need to get that done in standard. Anything else? Yes.
In light of those people who would ask you to suspend your jail sentence, in light of the incident fighting of the notice of appeal.
Did I do what?
Suspend your jail sentence in light of the notice of fighting of appeal.
That would be respectfully denied.
Ooh, he going.
No, I'm not saying, no. The wheels of justice turn slowly, and sometimes the hammer of justice has to fall, and it's falling right here, right now. I'm not saying this. This happens right here, right now. Charlotte?
They tried to get him out.
Yeah, I'll talk to you. I'll give you these. Okay. All right. Any other matters come before the court today?
I'm waiting to hear that bang.
Mr. Mann for the custody sheriff. Court is adjourned.
Court is adjourned. That's
I
a
am
wrap.
not suicidal. I am not suicidal, and I am innocent. I could have said that I was guilty a long time ago.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. He's not that. All right? That's a good thing. Like, I'm pretty sure people gonna laugh at that, but that's a good thing. He's not. I understand why he said that. I understand why he feels like he's as important as somebody named, I'm not gonna say it, because I like my YouTube channel. I don't want to even give the opportunity. But, yikes, he got ran through the mud. He showed up late. They kept mentioning his 92-year-old grandmother. Everybody gave long-ass speeches. Every family member, a good person that knew him that was in the room, said something. I thought he was going to walk with nothing because of the grandma. I walked into this saying he was only going to have to pay a fine, and I'm walking out with more. Okay. That ending was funny. Okay. I genuinely don't know what else to say. Damn. Just damn. I enjoyed watching them try to suspend the sentence and it get denied. They tried to stay it and they said no. And that's what we got. And that's all for me because before I send y'all on your merry way, I just have one question. Just one. After watching this, whether if you was here for the entire 5 hours or you showed up or you was watching this somewhere else, I just got one question. All this proof of him being guilty. Where's his proof of innocence? I'm not interested in no letters sent from Samuel L. Jackson or Black Lives Matter because they need to be worried about that $60 to $90 million. Where was his proof of innocence? Because I got none of it. I listened to everything. I complained about everybody talking for long periods of time. I complained about letters. I listened to this judge come back after a 30-minute break and run this motherfucker through the coals. And I know he was just seething at that man running him through the coals. Now he's got, 30 months probation, 150 days in jail, and I think a $25,000 fine and $121,000 in restitution. I wasn't expecting no 3 years. Yeah, people saying 25. Wasn't gonna see that. Is it over? Probably not. Is this it for a while? Probably so. I hope everybody enjoys their night. I streamed for 5 hours. I had a couple people say you should stream like this more often. Fuck no. Be blessed. Be safe. Video tomorrow. I will see y'all in the next one. And until then, subscribe. Buy the merch. You know what I'm saying? And I'll holler at y'all in the next one. Oh, and before I leave, hold up, wait. Before I leave, enjoy 150 days with Big Tyrone with Smugglenuts. I'll save a Subway sandwich for you. All right, get out of here. Be gone. Scat. Run. Go to bed.